good point. Thanks for reminding me, Pass. Don't want to forget starting the YouTube stream. I want to feel like this could be decent, but I feel like it's dependent on what the hell this means. What the WTF is this? Isn't this Ascendancy broken? It's very good DPS. I don't know if it's broken per se. It has very good DPS scaling. The poison... If you're not clicking the poison nodes, then you're kind of... I don't know what the hell you're doing. But this wheel, this poison wheel, is just insane damage. Can't wait to play 0 EHP Flicker Strike. If we lose to you guys to the sub goal, then we can play Poison Flicker Strike. But I think I set it high enough that I should be safe. So best is to play Trickster and steal the node. That is definitely going to be a lot of builds are going to want to do that. This is going to be a very expensive jewel probably because Trickster's still insane. I mean, it kind of depends. Some of this stuff is very solid. Like Mystical Infusion, Unstable Infusion are decent nodes if you want to go crit scaling. And Toxic Delivery is... It is a very large amount of damage, right? Super nice for cast on crit? Yeah. Yep. It allows you to have a high base crit weapon. And benefits from both things. Probably like a dagger cyclone angle, but then you still have to get movement speed somewhere. Spellcaster, poison builds will be playable with Mystical Infusion. Yeah, yeah. Wonder if you could play like Archmage Poison, if that would be a thing too. Can you suggest any claw build? Can I suggest any claw build? No, I don't have anyone off the top of my head. I think I saw somebody post a video about a deck stacking Cobra Lash character that looked maybe decent. But I don't know if I've seen too many claw builds as of recent. Cremation pretty early is going to feel pretty crazy with all the poison. Yeah, but then you're playing Cremation. I mean, Cremation's just good, right? It is just good. But then you're playing Cremation. Ivory Tower Assassin POB, please. I don't think you play Ivory Tower with Assassin. Like you don't benefit from low life. Like poison damage doesn't care about pain attunement. It's not an Ivory Tower angle. You'd rather be like a CI. You're not trying to go low life. It's not benefiting from the more spell damage. Your title's gonna be in trouble when they talk about the delay later today. Void, are you still coping? Ain't no way, Void. Ain't no way. What's the wording on Deathmark? I don't know what this means. We haven't had a wording like this before. It could mean maybe it like ignores the curse limit. It could mean you just can't have a mark in your skills, like in any of your gem links. I don't know exactly what it means. It could mean it just doesn't apply. It doesn't overwrite. That might be the most likely. If you curse an enemy with a sniper's mark, then it won't overwrite it, type of thing. Just tell me what my title's gonna be. I have clear laws, Void. We'll have to think about that one. We'll have to think about that one. Is this the new assassin? They posted it on Twitter, Poe. They posted it on Twitter. They posted it on Twitter. That's what we're looking at right now. I'm gonna pull around the treadmill. Poison, Spellslinger, Assassin, and Trigger Bots could be good. Trigger Bots will pair pretty well. Definitely if you want to do like an Eye of Winter, Trigger Bot, Recall, Arcanist Brand Angle, that could probably be very strong, but it also could probably destroy your PC. Tune in tomorrow to find out if there are any other Ascendancy related changes. Wait, did it actually say that? Holy. Yes! Dude, this is going to be a good league, man. I think my favorite type of changes is when they do Ascendancy reworks. Like, nothing gives you more ability to make some new interesting things, like big reworks to like the most important piece of a build. The biggest part of flexible power and whatnot. Trickster gone. I don't know. Maybe we're gonna get some other buffs. Maybe Inquisitor's gonna get some reworks. That'd be kind of fun. Maybe they're gonna do some reworks to Warden, like delete Warden and give us Super Raider. You never know, man. Maybe a second Scion Ascendancy. You know, Scab, new Ascendancy, Raider 2. They'll give Glad more useful nodes. Yeah, Glad won't just be a block Ascendancy with nothing else going with it. Are we going to put buff Ascendancies on bingos? Yeah, we're going to do the bingo board, guys. In a little bit. I'm going to get my treadmill set up. I can't not walk, you know? The walking has to occur. Juggernaut's going to get the... Transcendence node back? Don't cope that hard. Yo, Beer, appreciate the sub, by the way. Thank you, man. Don't they dare touch Glad. It's the perfect early hardcore Ascendancy. When we say give Glad more nodes, we don't mean get rid of the stuff that's good. Okay, the block stuff is obviously good. We mean give it other options, so that way your Merc and your Uber Lab doesn't feel like trash. All right, we got it up and running. Give us a frenzy charge, scaling Ascendancy back. Yeah, we kind of lost that, right? I mean, you got Deadeye, but Deadeye's frenzy charge node sucks. Goodbye, Gall and Ellie Ascendancy. Nah, they're not removing that, guys. Good morning, Canadians. How you been? Slayer overhaul? Could be. Karn will never be the same after the Slayer changes. 100% more crit chance while enemies are not on low life. 100% crit multi while they are on low life. Crit culling strike. I mean, this is just decent DPS as well. This is decent DPS. Interesting. You think it's Colts needs any attention? They just did a cult, like they added a Vile Bastion, right? Which was a pretty big buff to Occultist. Maybe they'll do more than that because that was a pretty small change overall. Maybe they'll do a more sizable thing besides Vile Bastion. Flight immunity from crits is behind a node that gives conditional crit chance. I mean, I would look at this node more like 50 crit multi and culling strike. 50 crit multi and culling strike is still... It's still decent. Right? It's not a great node. But it's also like when you're early on in a character before you've capped crit, you're more or less just like clicking it because maybe it feels better to always hit a crit on your first hit attack on any monster in the map type of thing before your character's like fully geared and has your crit fixed completely, you know? Opportunistic is a good node to steal for Trickster if you're doing Valdo Feared. Yes, it's a very good node for that. If you're talking Valdo Feared, opportunistic DR is insane. But that's if you're talking doing Valdo Feared. It's a very situational thing. Not a lot of builds are going to be caring about that, you know? Does 100% more crit make 50% crit become 100? Yes. If you have 50% crit chance, then all of a sudden you are 100% crit. So like that's basically like your character isn't geared very well. It'll ensure you're hitting crits on your first attack on enemies very regularly. How worth is the Mistwalker node? Mistwalker's not great. I mean, it's okay. It does give you basically crit immunity and elusive. It's not the worst thing ever. I think the part that feels bad about Mistwalker is it's not very hard to get elusive like on your boots. It does get you crit immunity for the most part fairly consistently, right? If you could refresh it, yeah. 60% MS though. Is that how much you get from Mistwalker or from elusive? It's at 30%, and it scales down, right? Elusive, I guess it does start at 30%. You know, that probably would feel a decent amount of the time, right? A large amount of the time you have 30% MS. Honestly, that's pretty solid. That is a large amount of time you're feeling pretty speedy, right? Does it feel good to go fast, then slower and slower? It feels better than just being not fast, right? If the average speed increase of this node is 30%, which is that's what it is, right? I think that's pretty good. I don't know. Isn't it 60 with 100%? Yeah. It starts at 60 and then it'll scale down. You lose, well, the way elusive works is you lose it over time until it goes to 0, and then you can re-add it, right? To say it's bad because like you're losing it over time, I still think is a little bit wild. Like you are consistently much faster than you would be on average. Let's see what it is. Like most other effects, loses effects at 20% per second. Yeah. So basically you'll have a 10 second cycle, right? You have your first second, you got 60 movement speed. Then you lose 20%, so you lose 6% movement speed, so you go down to 54, then you go to 48, then you go to 42, then you go to 36, then to 30, then to 24, then to 18, then to 12, then to 6, then to 0, then to 60. You can grab more effect on the tree. Yeah, you can grab it here. Is there elusive on and you can do a nightblade stuff too. Movement speed. Daggers. Dagger mastery. More damage with hits and ailments per 5 poisons. Elusive also grants crit multi for skills supported by Nightblade. Like, that stuff's pretty strong, right? You could definitely go into some Nightblade stuff for sure. Would Abhorrent Interrogation basically double your DPS? Abhorrent Interrogation? What the hell is Abhorrent Interrogation? Are those the gloves? Abhorrent Interrogation. Wither for 2 seconds. Taking over time. Poison it's chaos damage. Them taking increased elemental damage is not increasing your damage if you're thinking poison. Hear me out, Toxic Rain Assassin. No. What? No, I'm not hearing you out. We are not on this. Why? Toxic Rain is like purely a dot skill. Poison, you need to hit the enemy to inflict the dot. I don't think I'm registering right now. I'm not sure I'm following or picking up what you're putting down. There's a transfigured toxic rain for poison. I mean, I guess maybe. Part of me kind of wants to lean into the elusive scaling a little bit. I feel like the elusive scaling could be a good time. I don't know about you guys, but Poison, Volburst, Assassin is back on the menu for me. You're gonna do Voltaxic Burst or whatever? Oh no. Fledgling Shadow Blood on a CI Trickster. CI does not pair well with this. CI, you're already immune to poison, and this would just basically only make you ignite immune. You would never grab this as a CI character. This is terrible as a CI character. Anoint Incorporeal 2. Is that what this is? Elusive on you reduces 50% slower. Elusive is removed at 20% effect. That's kind of neat. Would you want this though? Because it only removes it 1 second slower or whatever, right? I guess you spend more time at the top of your elusive effect, but I don't know if you want to use that as your anoint though. I don't know if that makes sense on your anoint. If you're just slower, there's nothing for the average. Yeah, I don't think that's really helping you. I don't think that's a great anoint. Like if there's an anoint that gives a bunch of like elusive and you can't get to it, that would make sense to me. If I wanted to do Nightblade, what does Nightblade give again? Nightblade gives elusive effect from supported skills. I mean, this just has elusive built into it, right? Base crit while elusive. Elusive supported skills grants a bunch of crit multi. Claws or daggers, crit chance. Multi-scaling from elusive, yeah. It says elusive from supported skills. I'm assuming that still works with Mistwalker. If it doesn't, that'd be like pretty lame. Because I think Perfect Agony plus all the crit multi-scaling would make sense, right? 40 elusive here. 40 here. You're at like 180 effect. All of a sudden that elusive or that Nightblade is giving you like 400 crit multi to start with, right? Maybe they buff elusive. I mean, they could be changing elusive. Back when you could just like stop it and restart it at like the highest peak of power, elusive was like insanely strong. If Assassin refreshes, it doesn't say anything about refreshing elusive. I mean, that would just be ridiculously not balanced. There's no shot, right? Yo, Ketoth, what's going on, man? This would be getting into the realm of dot cap being a problem. That was already the case for Poison, but realistically, Poison also has a ramp time, right? Like your POB says you got dot cap, but the ramp time to get to that dot cap often is longer than the time it takes for the enemy to die, so you actually aren't running into dot cap type of thing. That is often the case with poison builds that are quote-unquote dot cap, is they have like a 5-second ramp time and they kill the boss in 3 seconds. They never actually hit their damage number, right? But even then, the content where dot cap matters, a lot of times you're pushing the number to be higher. Like Delirium, you're pushing DR. Valdo maps, you're pushing like 95 plus DR with 90% less plus the Delirium DR, right? Does Claw make more sense or does Dagger? I feel like the answer is Claw, but I kind of want to just check the base mods. Claws? 7.5, 1.5. I guess daggers have higher base crits, don't they? How much higher is the base crit from daggers? I guess they're not that much higher. I thought, for whatever reason, I was thinking daggers were like 10. So it's probably claws. Claws have life gain? Yeah, claws have life gain. You know what claws also have? They also have Howa. Right? A Howa assassin? Think about it. Hey, think about it. What could go wrong? Howa poison assassin? That could be pretty good. Day 2 Howa? I don't know when you get it. Depends on what's on trade. We also don't know if Howa's even gonna exist, right? Like they're clearly doing something with Breach. For all we know, Howa is just gone entirely. I do like the idea of doing elusive claws. Good speed. All damage poison is kind of unethical. Could just do the power charge node. I don't think that's gonna go too wrong. Lance of stat stackers, name more Arcana Duo. I don't know if you know this, Patuva, but when you're making a build that scales, the whole point of Path of Exile is make number go up. Why spend a mirror on a rare claw that gives you an average of 600 flat damage when you could, use your brain a little bit and click the claw that gives you an average of like 2,000? I don't know. Newsflash, I like clicking the thing that's stronger than the weaker thing. It's not complicated, my guy. It's wild. Lance, please play the weaker thing. Please. I'm begging you. They balance stat stackers. We'll play the next strongest option. Trust me, man. But I'm not going to intentionally click the weaker thing to appease your ego about why you don't want to click the thing that has a higher number. What if I don't have a brain? That's a you problem. If you want Lance to play the weak sauce, go watch Quid. It's ethical. You want? Something like that. I don't know. Binos back on the menu. Binos. I mean, you can play Binos if you really want to do like Proliv. Like the reason you play Binos is for the Proliv, right? Like this is gonna give you like really feels good clear. How many versions of Flicker are you gonna play with this? It'll be one Flicker run. Okay. What should the Flicker run be? I think it has to include Ubers. Probably has to include level 100. Feared Valdos. Feared Valdos is a good way for it to like die. No, shall we get to 10k? That's the point. I don't want to play Flicker, guys. That's the whole point. The reason the number is 10,000 is because I don't want to play. We'll come up with some rewards in between before 10k, so there's like some reasonable things to hit. But I really don't want to play Flicker. What's the clip you're linking, Adrenaline? Every time stat stacker questions come up, what's the clip? I recommend you stop playing PoE because you clearly do not possess the intelligence requirement for this game. The IQ requirement was not met. I would suggest you go play D4. You don't belong here. Whoa, what the hell? That guy's being kind of toxic. Yo, why is that guy being so toxic? Why is he being so toxic to that poor innocent chatter, man? What did that chatter ever do to deserve? He was just asking for a 10C build that had dot cap, cleared all content, and was immortal. It must have been during a snack strike. That Lance needed a cheese stack. I hadn't eaten recently. I lashed out. That poor guy he's freaking just an innocent bystander. Just got freaking ran over. He was just asking an innocent little question about his 10C uber viable immortal character. Lance with 2 minutes without cheese. Is the new assassin good? Yeah, I think it's pretty good. You pretty much have to play poison. I think without poison, I don't know. I don't think you play assassin without poison for the most part. The poison note, I think the poison is carrying, but it is a lot of scaling that you get with this. Mystical Infusion's also insane. Mystical Infusion's nice. It definitely is a much better cast and crit ascendancy than it was before. Mystical Infusion is a good time, for sure. It doesn't have anything else going for it other than poison crit. Well, that's its whole freaking thematics. Most ascendancies, they have a specific theme, right? Like Hyro, the only thing it has going for it is mana scaling or totems, right? You're either doing it for the totem stuff or you're doing it because of the mana stuff. I mean, that stuff's fine if it has like some specific themes it does really well. I think what is a shame is if it has a specific theme and it doesn't do it competitively with anything else. That's what feels bad. Like previously, Assassin was the crit poison ascendancy, and it did poison worse than other options, and it did crit worse than other options. That's when it's a bad situation. Now, I think it's the premier DPS poison ascendancy with these changes. Basically, smashing the good poison nodes together into toxic delivery, and then all damage can poison. It's pretty premium for your DPS if you're going to do poison. Crit, I'm less sure about crit. I mean, Mystical Infusion is pretty good cast and crit. If you're doing Cyclone cast and crit with a dagger, that works out pretty well. Because daggers, you can get pretty good base crit. So it's honestly probably a pretty solid cast and crit option. Viper Strike Assassin is back. I don't know about that, maybe. I kind of would want to play Claws, though, with this. A Cobra Lash would be fun with Mistwalker. Can chain additional times. More damage per remaining chain. Has some base poison chance. I feel like something like that would be fun. Poison Bones out of Trauma is no longer a joke. It's real. I could play it. Do it all easy. Do it. You have the built-in recoup for your trauma, right? So you got that going for you. Excited to hear what your thoughts, dude. I'm pretty pumped about reveal day. Assassin, this little teaser. I woke up this morning and I saw a Sergog video. It said Assassin reveal, and I was like, what the hell? I was not expecting this to start the day off with. I thought we were going to be like, you know, the quiet before the whole bomb was dropped on the reveal. Golden Rule. Yep, Golden Rule will feel pretty good. If you... Well, you have to force Shadowed Bloods. I don't know if you want to go Golden Rule. If you want to, like... It would solve your Chaos Res early. We played Golden Rule with the Elementalist, but we had to use the helmet that gave unaffected by poison, the Viper helmet or whatever that thing's called in this game that I'm forgetting the name of. Do you think we're gonna get some 315 level nerfs? We'll see, man. We'll see. I mean, this is a pretty massive buff to Assassins, so we'll see where that lands us, right? We'll see where that lands us. Nightblade, Assassin, Poison, though. Cobra Lash. I feel like that'd be a good time. That'd be something I'd be interested in. 40% elusive effect. What other good claw nodes are there? Accuracy with claws, crit multi with claws. Bum, 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 bum. There's some okay claw wheels. Hey Zen Cheeto, how you doing, man? It's getting closer. That it is, man. That it is. Why not daggers? I think between the two, claws are better attack based. I think their wheels are slightly better. Looking at them. Like, for example, this node, crit chance on enemies are full life. That's like conditional. You don't really want that. You just want your crit chance to be consistent. Whereas this claw node is just 30 extra crit chance. Has 10 less crit multi. I just think the claw masters are pretty dang worth. I mean, daggers are pretty solid too. Daggers do have some pretty good masters as well. Dagger doesn't need poison chance. What do you mean dagger doesn't need poison chance? Crits from daggers poisons enemies. Yeah, I guess that helps, depending on what skill you're gonna play. I feel like the poison chance isn't too hard to get, but that does help you get there faster. That is fair. It does help you get there faster. Claws have good stuff for both. Yeah, I kind of think claws would just be better. I think they have more going on, more of what we need. We are just blocked by dot cap. Newsflash, if you're doing dot cap, you are destroying the game. Shut the hell up. Oh. Also, you're probably not dot capped. You're just coping. The enemy dies before you hit dot cap. Oh, my word. It's a never-ending conversation, I guess. Not destroyed enough. But my POB is limited. My POB. No. Oh, I think it's time we start breaking out the bingo board, guys. I think it's time we start breaking out the L bingo board. It's time. It is time. Prepare yourselves for the greatest bingo board of all time. Do it like this. Do that. Do this. Do that. All right. Much more sizably correct. What do you guys think? Is that a pretty square looking square? That's a pretty square looking square, right? Almost perfect dimensions, if you ask me. Almost perfect dimensions. All right, how do I want to do this? Slightly off? Nah, man. Nah, it's fine. It's totally fine, okay? This is calculated, okay? This is calculated. Dial in. Focus up. That looks about right. We're looking pretty good right now, I think. We're looking pretty good right now. Whoa. This level of freehand precision, unmatched. Unmatched. Okay, maybe it's... What the hell is that? That's looking a little bit incorrect there. This got a little bit thick. Okay, back it up. Hold on, we gotta fix that. That looks wrong. I don't know what happened on that one. There was a bit of a miscalculation there. Use Excel? No, I don't want to. I'm using my eyes, okay? That is just about perfect, okay? That's pretty good looking, okay? That's mostly correct-ish. I think we all can agree that's mostly correct-ish. Not very even. It's close enough, guy. Why is everybody a critic, man? Close enough. You know what I'm saying? It's bottom heavy? Yeah, I'm aware it's bottom heavy, okay, guys? You guys don't want me to redraw this, okay? We'll be here forever, okay? Let's just accept the fact that we slightly miscalculated our spacing, okay? Let's just accept that now. It's better for everyone involved if we just accept the fact that we're slightly misaligned with our spacing. Right there. It's always top heavy in business. This spacing. All right, you know what? Fine. All right, hold on. You know what? We'll redo some stuff, okay? New method. We'll just eyeball this. New improved method. Come on, baby. Show me the goods. Wait a second. What the hell's going on here? Okay, hold on. All right, back it up. All right. Back it up. Okay, hold on. All right, this time we're just gonna do this. You know what was causing problems? Our square was not perfectly square, okay? That's what was causing problems. We gotta make sure it's like an exactly diagonal line. Shift? Wait, does shift do that? Oh my word, this is like cheating, guys. Nah, that's cheating. That's actually cheating. What the hell? You can do that? This feels wrong. All right, precision. What do you guys think? Is that roughly what it's going to be? Is that our square size right there? What do you guys think? Calculating? Thoughts? We need to get this exactly right. This is the hardest part. Picture this. Is that 5? Is that 1/5 of the size it needs to be? Do 5 of those? I think a little bit bigger. All right, we'll start there. Precision. All right. Yep. That's pretty much right. That's close. Ruined. Okay. Run it back. Okay, we started out a little fat. It's okay. Go a little bit thinner on this one. A little bit thinner. Like that. That's probably good. That's probably 1/5 of what it needs to be. Holy dude, what are these lines? What did I do? Okay. You have 5 hours to make it. I hope it's enough time. It is going to be enough time. It's going to be plenty of time. All right. Is that like perfect? Maybe just a little bit larger. Oh, misclick. Hold on. That was like perfect positioning. We go again. Right there. All right, that's pretty good. We are looking good right now. Okay. Okay, look at that. Right there. Control Y, you can reverse undos. Too late. Hey. Hey, look at that. That looks pretty good. It's bottom heavy again? Nah, man. That's precision right there. Not even close? What are you guys talking about? This thing's like perfect. You guys sound like haters right now. Not gonna lie. Holy, you guys sound like haters right now. Okay. Okay, I see the problem. We're maybe a little center heavy there. Nah, that's fine, guys. That's fine. It adds aesthetic pleasure. I'm on a treadmill, okay? It's hard to be precise with this level of movement going on. Okay? The second column, it's not that bad, okay? I might vomit. No, it's not that bad. You guys are being a little bit absurd right now, okay? Hey, that's pretty good looking. It's fine if I close my eyes. No, it's got a good look to it, guys. You can kind of like, you can tell like this. It's like looks like it's intentional. Like it looks like there's like it's like an arrow, you know, pointing inward, right? It looks like an artistic choice, you know. That's a good thing. It's handmade, artisan, exactly. Bingo. We built a bingo board in the most complicated way for the past 15 minutes. This is a tactical bingo, Makuhu. Okay, it's a tactical bingo. All right. Hi, I'm Mark. We'll do all caps. Usually he says it very commandingly. Get a hi, I'm Mark. That is going to be our free square for the day. What is this? What the hell you think? You think I care about your little like freaking AI bingo board? Come on, no shot. I don't care about your little computer generated bingo board. This is an artesian bingo board. Center the high. Are you serious? Are you serious? You're not content. Okay. All right. Fine. Hi, I'm Mark. All right, you satisfied? Up a little bit? No. That is where it's staying. Hold on, I'm getting called by my wife. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. My wife said my bingo board is fantastic, okay? She also said you guys are haters. Okay? She also said you guys are haters. No audio. I was on the phone with my wife. That's why I wasn't talking. right, now what do we want to put on the bingo board first? How early do I want to start tilting people in my bingo board? Do I put it on now? I'll put it on now. I'll put it on now. I'll get it out of the way. ES buffed. I'll put it on now. There's a tale as old as time. It happens every league, yet no one ever learns. Okay? GGG doesn't know how to nerf. Okay? They only know how to make the ES number go up. Well, now, what square do we put it in? ES buffed. What square do we put it in? Where's it? Where's a tactical square? Do we give it a nice corner spot? Do we give it a nice corner slot? Right under mark? I'm thinking top left. I'm thinking a nice top left. And we'll get a nice little up arrow so people get the idea of what's going on here, okay? Nice little up arrow so people know what we're talking about here. Okay, we're talking, of course, about the ES buffs. Now, I'm with you guys. ES, it deserves a nerf. It's way stronger than life. Every time you make a build and you click life instead of ES, if you have the ability to afford ES gear, you're making a mistake. Okay, let's be honest with ourselves. It's just way better. However, GGG only knows how to make ES better. Okay, I have never seen a patch where they've nerfed ES. It's never happened before. So I'm just going based on historical data. Okay? And until they prove they could nerf ES, I'm going to put ES buffed on every single bingo board until they prove they could nerf it. Did in PoE 2? They did not nerf ES in PoE 2. They buffed ES twice. They replaced Grim Feast with a better reservation, and then they made it better again with giving you quality / extra sockets. So now it's easier. You can get higher ES gear pieces than you could previously. Also, crafting indirectly or directly makes ES better because it's way easier to acquire better ES gear pieces in PoE 2. If you think ES got nerfed in PoE 2, I don't think you've been watching. Your eyes have been closed. Anyways, it's just, we'll see. Maybe this league is the league. Maybe this league's the league. We'll find out, though. I don't think this league's going to be the league, but maybe. Warden replaced. How low is Warden on play rate on PoE Ninja? It's pretty bad, right? Look at this, okay? These are all ascendancies, aside from Assassin, that have all been reworked recently. Holy. These reworks have not gone very well. Have not gone very well. But they were like recent. But maybe GGG will decide to give them some love, even though they were recent. They still need something, right? Trickster League again. I don't know if it's gonna be Trickster League. It depends what all they give us in terms of like other options. Let's give it, let's say, Glad. I need to like be able to fit this in here. Glad, Warden, Guardian, Sabo. Let's do all those. Rework. Duh. Failed. Reworks. Assuming they're going to do a more substantial ascendancy changes. All these ascendancies have gotten reworks, but they've kind of like fallen flat. They've been reworks that have not like done too much to make people actually want to click these classes. So maybe we'll have a little square for the ascendancies that have gotten recent reworks, that the reworks just kind of didn't really pan out. And then we're going to add in some wild card ones for some of the ascendancies that just haven't been changed in a while. Like, for example, let's put it on this square. +1 Scion Ascend or huge rework. Well, I'm putting a cope one in there, okay? I'm putting a cope one in there. ES buff? Are you trolling? Nope. I've put ES buff on like every bingo board for the past 3 years and have been right every time. I'm just going on historical data. I don't think ES should be buffed. Just so we're clear. I think ES should be nerfed. I think it's OP. I think it's way better than life. Every time I make a build, it feels stupid to click life. I think that's probably a bad imbalance. But do I think ES is actually going to get nerfed? Do I think GG is going to finally do it? I don't know. I haven't seen them do it. Toda? I don't think we're going to get Toda, guys. It wasn't on that teased Atlas at all. I think we let go of the Toda Cope. I think Toda Cope is for next PoE2 League. I think Toda Cope is for next PoE2 League. All slams getting nerfed. Overexertion nerf. I could see that. I could see that. Karn's not going to like this one. We'll put it on there. Slam package nerfed. Slam package nerfs. Get the red arrow in there just so everybody knows what we're talking about. It's getting worse. It's getting worse, not getting better. Fubgoon unfortunately promoted slams last league. We saw the 20% plus play rate of Volcanic Fissure of Snaking. And the gaze of Sauron, I mean GGG, did not miss that, okay? Okay, they got spotted. Okay, they got spotted. Here, I'll draw a little outline so you guys get what I'm talking about here. %, play rate. GGG. They saw, okay? They saw what you guys have been doing. Okay? You're not escaping the nerf. It's incoming. 666. They're G's, guys. They're clearly G's. GGG, the old grinding gear game. the old GGG. They noticed, okay? They noticed. I'm just saying. ES is hiding behind the slams. Yep. They're hiding behind the slams, okay? They're being shielded by a more flagrant foul on the play. That's what's going on. 10K subs for Flicker. I don't want to play Flicker. Chat bullied me into making a sub goal. And that's what that is. I'll do a Flicker to Uber. If they get to that, I'll come up with other rewards before 10K, but I just don't want to do so. I don't want to do Flicker. Do 1K. I'm not doing 1K. I don't want to do Flicker. Guys, what? That's the whole reason I made the number high is because I don't want to do Flicker. That's the point. How long do we have? A month. I will give you guys a month. Does that seem that? I feel like that's a fair amount of time. The number's not fair. The number's not fair at all. But I really don't want to play Flicker. Give it 10 years? No. No. They have my prime? Thanks, Jaja Bings. Appreciate it, dude. +1 to the cause. 1K would be enough for a new Lambo, so I go higher. 1K would not be enough for a new Lambo. And if I got 1K subs of revenue, it sure as hell isn't going to a new Lambo. It's going to freaking diapers and utility bill and mortgage. It's not going to a freaking car. And snacks, yeah. And a couple snacks. For the kids. And, you know, maybe they'll share with me. You never know. Maybe they'll share. And my actual random counter, Irby. Appreciate the sub, man. Yo, Aeroplane. Thanks for the raid. We're putting together a little bingo board. Aeroplane. What is your top bingo? I will add your top bingo, Aeroplane. What is your top bingo? Flicker, don't pog it, Flicker. We don't want to play Flicker. Aeroplane, what's your top bingo? What is it? Let's see. Aeroplane he gets to add one to the bingo board. What's it gonna be? What's he gonna put on there? Let's see. Mine's buffed. Holy. He's going for the gold. Mine's buffed. We'll put that right over here. Mine's buffed. Hold on. Aeroplane 2025. Hell yeah. Incoming. Mine's buffed. You heard it here first. Arrow, he's got the inside guy. He knows. Green arrow. Yep. That's a green arrow. Just so people know. That's a green arrow situation. Number go up. Bow buff? Oh, bow buff. You guys want me to put bow on here? You guys want me to put bows on here? You guys want me to put bows on here? I'll put your bows on here. I'll put your bow on here. Nerfed, okay? Nerfed. It's getting worse, okay? That's what I think about your little bows, okay? That's how I feel about the bows. Nerfed again. Just a meme bingo board. You know, that's what people told me last time, and we got a lot of our board last time. Last time we had freaking the we had a lot of things that got hit. Like PoE2, we called for async trade and we got it, which was kind of just wild. Sanctum buff. I don't know if they're gonna give us the Sanctum overhaul this league, because they're doing the breach stuff, right? They're doing the breach stuff. Whispers. Okay. We'll put those on there. I don't think they're gonna actually nerf the actual. I'll put it here. Whispers, coil, enmity, drop rate, nerf. I don't think they're gonna actually nerf the items themselves. I think they're just gonna hit their drop rates. I think these items are gonna get drop rate nerfs. I don't think they're actually gonna nerf these items. Low percent on Uber versions? Yeah, I think they're going to be much rarer next league. Could be on Uber versions of the new boss. Yep, that's one way they could drop rate nerf them. Make them on a harder boss, or make them on a harder boss and a rare drop. Stuff like that. Omni and Ashes treatment. I kind of think, yeah, I can see the Omni Ashes treatment. All three of those items are pretty power items. They're very common. I definitely just think they could get the drop rate hit. Vortex revert. I don't think I have that much cope. I have a lot of cope, guys. Don't get me wrong, but I don't Vortex rework. Vortex back to instant. I don't know, man. I don't know. What archetype do we think they're actually going to change? They showcased a champion with shield skills. They had one teaser with a bow character. Dot skills are kind of a joke compared to hit-based skills. Wands? Mark did say wand overhaul. But they haven't had any teasers with any wand characters. Wands split into attack and caster bases? Maybe. I mean, they've done that for staves. They've done that for daggers. Spell sling. How about this? We'll put in 2 archetype reworks. We'll do right here. Wand, archetype, overhaul. We'll have 1 for wands. I think I want to put in 1 more though. Either dot skills or like shield skills. I kind of think shield, but dot I feel like is more necessary. If wands get buffed, it's over. You think so, Connor? We'll go dots. Dots is probably the thing that's more likely. It needs it. It needs it more. We'll put it right here. Dot, skills, overhaul. We'll put this. Well, I'll say dot archetype. Dot archetype. Just more generic. More generic. We got Mana Jesus in here. Yep. Here to spread the gospel of the mana religion. Life buffed. Oh, that reminds me. That does remind me. Spell suppress. You guys saw what they did with deflection, okay? Coming to a theater near you, buddy. Coming to a theater near you. It's on the menu, okay? In the interview, Mark was like, yeah, we don't want a situation where you just grab 5 passive points on no matter what character you are, okay? Spell suppress. You better watch out, okay? I think spell suppress has also been spotted, okay? GG knows, okay? GG knows. They're looking at it, okay? They're looking. That's a life nerf? It's a nerf to everybody. Just so we're clear, guys. Doesn't matter if you're life. Doesn't matter if you're ES. Spell suppress is good. Okay, it's a nerf to literally everyone. The only one it's not like technically a nerf to is a build on the other side of the planet that can't get to those passives. It's not like a direct nerf to those characters that couldn't get suppressed anyways. But most characters would path halfway around the tree to do it. Quinn thinks suppress is OP, which tells you how good it is, does it? Life nerfed? I don't think they're going to nerf life. No. Maybe they buff life and then buff ES more. That's a classic. Smite may get butchered? Nah. Smite's... Well, okay, maybe if it gets hit by the slam package nerfs, maybe. I think Smite's probably fine. Smite isn't that overly strong. All right, 1 second, guys. I am going to be right back. I kind of have to top off the water. I kind of got to top off the water. We were running out here. I don't want to dehydrate. I will be right back, and we will continue the bingo board. All right, water has been acquired, baby. Water has been acquired. Nerf to armor stack archetype. I think that's kind of unlikely. Armor stacker is in the category of most of the time when you see it done successfully, the character cost so much investment and it's also pretty niche, like not popular. So I think it would probably be fine. Where are the snacks? I didn't grab any snacks, guys. How's GG get me excited every league? And this game is so old except for the league with the coffins. Because they keep adding new stuff that's fun. New skill gems. I'm down. How cope do we want to be? I feel like we haven't gotten more than like one new skill in like 5 leagues. We go for 5. Thoughts? 5 new skill gems. How about this? We'll make it a little bit. Hold on. We'll make it a little less go. 5 new skills or 10 plus new transfigured. Okay. Either 5 brand new ones or they give us 10 new transfigured gems that didn't exist before. Zesh, new pinnacle boss. I feel like we could be down for that. New pinnacle boss. We could say new Ubers too. We got Charthus. Yeah, those aren't new though. Those were added this most recent league, and those were more basically they're basically transfigured gems. BRB water still on stream. Oh shoot, my bad. Take that down. Get that out of here. The incarnation's already basically confirmed they're going to be Ubers. They said they're going to make Uber versions. We had people do a race where they get to design Uber uniques. It's probably pretty likely, right? It's probably pretty likely. RF buff, RF nerf. Guys, RF is in the dot archetype. So if it gets touched, they're probably doing larger dot overhaul to begin with. Right? Okay, let's go with I'm down for Ubers. I'm down for plus Ubers. New Ubers added to game. Plus breach pinnacle. They said they're going to rework Sanctum after 326. Did they? You guys really want me to put Sanctum rework on there? Feels like that might be a bit much. Atlas tree rework. Yeah, we already know that. Like they showcased it at the very least, right? They said the future. Yeah, I don't know if Sanctum's going to be this league, guys. The reward. It doesn't have like a specialized reward to it. I kind of don't think Sanctum's gonna be this league. I think it's the breach overhaul and probably not other new content. I think it's mainly gonna be the breach overhaul plus a lot of like character power balance stuff. That's why I'm putting on a lot of character balance stuff. Dart archetype, wand archetype, new skills, ascendancy reworks, +1 scion, stuff like that, right? Is lab going to get changed? I highly doubt it. Lab's been the same for as long as Lab's been in the game, pretty much. Minus a few minor tweaks, like the enchant system being changed. Async square? I mean, we know async is coming, right? Oh, you know what? Here's what we'll put in. We'll put in... How about this? Async plus async dump. Dump tabs. Let's cope it's not just async, but it also gives us dump tabs for async. I think that's the biggest thing async needed. Cringe? Why is that cringe, dude? Okay, it's one of the most important properties to be able to like quickly list like low currency items if you have multiple. And on top of that, it could be a solution to the biggest scam that happens in async trade. If you have some system that says this is the forced price of the tab, you get rid of all those scams that list a bunch of the same item and then have one be one divine while the rest are freaking 10 chaos or whatever, right? Like it's got dual benefits. Because that is literally the main scam that happens with async, is people freaking list 50 items that are all the same and then have a couple that are just way higher price and just scam people because people are just trying to buy fast. That is user error, but it's also like, if they have some sort of system that forces the price to be correct, if it's like a specific dump tab thing, then people can be more able to appreciate that sort of thing. No one's gonna buy 1,000 yellow beasts if gold's way too high. Yeah, that is a good thing. Good point. Balancing the price of some of the lower commodity items. We'll see how they balance the gold with it. Beast trading. If they don't give you dump tab, beast trading is probably still going to be either people do it through TFT or they do it through the trade site. So something like dump tab would be not necessary to support it. Make people have currency in their inventory instead of pull from a stash or buying chaos worth of items. You just don't want to have 4 divines on you. I mean, there's a few different ways they could tackle it. We'll see what they do if they decide to just let it be what it is, or if they decide to change something for it. I'm hyped for the patch, and I'm already snacking. Hell yeah, Dante. I support that. New scares Molten Strike Zenith nerf. Oh, do I want to put other skill nerfs in here? I put Slam Package. What other skills are out there? Frost is tied to Whispers. So I don't think they'll actually nerf Frost. I think they'll just nerf Whispers. VFOS is included in Slam Package. What other stuff would be high pick rates? Peabod? I don't think they're going to nerf Peabod. I kind of just don't think so, to be honest. I don't know. I guess if maybe the big rework will be them actually reworking more than just like the top couple played skills. Assassin rework? Yeah, we already know Assassin's getting reworked. That's this post right here. They literally teased it already. No point in putting that on a bingo. We know for a fact that's happening, right? Free spaces, that's what Mark is. What do we think about the new Assassin? New Assassin looks really good for poison now. I think it actually fits more of being one of best in slot for its archetype, basically poison damage scaling. Take on Assassin. I like it. I think Assassin was pretty lackluster and it needed some buffs, and this gave it some sizable buffs for poison. The mystical infusion opens up some caster and crit angles. I feel like it's a solid upgrade to Assassin. Still fits. It's still pretty thematic with its archetype. We'll see how it pans out, but I'll be tempted to play some Assassins this league. How to put this? Reworks additions to starter skills to break up the rolling magma meta? I doubt that's on the list of things GGG cares about. If you don't want to play rolling magma, you can just play something else. I mean, other skills can do Act 1 fine. It's not the end of the world. I don't think that's a very high on their list of things to change. It's better than Trickster for Valdos. Just kill Chayula last. Maybe well, okay, guys. What about this? What if What if there isn't Chayula anymore? And Feared now has a new breach boss that's like more dangerous than its Ziri. And he then joins the Feared instead. Because Chayula kind of is out of place. Chayula is like an afterthought joke in the Feared. So like they sub him out for the new Giga Breach boss. Think about it. All of a sudden Pinnacle Valdos get way harder. That'd be kind of cool. His damage is no joke. Chayula? His damage is mostly a joke. Compared to the others. Chayula I often refer as to the Feared boss who heals me. I use him as a heal bot, usually when I play Feared maps. Zest is going to be a friendly NPC and he's going to infect us with the hive stuff. And you think that's that the disease leeching off of us that they showed the last teaser with those little boxes? How long will the sub goal be open? 30 days. I'll give you guys 30 days. I can add that to the flicker command, I guess. I'll add it. Commands. Flicker. To flicker 30 day. All right. Yeah, give you a month. New breach exalt item. Oh, that brings up another thought process. I do want to put this on the list. I really hope they do this. Breach has some of the coolest mods in the game. Like, for example, bypass mod, the global defense mod, the attack speed per dex, a lot of like build around mods from Breach. I'm gonna say new drop specific mods. We got Trarthus mods this last league. They're going away. Maybe with the Breach overhaul, we get some new, more permanent drop specific mods back from whatever this Breach overhaul is. What Breach theme in here? Don't know if it needs to be said, but that's what I'm thinking. Soul Eater Ring nerfed? I think just a drop rate nerf. We'll see if they nerf Soul Eater Ring or Whisper's Enmity. I think they'll just make them rare drops, which we won't technically know if this is true or not until the next patch. Unless they say it in the patch notes. They usually don't list drop rate changes though. If they don't say anything about nerfing the item, I think it's safe to assume they probably nerf the drop rates type of thing. Bo's buffed. Sir, let me draw your attention to this square right here. That represents Bo's getting nerfed, just so we're clear. That's what this square is, okay? I couldn't have been more clear. But even then, I still have to remind you what that square is for. Mercenary. They already made a post. Mercenaries aren't going core. Do you think they're going to nerf Trickster? Not really. I think Trickster's just not going to get changed. I already nerfed. Yeah, they nerfed Trickster last patch. They nerfed Escape Artist a bit, and they nerfed Polymath a bit. Do you think ES is more likely to get nerfed? I think ES is the most deserving thing on this entire board that needs to get nerfed. However, I don't think GG is going to nerf it. Why? I don't understand. I feel like ES has been OP for forever, and it's never gotten a nerf. So I'm just going to keep putting the ES buffed on my bingo boards until they finally actually nerf it. That which was Take a Jewels come back. That I think it's kind of unlikely, considering they already gave away its artwork to Light of Meaning. They could give back some of those mods in another location, but I kind of think not. Hiveborn Spectres. Ooh, they are doing the Spectre change. Maybe the Spectre change will come with more minion changes in general. Thoughts on how do we feel about minion overhaul reservations system? Question mark. We saw in that teaser Spectre having what seemed to be reservation. Okay? They didn't have any auras. They clearly had 60% of their mana reserved. It seemed like it was 20% reservation per Spectre. I think there's a chance there might be not only that to Spectres, but to other minions as well, potentially. They had auras off in that clip. The other clip had 2 auras. I hate to break it to you, Relaxus. The Spectres they had in that clip where they had 2 auras was Hydra, which gives a hatred aura, and the Turtle, which gives determ aura. And it showcased the visual effect you get when you're getting auras from somebody else, which is that blue ring around the character. That to me was very clearly not a situation where they were having auras. It was auras from those Spectres they had. I think the Spectre thing is they don't usually try to trick you with the previews. Like they could have done some things. Like they could have showcased us a character that had a generosity aura with the invisible MTX, so it hid the aura. I think that's very unlikely. They usually don't try to trick you with their teasers like that. It's reservation based on the Spectre's aura it gives. I think it's just the Spectres are going to have an aura reservation now. They did this big change of how Spectres resummon and stuff. I think it may be just a Spectre like rework of the system entirely, making it a reservation system. I mean, we know they're open to that sort of idea with how they've done minions in PoE2, right? They're a reservation system in PoE2. Do we think Sabable's Guardian Glad were failed reworks? Not sure I agree. So maybe you specifically like some of the reworks. I'll put it this way. I like some of those ascendancies. The reason I said they were failed reworks is because those are examples of recent ascendancies that got big reworks and very low play rate. So in terms of the general like opinion of those ascendancies, people are not clicking those ascendancies. They're not excited about them. I feel like that's kind of a telltale sign that people are not happy with the reworks in a more general sense. So that's why I think maybe they take another shot at stuff like that. Glad's more of a bad archetype than a rework. I mean, yeah, you can make that argument. You could say Glad main focus is bleed, but bleed isn't great right now. You can make that argument. Sabo's in a bad position where it has no focus on ascendancy. Yeah, Sabo is kind of like it doesn't know what it wants to be. Yeah. Warden is... I think Warden's just bad. I don't think Warden is good. I think you click Warden and it's not enough offense on the tree for it to make sense, and it has not great defense. I am not a believer in... If the enemy's frozen, it can't hurt me. Yeah, that's true, but also if the enemy hits you before you hit it, you're dead. I don't believe in the conditional defense of you need to hit the enemy first. I think that's trash defense. So, I don't know. That's why I listed them as failed reworks, just in terms of like not being played much. People are not excited about clicking these ascendancies. If they're doing a larger character overhaul, I would imagine they would look at the play rates of Ascendancies and they see these Ascendancies not being played much. Maybe they say they want to do something about it. Do you think they'll add more T17 map mods, like different layouts and bosses? More T17s? I don't know. I guess they could. I don't think they're going to do much endgame stuff besides the breach, though, if their main focus is character balance this patch. Buffs for 327 Death Rage? I think they forgot Stormbind existed Death Rage. The fact that you can go through and almost every channel skill got a buff last patch and Stormbind didn't get anything. I think they just forgot Stormbind existed. Death Rage, you are the only person on PoE Ninja legitimately playing Stormbind. You know, I think it's pretty... And a lot of people don't even know that skill exists. Half the people that came in yesterday when I was streaming the Stormbind run were like, Lance, what the hell is this? I've never seen this skill before in my life. How the Stormbind run go? Really, really rough from Act 3 till Act 5. It started to pick up around Act 6 being okay-ish. And then once I got the second lab, then it started to be like pretty good damage. But the entire run, I had horrible internet issues. And it was just me getting tilted by lag. Yesterday was just me getting tilted by lag the whole run, basically. I don't know. I called up my ISP. It was they had some outage or something. So they were apparently like forcing all the traffic through one node, or I don't know. Basically, it was an ISP issue. I think they fixed it though last night. But it was playing with lag like that is, you know, I gotta say, for the EU homies that were experiencing that on League Start, dude, that sucked. I can understand a little bit. That would be obnoxious having that sort of play for your campaign run and then having DCs and rollbacks. When's the interview? The reveal? Let's pull it up. 4 hours and 16 seconds. Here, I'll put this on, I'll put this on a separate screen capture so you guys can see it. Let me do this. Okay, put this over here. Add source. Cancel that. Add source. Blah, 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 blah. Game capture, image capture. Is this not working at all? I'm gonna try to capture this. Okay. Old man struggling with window capture? Hey, relax. Try this again. Try this again. Hey, there we go. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and do... Where is it? What is... I want to crop you. Tools. Where the hell is this? Crop. Transform. There we go, I think. Position, rotation, crop. Fantastic. There we go. All right. Is that good enough? I guess I should crop it from the bottom a little bit, technically. I should probably do that. WASDA? Nah, they're not giving us... WASDA's tied to the MTX when they redo the models. That's when we get WASDA. If we get it. That is when we're going to get WASDA. If we get it, that's when we're getting it. The featured GGG build, Rainbow Wizard. Did I see it? I think I saw a post about it. I'm not really... I don't care too much about watching PoE 2 stuff right now. I'm not in the PoE 2 mindset. I'm fully engaged in this PoE 1 patch. We're about to get the big reveal. Gold buffs, gold rework. I mean, they might rework. I mean, they might just like add the async trade and then change a bit of how they've balanced that gold wise, but I don't know if I want to put that on the board. It's kind of like a nothing change type of thing. Controller reworks. I don't think controllers are getting the love. That feels unlikely to me. New unique weapons with cool effects but terrible stats. I feel like this is kind of depressing. More bad weapons. Deck stack being buffed, very likely since we already have a breach themed deck stack unique. Sneaky beer, that would be like saying int stack buffed because we already have an int stack dex item. Or int stack item, not deck, sorry. Like Howa versus Thought in Motion, right? Which I don't think int stack's likely. I think it's more likely that they nerf int stacking, but at the same time I feel like they're not going to, because that would be that would cross the line of them nerfing ES if they nerf int, because int is tied 1-to-1 to ES. Will be Assassin Perfect Agony in the league? I think Assassin Perfect Agony will be pretty good. Updates on old uniques. I could see that. Let's put it on there. Outclass or outdated uniques. Buffed. Reworked. Buff / rework. Outdated uniques. I'm down. I'm interested. League Ascendancy? You think some Ascendancy power tied to the league? That could be what those breach hands were. You could maybe you could choose to be a disciple of freaking one of the 5, right? That could be maybe a league mechanic. And maybe that has to do with those breach hands we saw. Acolyte Chayula incoming? Yeah. Acolyte Chayula, freaking disciple of Zoth, you know? Freaking prophet of Toll, I don't know. Abyssal Lich, but it's like every class. You know, I like that. I like that as well. Secret. Sub ascendancy changes. Or are you just not changes, just secret sub ascendancies? Like Abyss Lich. We won't even know if that board gets checked, though. That'll be like a later on thing. Unless they tell us in the preview, which I feel like it'd be unlikely if they did the same thing they did with Abyss Lich, where it's like just some secret thing people find about later. Don't put that next to the other ascendancy points. Yeah, good point. Good point. Move it to another spot on the board. Holy. Secret ascendancies. Secret sub ascendancies. Like Abyss Lich. Perfect. Nice grid. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's a good looking grid. Okay, it's a good looking grid. I'm just saying. Anyone here played Affliction League? Yep. I think a lot of us probably did. Ivory Tower Balbala nerf? I think that's highly unlikely. Balbala is an item that just gets outclassed by like Mage Blood once you have it. It's good on SSF, very good. And Ivory Tower is just kind of niche. Ivory Tower is life to ES scaling or a mana build. Right? It's got like 2 use cases. They're not very high use cases. It's like 2% play rate. Impale? Impale is usually just kind of outclassed by elemental builds more recently. So it's just not very high play rate because it's just like you could play Fizz base or you could just deal more damage with elemental. Dot overhaul would include Death's Oath. Yeah, okay, here's include Death's Oath. Here's what happens when they do dot changes. Okay, here's what happens to Death's Oath. For those of you who don't know. You have a bunch of meaningful changes to some dot skills, and then Death's Oath gets 250 base damage added. Also known as still completely irrelevant, it's wholly bad damage. That's the Death's Oath change log, man. Just look at the Death's Oath change log. 500, guess what it got? Now it's 750. What did it go from 750? 1K. What did it get? Oh, then it went to 1250. It could have gotten 1250 at this very patch, and it still would have been irrelevant. It needs to go to like 5K, and that's probably not happening. Invisible aura? Oh, like so you could actually see it on screen? That would be nice. You can see it by the very slowly moving HP bars of your enemies as you deal very little damage to them. And then you kill them with Caustic Arrow or Toxic Rain or any other dot skill because Death's Oath isn't actually doing damage. Nerf Ultimatum, please? Whoa. What Ultimatum do to you, man? I think Ultimatum is not... It hasn't reached the public's eyes. It's probably safe. And my axe, yo, appreciate the sub, man. Thanks, Applin. Did you see the site built for creating bingo boards? Do you think I care about the site built for creating bingo boards? Nah, man. Nah. We do these organically, okay? Organic bingo boards. Is the MS Paint community? Hell yeah, it is. All right, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more squares to fill. How are we feeling right now? More T17s. Crafting? Do we think there's going to be new crafting currency? Or do we think it's going to be more of a mapping league? EE moved to T0? Okay, EE lightning builds in general. Last league, Doriani. This league, I have a hard time seeing it have anywhere close to as much play rate it had when you take away Doriani Merc. Last league was literally just all lightning builds get 5x damage, which made them disproportionately higher play rate than every other archetype, right? You take that away, I don't think it looks as hot as it did. Because it has way less damage without it. Yo, appreciate the sub, Wham Wham. Thanks, man. Risk Scarab nerf. You know what? I could see that. Risk Scarab gets the axe. We'll put that one right here. It's getting it. Does anyone have 50,000 reward points to get Lance to play Flicker? No. Hopefully not. Can we have your face cam as the Pathfinder below the MS Paint? Let me get this straight. You want me to take this. Wait, is my webcam even displaying right now? My webcam source break? It looks like my webcam source is just broken. Yeah, I don't know. My webcam course is just broken. I'll have to fix it another time. It will, like, when I reboot the stream, but I don't want to like close the stream out and reboot it right now. Shave head for 5 subs you down? No. If I was doing shave head, it would be like 50,000. I don't want to shave my head. Chaos inoculation nerf? I don't think they're touching chaos inoculation. Put breach rings change for PoE2 version higher quality ceiling on the board. Breach ring change? That I could see. Breach rings are pretty non-usable right now. I don't know about 40 quality, but it could be a lot of different things. Breach rings. Giga buffed. I could see them giving it a nice buff. Breach rings are basically non-usable currently. Holy, that's a bad arrow. Let's try a little bit harder to make it. That's better-ish. Nice Xmas tree. It's close enough, guys. It's close enough. Okay, what do you mean? Okay, hold on. The treadmill just finished, guys. We're going to put this to the side. Good walking sesh. Tota returns. I don't know. Tota returns seems so unlikely to me. They showcased a teaser of what the tree's going to look like. And they didn't have any new nodes that related to Tota at all. Volcanic Fissure snaking nerf should be on there. It is. Slam package. Slam package nerf is there. Did you notice the wildwood or sentinel added to the tree? No, I did not notice. The only changes I saw to the tree were beyond nodes got moved where the breach clusters used to be. Which I guess maybe signals the potential rework to beyond. Pedal buff? I don't know, man. I feel like pedals is one of those systems where they add, regret they added it, and then they're just gonna like pretend it doesn't exist, and I'm gonna pretend it doesn't exist. Chess mastery for all archetypes? Nah. I think they're more likely to add in stuff like they did for Blight, where you just click the chest and it opens all the nearby ones, than they are to add chess mastery. Why isn't Golem nerfs in the middle space? Because I don't think Golems are going to get nerfed. I think Golems being nerfed is very, very unlikely. Golems literally just got buffed last patch? Correct. They got buffed last patch, and they didn't go from a, like, they didn't go to a 30% play rate. They went to a 9% play rate, which is similar to a lot of other ascendancy types, right? I don't care about the pedals, ironic because they increase to what I'm farming. Yeah, they have very high loot multipliers, right? Wait, does this hide that when I do that? Okay, I can't minimize that. Do people get priced out of running golems? No, you can run golems, you just click elementalist. There's not like a price requirement to clicking elementalist. I league started elementalist because of those golem nodes, and I had a good time with it. Bow node added to gladiator? I don't know, man. That's hyper specific. Do I want to add more ascendancy things besides Scion? What other ascendancies do we think we could get hit with some reworks or overhauls? I kind of want to put Inquiz on there a little bit. Champion changes? They did just a bunch of champion changes last patch, right? With the fortify stuff. Occultus. I feel like Occultus and Inquiz are on the list of ascendancies that have just not gotten changed for a long time. They're also like kind of good as they are right now. And Occultus did get Vile Bastion, so it got something last league. It wasn't much though. Last change to Inquiz was a nerf. Yeah, Inquiz hasn't been changed much at all or in recent history. I'm going to put an Inquiz and Occultus just because I feel like those are some of the ascendancies that have had the least changes in the longest time. Similar to Assassin, but at least they're like good. Inquisitor, Occultist, reworks. Colt's got the ES block node. Yeah, it was a really small change though. Like I would kind of hope Occultus would get more than just this. Like this was a very good change, right? It definitely made Occultus a viable option for some builds for sure, but kind of would hope they would do more than that. Below the other ascendancies node. Oh yeah, that's right. We can't really put it there. Let's say ascendancies. Let's go Aki, Inquiz. Is Slayer also hasn't been changed in a really long time? I'm trying to think what ascendancies really haven't got money reworks in a long time. feel like Slayer kind of fits that list. Jug. Would Jug class? I mean, yeah, maybe Jug too. Jug got some small different things that have occurred with like endurance charge changes, but it's still been kind of the same package. Yeah, we'll have this, the ascendancies that haven't really gotten proper reworks. They've been like just good though. They've been like for the most part usable. People have been playing them, so maybe they just won't change them. Reworks mean Freesia? No, not necessarily. Like they could, if they rework an ascendancy, they could add a node that maybe was something from Freesia. I don't think they're gonna add Freesia though. ES buffed? Who let this man cook? I had ES buffed on the last bingo board, and I was correct on the last bingo board. And I had people like you coming in and telling me this man's cooked. And I've had that happen multiple times now. I think ES should get nerfed. Do not misunderstand this. I think it should get nerfed. I think it's OP. I don't know what's going on with GGG, but they seem incapable of nerfing it. It just freaking every time it just comes back stronger. Maybe some brand buffs? Ward buffs? I don't know, guys. I don't know. I think just other stuff is higher on the docket list of things that have wanted changes for longer. I don't agree with you or Dreamcore on ES nerfs. Life builds should just get buffed. There are people that have that opinion. I mean, we're going to have to agree to disagree. You want them to just make numbers up, up, up. I prefer the game to stay some level of balance, so that way there's some level of challenge. I think that's important to this game. I think if we're talking number just go up, that's the Diablo strategy. Just to make everything good, and then nothing matters, and then why play the game? But we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that. ES is broken, or certain ascendancy broken with ES. I think it doesn't matter what class you pick. The right way to build the character is ES. Pretty much every single time, and I think that's problematic. He's hallucinating YouTube. I'm not hallucinating. They're real people, guys. They're real people. Do you think ES leech is an issue? I think ES is good without leech. I think you delete leech from being able to occur with ES, and it's insanely good. So ES has multiple good recovery options. One, regen when your ES pool is 40, 50,000 is insane. Okay, you have 10% regen at 50k. That's 5k a second. That's the same thing as having 100% regen a second with life. Okay, and you're not getting 100% regen as life. That's point number one. Point number two is recover on block. Point number three, leech, instant. Like you have all these different sources that are insane recovery. It's not just leech. You have multiple things, and they're all tied to the fact if you have big number, they're insane. You think we're gonna see changes to reflect? I think we're gonna see changes to reflect. Nah, I think reflect's gonna be the same way it is right now. Do you think acing dump tabs are gonna suck for noobs? They'll dump synth rings for 10C. What? If somebody is gonna list an item for 10C, whether or not they're listing it in a dump tab or not, just changes how fast they list it for 10C. I, for one's not going to use the acing tabs at all. I guess you're... you're lying to yourself. Either you're an SSF player, which, you know, fair enough. But if you're playing Trade League, you're going to use acing trade. either you're going to be forced into it, and because everybody that lists his item is going to list their items on async, and you're going to have to buy from people who are using it, or you're going to realize this is a stupid hill to die on, and you're going to list your items on async trade. If you're playing SSF, like, sure. I mean, yeah, you're playing SSF, but like, if you're playing trade at any way, shape, or form, you're going to run into async trade. Mark called out one rework at 327 launch. Maybe we'll see if he follows it through. He said that as a throwaway line, right? But even then, I still feel like as a throwaway line, he might still do it just because he said it out loud. Okay. 4 more options, guys. I kind of want to put shield skills on here. Shield skills giga buffed. I want to cope, okay? They had a shield skill character in multiple of their teasers. Let me cope. Okay, let me cope. Shield skills are in a pretty rough state. Buffs to shield skills could be real, okay? They could be real. If we bought them for PoE2, we get them for PoE1. Yes, your stash tabs are going to be on both PoE1 and PoE2, unless you like create a separate new account. If you use your same account for PoE1 as PoE2, all MTX that you buy in one game, all stash tabs will be usable on the other game. So if you're a PoE2 player who has stash tabs and stuff from PoE2, that stuff will exist in PoE1. Here, I'll give a little example of this real quick. I have bought on PoE1 the hideout, the let me just go to Mercenaries League. On PoE2, I bought the supporter pack for the Of the Gods hideout or whatever. I can't remember which one that was from. And I've used that in PoE2. But if I go here to Helena and I go select hideout, you'll notice right over, let's see where it is. Plateau of the Gods, right? This is a hideout I have in PoE2. It's here as well. Weird flex, but okay. It's not a flex. I'm just saying, if you spend MTX, just for the people that are like played PoE2, haven't played PoE1, and they're coming over to play PoE1, whatever MTX you have or stash tabs, they'll be in both. That's all. I'm just trying. What's the Eye of Sauron doing? I'm just trying to point out that GGG knows about the slam package, and they're looking at spell suppress. I don't know if they're actually doing that, but that's kind of how I feel about it. I didn't know there was another hideout besides Turtle. There isn't really. Let's be honest. Turtle's the GOAT. You mean the 666? It's GGG, guys. It's clearly the Eye of Sauron. Suppress could use a nerf. The reason I put suppress on here is because Mark literally mentioned it when they were talking about deflection, how it was problematic. It literally like was mentioning suppress. Distributed async flashbang hideouts. Oh no, the async flashbang distributed. The hell's wrong with you, Doggomon? If you use deflect logic, though, that means they're gonna buff trickster. Deflect logic? They're gonna wait. Okay, wait. What are you saying, Connor? How is that a buff to trickster? Are you just saying because you just wouldn't have to spend any points for suppress? Trickster already doesn't have to spend much points for suppress, right? Trickster already has suppress cap pretty built in. Like, it's not many passive points, and you'd rather have it capped versus never capped. Where is RF getting a single target buff, making it the most insane skill in the game and everybody loves their life? Dot archetype overhaul could be an RF buff, maybe, if they do it. If. Soul Eater getting nerfed? Maybe. Nah, I think that's kind of unlikely. Soul Eater, I think, will still be what it is right now. Indigon cap removed and replica mage blood added for one unique flask. Whoa there, Connor. Relax. Okay, Connor. Relax. They're not giving you Indigon cap removed with the replica mage blood. Yeah, shut up. Okay, Connor. You're coping too hard. Connor's like, just give me infinite damage, please, GGG. Please. One infinite damage. He's out of control. I need one of the two. You're not getting either of those things. Okay, Connor? They put the cap on there for a reason. You're not getting them either of those things. No cap on the stack. You are coping. You are coping. He's out of control. For real. No, guys. Connor, stop it. You're not one of the kids. You shouldn't be using that lingo, okay? It does not suit you. Okay? It does not suit you. Attribute stacking, soft cap? Soft cap already exists, as in you can only get so much, right? You're limited by gear, passives, etc. Why spell suppress is too powerful? It's how do I put this? 50 DR for spells that requires very low investment. If you are anywhere close to inveterate, you are all but guaranteed or required to click those nodes because they're so valuable. It's just too much consistent DR for not that much investment. That's the thought process. Also, I feel like Mark mentioned it when they were talking about deflection. They referenced it, so it's maybe something that's on their mind. Whether or not they nerf it, I don't know. Maybe they won't, but I think it's possible. Without suppress, dodge builds would suck though. I'm not saying remove suppress from the tree. I'm saying nerf. What they choose to do with it, I don't know. They could change it in a lot of ways. Like they could give it deflection treatment. They could lower its DR from 50 to like 40. You know, who knows what they do. Suppress only applies to life. That would nerf suppress because you just wouldn't click suppress as an ES build, and ES build would still be stronger. That would be a way to nerf ES more than it would nerf suppress. Well, I guess I would nerf suppress too, because your late game build still wouldn't use it then. Where's the Sanctum buffs on the bingo board? The Sanctum buffs? I don't think they're touching Sanctum. I'm not putting that on there. I think it's kind of unlikely. We have 3 spots left. I want to put something that at least I have some semblance of belief could happen. I don't think Sanctum's happening. Suppress is not so powerful, so it's never going to be a nerf. That's your opinion. Suppress not strong. That is an opinion. I think it's strong. You think it's strong? We're going to have to disagree on that. Could they put gateway points on pass tree? Gateway points? Like to teleport around? I don't know about gateway points on the tree. Gateway points, I feel like you add that sort of thing and that ends up making the tree less interesting, because what ends up happening is certain gateways would just link to specific spots that are just overly strong together. And then you'd have more trees doing the same thing that are forced into the same nodes. Wazda's going to be tied to when they finish all the MTX conversion. And as far as I can tell, they're pretty far from that. So I don't think Wazda's happening. Everyone just goes to the bottom right for suppress. Yeah, if there's a gateway to swap over and grab suppress, then yeah, every tree's grabbing it. So Jonathan regrets Scion. I think Scion's one of the best parts of this part of the tree. These center points of the tree is a good part of this tree being interesting. Like, I feel like that's one of the problems we have with PoE 2 is PoE 2 you just always do this path around thing. And because you don't have an interesting option that gives you the ability to say, maybe I want to go and divert the depth of my tree. PoE 2 is literally just, let's path around the outside. That's just what it ends up being. Hey, Dr. Sadistic, how you doing, man? New scarabs? I have my one scarab thing on here. What do I have? I have risk scarabs being nerfed somewhere on here, I think. Yeah, I have my risk scarab on here. Nerf League incoming? I don't think it's going to be a Nerf League. I think we're going to get a lot of buffs and not that many nerfs, to be honest. A straight line to getting chilled to ground immunity while getting every jewel stock out of the way. Yep. Classic. Feels like PoE 2. Nah, it's definitely one of the biggest weaknesses of PoE 2. Its tree is not an interesting puzzle. Dual wield buffs? Dual wield is in a pretty rough spate. Maybe. Adorned revert copium? No. Please no. Please no. I don't want to have every build I play the best way to build it is adorned. That was painfully overpowered. It was literally just every build needed that. And then that means you just didn't care about the tree. Adorned was very bad for tree being interesting because you just should always path every jewel socket imaginable. Make Adorned be 101. I mean, okay, it wouldn't be like that if they made like Adorned like a 110. Like then it would feel like Adorned is more usable. Right now, Adorned feels pretty unusable because it's just so expensive in terms of rarity. So they could make it go to like 110 or something, which would mean there's 10 times the jewels available that are actually usable for builds. 125 copium? I think 125 might be too much. If it ignored jewels and clusters? True. They never gave us the original Adorned. The original Adorned it wasn't supposed to work in clusters, right? And it had some like bug issue initially, and then their bug fix was to make it just work everywhere, was their bug fix. So it never really got its initial release intention, which was way more balanced than what the bug fix version of it was. Make it 3 stats and have implicit prefix and suffix roll separately 50 to 150. Holy. That's messed up, Connor. That's messed up. So there's gonna be like one jewel the entire league that hits 150, 150, 150, and some guy just listed for 20 mirrors. Holy. Wait, let Connor cook. Yeah, he's on to something, guys. He's on to something. The 150, 150. One in every. What is that even? It's one in. Is that one in a million? 100 is 10K. That's one in a million, right? Bit over a mil, yeah, because that'd be one in what 101 options or 102 or whatever. Oh, that's funny. Screw it, let's put it on here. Weird adorn buff. 50 to 150 roll range. Suffix implicit. Prefix implicit. They're not gonna do this. It would be pretty hilarious though. There we go. Perfect. Bricked 2 bingo rolls. Yeah, I shouldn't have that on there. You guys are right. It does completely crangle these 2 bingos from ever occurring. all right, we can't do that. It does completely brick those 2 columns. Delve rework for sure. Nah, man. I think we're just getting breach. I don't. They referenced last league as they're doing a lot of endgame stuff, and they referenced this league as character balance. So I kind of just don't think there's going to be a lot of endgame stuff outside of the reworked ascendancies and the rework league, right? Or the rework league. ES buffs already bricks 2 columns. You guys want to see my bingo board from last patch? Let's see if I can find it. This is my bingo board from last patch. Yo, Verxel. Appreciate the sub, man. I had ES buffed on here, right? Unique currency, passive changes, some form of Farisha, Sanctum, Tota, self skills, Trickster, Zenith, new base slots. Wait, did I not actually put ES buff on here? Friggin' slacking. ES builds did get better though. Did I actually not put it on here? I'm slacking, man. Actually slacking. Yeah, I don't think it doesn't look like I did actually. Freaking amateur mode. My wife said this was a perfect bingo board too. Yep. 100%. Swap Toto is back real quick. I don't think Toto's happening. I don't have any faith in Toto. I had more faith last patch. What are we thinking about Assassin? Pretty good DPS Ascendancy. I like it. I'll probably play Assassin with the changes. Updated graphics. Every patch they do like the freaking updated environments, blah 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 effects, blah blah blah. Like every league they change a little bit of things. I don't think we're getting anything like big like a character model rework until they do all the MTX re-rigging, which is stuff they're working through. Under over on 50 MTX. I think that's well, that'd be a PoE2 patch, right? They wouldn't have the MTX conversions for PoE1. New Vault Pass. Yep, they do one like every league. I'm gonna add new crafting currency. I'm gonna believe in breach orb. Become a breach orb believer today, guys. Breach orb is real. Okay, breach orb is coming to a theater near you. Trust. Trust in breach orb. Borb stonks. That's right. Borb stonks are up, man. Smells right. Looking at the tiles, why does it look like PoE is turning into PoE 2? Is this a new meta conversation that we're gonna have? Wait. Is this like the reverse of the oh no, it's becoming more like PoE 1? Is this like the reverse, the counter to that group is the oh no, we're becoming more like PoE 2? What does any of this stuff have to do with PoE 2 anyways? Okay. Gruthamac, what are you linking right now? Gruthamac, what is this? Nah. No, I'm not looking at that. What the hell? What the hell is that, Gruthamac? A little bit further? Nope. Nope. I don't want to see what the rest of that is. Auto pass. Self-cast buffs. Do I want to put self-cast buffs in one of my last two squares? I already have wand archetype here. I have dot archetype here. I don't want it to share the same square with any other archetype. How about this? How about this? We'll change where the new crafting orbs. We'll put new crafting orbs here. New crafting breach orbs. And then we can maybe consider an arc, because that way it doesn't land. Well, it would land in the shield skills buffs column. Self-caster buffs. Self-caster buffs. Trust. And you know what's going to happen with self-caster buffs? It's actually just going to buff mines, and mines are still going to just be better most of the time than self-cast. It's going to be one of those. It's going to be one of those situations. They keep trying to buff self-cast. It's just not possible. All COC exists. Just self-casting ever going to be better if you have something auto. Yeah, well, that's the point. Usually that's what happens. They buff a specific spell, and it usually buffs mines, cast on crit, traps. You just use like the better delivery package a lot of times. We do have mines on here, so I guess I forgot about aeroplane's mines prediction. I did forget about the mines prediction. Shield skills needs an arrow. True. We do need to add one for shield skills. This is harder than it looks, I swear. It's harder than it looks, I swear. And I know you guys are being very judgy about my drawing capabilities here, okay? But it is harder than it looks. You gotta trust me on that, man. This bingo has way too many buffs. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buff squares and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nerf squares. And overhaul ones could go either way. I think they would tend to lean in the buff direction, so maybe We'll do like a yellow up arrow for overhauls. Most likely a buff, but sometimes when they do reworks, they end up being not buffs. A hesitant yellow arrow for the overhauls. Boop. Where are the other archetype rework ones? Ascendancy. Do it with up and down arrow. That's a good idea. Could go either way. Could go either way. Cruel to make bro draw even more arrows? That's what I'm saying. This is messed up. This is messed up. These things are hard to draw. If they added crossbows this league, seems unlikely. Turn that down. It's a little bit too loud. Paint has a preset arrow? Wait, does it? Oh my. It's okay. We don't need that. Okay, we don't need that. It's too late now. We're doing the custom arrows, okay? It's too late now, okay? Race for new Ubers? I could be down for that. Okay, well, that's kind of the same square as the new Ubers square, right? If we get the new Ubers, we're getting a race, right? Those are kind of paired. I don't want to do like the same thing, basically. What's happening to the mercs? They're getting removed. And the Charthus gems are going to heist. Cast stun deleted? I don't feel like cast stun's on the radar of being nerfed or buffed. I highly doubt they would do anything to cast stunned. Svalin nerf? Svalin's not good. So I highly doubt it's getting nerfed. Svalin is like, it's like a band-aid for builds that have terrible defense where they can pretend they're tanky because they're just not getting hit very often. But it's not actually good. It'd be funny if they nerf Svalin anyways. That would be funny. Like part of me would be like, yes, serves these glazers right for overglazing a mid-tier unique. That's like the evil part of me who kind of wants it to get nerfed just so the glazers suffer. Svalin's also quite rare. Yeah, they gave it a very big drop rate nerf this patch, right? With making it one drop less from the dude, but also the fight's harder to find, right? Okay, what else do we have here? Async plus async dump tabs, blah blah blah, transfigured skills, sub-ascendancies. This is a buff, right? They take some underused uniques, give it some love. That's a buff, right? That's an up arrow. Reservation is a who freaking knows. Might be a buff, might be a nerf. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I mean to destroy your guys' ears right there. Gold gain buffs? Gold gain buffs? I mean, gold is just like, it's just how GG wants to balance it. They could buff how much gold they get, or they could make the amount of gold necessary to trade less. Like, same accomplishment, right? Just depends how much they want to change gold around. They might do something with gold. I feel like it's like a relatively non-change, so I don't know. I don't want to put it on here. Like, if they do it cool if they don't do it, whatever, you know. How much time left until the stream? Are you serious right now? Not big enough? Bigger, please. Because you didn't have the secret hidden timer? Yeah, I guess not. Can we have your webcam tiny inside of the O of October? My webcam's bricked. I tried to open it earlier and it... Sometimes if I open my OBS and the webcam doesn't like boot up at the same time, it's just bricked until I close out OBS. But to do that, I would have to shut down the stream and restart it and stuff. So I'm just going to not worry about it. Forgotten Ellie, you're paying for an emote? You want Smile to be added? Did you pay for this? I'm going to make this all caps so that way it doesn't just occur. Wait, do we already have it? We already have it. No, I'm not. We already have it. People are using it. Yeah. It already exists. Okay, we're not adding it. It's already there. Minus 30K. Hey, already had it. That's why you check. That's why you check to be sure before you put those numbers up, you know what I'm saying? Also, maybe sometimes there are people, aka some of the mods, are willing to refund, but not all of them. And I don't know how to refund, okay? So don't put that on me, okay? That's above my pay grade, you know what I'm saying? It's okay, I'll refund. Okay, there you go. You got Poe Hunger. Poe Hunger's gonna hook you up. I need a monk. Did anyone else stop listening when he said towers? He said towers, and I just like, I can't freaking believe this guy. I just freaking, my brain said I am no longer interested in what this guy has to say. He said towers, and I was disgusted. Just instantly, just triggered me. No deal. Towers and I'm out. Yep. What do you think? What do you think the PoE community has hated more, towers or Archnem? What do you guys think? All of random mechanics they've had in over the years of PoE, do you think Archnem was more hated or towers? That's a pretty evenish split. I'm gonna pull it. I'm kind of curious. If you guys are, which one do you hate more? Which is worse? Towers, Archnem. I'll say which was worse. All right, I'll give you guys 2 minutes. Are you a tower hate more or Archnem hate more? Of mechanics that GGG has had in PoE/PoE2, which one was a worse situation? What would chat decide? Anyone that doesn't say Archnem is a new player, I mean, that's a good point. There's probably a lot of people that don't know what Archnem was or didn't experience Archnem. Towers is blight. No, towers. We're talking Path of Exile 2. Towers. What's Archnem? Okay, so for context, for those of you who don't know what Archnem was, so how long ago was this? This was 316, 314. I don't remember what league it was. It was like 10 leagues ago. They decided to do an overhaul to rares. Rares are everywhere in the game, And that overhaul included giving random damage immunity, and some other like sets of garbage mods. So you could run into a monster that was like immune to fire damage, and you're a fire build, and you're just like, yo, what the hell? Or adaptive resistance. Adaptive resistance was like, hey, I see you're doing fire damage. I'm gonna suddenly be super tanky to fire damage. there were some pretty cancerous mods. How about going through some unban requests? Going through unban requests? Dude, I don't know. Going through unban requests is depressing sometimes, I feel like. Looks like Archdem's winning the vote, though. Of the people in chat, there's more Archdem haters. But yeah, Archdem was it was a interesting time. It was an interesting time. I think me personally, I think I would still put towers. I would probably still vote towers, just because I feel like if I had to choose between having Archdem in the game or having a bad Atlas system, I'd rather deal with Archdem. But I don't know, dude. Archdem did have some annoyances for sure in it. But my thought process is I'd rather deal with random garbage rares than deal with not having like the PoE 1 Atlas. Everything has felt better since that, although Necropolis was close. Necropolis was close. Necropolis, what did Necropolis have? Are you talking about like the monsters you would run into depending on what monster type? Because they had like the all flame stuff and like this random mob types that could be pretty rough. I never logged into Calandra after the first week. Yeah, Calandra had they how many times did they buff Calandra? They buffed it quite a few times. 800 corpses needed to craft. Oh, the system for crafting. This is my controversial take, and I always often debate chatters about this, but I just can't agree with saying, okay, I like Necropolis system was the league that forced me to buy 5 extra quad tabs. I'm not denying it had issues. It had issues. But if you're going to talk to me about crafting items and say, oh no, the trading was too much, and the comparison is buying thousands upon thousands of resonators to try to craft a similar item, like, come on. It's not close in terms of like tedium and effort. Because like the items you can make with Necropolis, if you're doing like an 80 corpse craft, you're talking about a like best in slot item. You can make pretty good items with not that many corpses and not that much effort. But if you're talking like best in slot, like perfect, like triple fractures, etc., like it's, come on, it's not comparable. Necropolis is a good business strat. I don't know if they intended it to be a business strat, but that's definitely what a large amount of the public thought, because it really was like super forced. You only had 60 like corpses you could bank was like nowhere near enough. Every corpse took up a 1x2 slot. Like it was the league. I went from 1 quad tab to like 5 quad tabs. So I guess it worked, you know. 100% on purpose. I don't want to believe it's on purpose. Whether or not it was, I don't want to live with the thought process that they purposely made it that bad, because that'll just make me just be unhappy about playing PoE, you know. I'm going to assume that it was an unintentional side effect that they didn't fully think through. Because if I live with the thought process that they intentionally made it that way, then that makes me upset, you know? And then I'm just an upset person while playing PoE. And I'm just gonna not believe that. That's how I'm gonna choose to live day by day. If it wasn't intentional, why didn't they patch more space in the morgue? Same reason they don't do a lot of extra patches throughout the league is they stop. Like they take their devs and they say, okay, it's time to work on X, Y, or Z. right? Like, we did get patches initially. Like, they did do some things to improve Necropolis. And then they were, like, out, you know? Like, right now with this 2-month cycle with PoE and PoE 2, it's pretty much they're here for 1 week and they're gone. Whereas it used to be maybe they're here for 3 weeks and they're gone, right? Never played PoE 1, but I'm going to play this league. Hell yeah, stuff. I think you'll have a lot of fun. Hopefully you're excited to try it out. You gonna make any endgame version of Blight Contagion? If we get a Dara archetype overhaul and one of those things is improving Blight Contagion or Hyro Ascendancy for that build, then it's interesting to me. Most likely, usually every league, I typically pick my league starter based on something that got a big change or overhaul or got something new. Last league, I played Elementalist Peacock of Bouncing because I liked how Elementalist looked for a dot build on league start. So I played Elementals last league, and the league before, I played Berserker Slams because I liked the changes they did to Berserkers. So like Settlers, I played Berserker, and then Mercenaries, I played Elementalist. So if we get some big Ascendancy overhauls, that's going to probably dictate what I play. I usually like to play something that's different based on, you know, new stuff they do. What'd you play after your starter? So my starter was Peacock of Balancing Elementalist. The next build I played was Frost Cast on Crit. The build after that was, I think I was going to do an Armor Stack Champion, and then I chickened out of doing the Reflection, and then I played Animate Self-Reflect Lightsabers. So here's what happened. I was making amulets to try to pay for the ridiculous cost of reflecting a +8 for the basically what is an aura stacker. Let's be honest, armor stacker is just an aura stacker. That's pretty much what it is. And so I was paying for those reflections by doing amulet crafts, and then at some point I hit the very rare outcome of a +2 all, which is weirdly decent for animated self-reflection, which is what I wanted to what basically got me excited about playing that, and it gave me an excuse to not keep being tied to this freaking I need to make money to burn locks to make the +8, right? How much do you think they can nerf E-Blade by for it to still be good? E-Blade? That depends on a lot of factors. They could probably nerf it by a decent amount, though. Like, are they nerfing ES? That affects E-Blade. Are they not nerfing ES, but they're only nerfing some of the DPS of E-Blade? You know, like, it depends how they choose to nerf things on it, or if they even do. What Frost means? That's the FR Soul Sacrifice, enabled by Whisper's Amulet, this bad boy right here. Very, very good build. If Whispers doesn't get changed, and it doesn't get a drop rate, it's going to be a fantastic build to go for. It gets around, like, the vast majority of map mods. Can recommend. But we'll see. I think they're going to at least drop rate nerf Whispers. So my guess is it'll just be a much more expensive build to make because this item's going to become rare, is my guess. How many hours till reveal, chat? Hold on, I got this. Enhance. Enhance. How many hours, guys? How do you think? Is it today? Yes, it is today. Do you really think ES is getting buffed with how many of the endgame builds have been made up of CI, ES, and stacking builds for different varieties? I think, and I keep saying this, I think ES deserves a nerf. I think it's OP. However, I don't feel like GGG has ever nerfed ES, and it's been OP for way longer than just last patch. It's been OP. I think ES was better than life builds by a good margin before they gave us the new bases. And then they gave us the new bases in what? It was the league after Necropolis. Was it Settlers? We had a year-long league of those ES bases dominating. And what did they do the next patch? They didn't nerf ES. So like, I don't know. I'm gonna start just putting ES buffs on all my bingo boards until it actually happens, because I feel the same way in PoE too. I feel like it's just not balanced well. Repeat everyone else, Jackfrog? No, dude. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are coming in asking the same thing. I think ES is always a better PoE1. Yeah, I think so too. I started playing in Breach League, and in Breach League, it felt like ES was better than Live. Granted, I didn't really know what I was doing, but like, at every league as I played the game more, I started to understand it a little bit better. But I think back then it was better, and I don't think there's been a patch where I felt like Life was better than ES. What's the last bingo square? I haven't decided. We do need to put something there though. If you were in charge of nerfing ES, what would you do? I would nerf the amount of flat you can get. I would nerf bases. You could nerf it in a number of ways. You could nerf the access point to percent scaling. Like, for example, you could say, you know what? Int no longer gives percent ES. That's one of the things you could do. I still think that wouldn't be enough, but like, you have to nerf it some way. You have to nerf its flat. You have to nerf its percent scaling. You have to nerf one of those two things, I think. The number is just too big. You could go a different route. You could say, let's make ES terrible to play by getting rid of all its recovery. You could do a number of things, but you have to nerf it in some way, I think. Either nerfing how much you can get, how easily it's recovered, which you would have to brick its recovery, which I don't know if that's a feels good solution. That just might make ES builds not fun to play, considering how the game has so much of the game is built around you getting like chip damage over and over again. I feel like if you gave it this situation where you kill its recovery, ES would just be dissolution, you know, at that point, if you kill its recovery. So I think I would prefer them balancing the numbers more than killing the recovery. Unscalable, 10 seconds to begin recovery. Yeah, like if you did something like that, then it's just dissolution. And dissolution builds, I'm somebody who likes dissolution builds, but I feel like more and more with T17s, etc., dissolution doesn't fit well in the current game. There's too many mechanics that are just constant chip damage. And then like I have somebody who's liked playing dissolution builds, but I've been like less and less inclined to do so. Because there's just so much with T17 mods. It's just so much of the game is just constant chip damage, which makes those builds feel bad to play. Buff Assassin? We already know they're buffing Assassin. We already saw the Assassin teaser, right? T17 changed for the last square? I'm down. I don't think it's likely though, because they're not really gonna do. I don't know though. They gave us 16.5's last patch. They said last patch was they were looking at endgames. I just don't think it's likely. I think we do another character balance thing. My axe. Yo, PK Rat. Appreciate the sub, man. I played Dissolution X-Blast Sabo in T17 Red Vials and you liked it? I mean, power to you. I don't know. I definitely have liked the Dissolution builds I've made in the past, but I don't know. I've just been less inclined to play them. I just the chip damage thing does kind of be frustrating for those types of build. New masteries added. Ooh, I would like new masteries. I'm down for that. New masteries. New masteries. Do I want to put new masteries or do I want to put something more extreme? Passive. I'm going to say big passive tree changes. Big passive tree changes. New skill tree. Not new skill tree, but like a lot of reworking to the passive tree itself. My axe. Yo, Mr. Goodwrench. Appreciate the sub, man. Int masteries deleted. int mastery is deleted? You just mean the int accuracy, int evasion? Those are definitely problematic masteries for sure. They very much contribute to the int archetype. It's kind of hilarious when Dex gets evasion and accuracy, and int has ES and mana, which is just way better. And then on top of that, int's just like, you know what? I like evasion and accuracy too. I'll have those as well. It's just freaking hilarious. It turns out I do what you do better than you do it. Mine now, yeah, just yoink. Okay, you know what? Speaking of, maybe we will put some attribute. The thing is, if I come to the conclusion or come to the belief that they'd be willing to nerf ES or nerf int or nerf attributes or change attributes, that would be a nerf to ES, and that does conflict with my inner belief that they're unwilling to nerf ES. I don't think I'll put it on there. I don't think it's happening. Because that is int is kind of a problematic scaling with how much it gets. Unwilling or unable? Well, it's one or the other, right? If ES isn't getting nerfed, then they're not nerfing int, because int is tied to ES. They are linked 1-to-1. If you nerf int, you're nerfing ES. Like whenever people are like, Lance, why do you put int on all your pieces of gear on an ES build? It's like, why do you think? It's freaking 1% ES per 5 int. Just do the math, okay? The character that has int for this versus the character that doesn't have int on their gear has twice the ES. They're very much linked. Too much strings attached to int to nerf, I think. You think they wouldn't nerf it because it's paired with so many things? I think that's part of the reason it probably needs a nerf, is it's so much scaling. Is the ES a problem that it's high numbers? I think that's a very large part of the problem. Why would I play a 5k life build when I can play a 25k ES build? I think the high number is a very problematic thing. Never played PoE1. Is it worth giving it a shot? I think you'll very much enjoy it. If you like PoE2, if you like a lot of the core concepts of build making and stuff like that, you'll probably enjoy it quite a bit. I think they haven't done it yet because of how much time they'd have to devote to the aftermath of like players being upset or having to rework stuff or whatnot. Blue Life looks better. It does have aesthetic appeal. I can't deny that. Unless you got that Purple Life Affliction MTX. What if they made int scale flat ES? They made int scale flat ES? That could... I mean, it depends how much flat. I mean, it's ultimately just kind of like a math equation of how much can you get, how useful is this stat for that sort of thing, right? They were willing to give a bunch of attribute stack nerfs to PoE1, or not PoE1, PoE2, right? When they nerfed the attribute stack archetype in PoE2. So maybe they would be willing to do it. Guess we're going to find out today. Is this the day? Does GGG take the axe to the ES? Are they willing to chop? Is it a hammer? No, it's an axe, guys. It's an axe. It's clearly an axe. It's a battle axe, okay? And my axe. Hammer. It's not a hammer, guys. It's an axe. Is that a no, it's... All right, you know what? You know what we're going to do for this little situation? All right. You happy now? Are we satisfied? It's an axe, guys. It's clearly an axe, okay? Please fix that 1x1 white pixel. Your wish is my command. I love to help out chatters that are worried about 1x1 pixels. It's Yuri's favorite. It's an axe! Okay. Anyone who's honest with themselves understands that's an axe. I'm not going to argue with you guys about this anymore, okay? I'm not going to fight with you guys about whether or not this is an axe or a hammer, okay? Everybody knows it's Ziri's disdain is an axe, okay? This bingo board is the biggest copium I've seen in a while. What are you talking about? This is a good bingo board, man. This bingo board is very classy, okay? We have some buffs, we have some nerfs, we have some in-betweens. It's got a good mixture, okay? You're a parent, Captain Salt. You need to have thicker skin than this. I wish upon you infinite cycle of Y later, so you can tough it up. I don't know what the hell that means. There's no way any of the lines on this board are filled. Okay, come on. What do you want me to put on? You want me to put assassin, rework, freaking beyond nodes moved? You want me to put just stuff we already know? That's not interesting at all. I'm not going to put stuff that's already been revealed. Like async trade, I wasn't going to put on. The reason I put this on here is because I added dump tabs, which we don't know. They haven't confirmed that, right? You know what I mean? Like, top horizontal seems the most likely. Big passive tree change, ES buff, new Ubers, slam package. Yeah, top horizontal's got a good chance. Top horizontal's got a good chance. Honestly, I could see one of these happening too. If they're doing a lot of if they're doing like a big character balance, maybe they hit a lot of ascendancies. Right? I could see this one rolling through. Risk scarab nerf, mines buffed, new breach specific mods. Like that, hey, that seems like it could occur, right? This is possible. That's got some chances. Do you have any RF plans this league? I usually play at least one RF build per league. If I play one this league right now, it would be Elementalist, unless there's some big changes to some other ascendancies. That gets me excited about another way to build. But right now, if I play RF this league, barring they don't do other ascendancy reworks, it'd probably be Elementalist. Whether or not I league started or not is a different story, though. Life not affected by chaos item? I don't think they would add that because Divine Flush exists. Barf? Barf is an idea I've not committed to yet, but if we do Barf, I think it would be Scion. I do kind of want to do Barf. Barf would be fun, probably. Poison Stormbrand Assassin? I mean, you could do that. I don't think you should do that, though, because it's Stormbrand, and Stormbrand's effectiveness is relatively low. Would you RF Arcane Devotion? Arcane RF is just kind of weak. If you do Arcane RF, you probably do it as Hyra, though, because you need the mana scaling for that to work out. Sun or Elementals doesn't have a lot of mana scaling. Would you still give 3 item slots for Reverse Chill and Peaconk Ellie? Would I still give 3 item slots for Reverse Chill and Peaconk Ellie? I enjoyed it. I don't know if I would. Well, it depends what my last setup was. I was pretty happy with the setup I went in to start doing void maps, to be honest. Although I was also going a bit more tanky than I needed to be. Like, I used an entire damage link on making myself tankier to force in Bone Chill. I told you Glad was still bad when it dropped. Glad to see you agree with me now. I don't. I think Glad is decent and one of the better endgame builds. But it's not very popular. This is not me saying this is my personal opinion of these ascendancies. This is me saying that they did not succeed in the larger player base of being popular, of people wanting to click it. Glad is 100% much stronger than it used to be. That I'm very confident in. Not like a big fan of the ascendancy, but I don't think it's weak. Wazda control added? Nah, they're not adding Wazda. Wazda is contingent on what's it called? Them doing the MTX stuff. It's not though, that's a lie. What did I say was a lie, Mighty Bulpy? Glad is just an FF jewel for Slayer? I don't think that's true either. I can't in good conscience say Glad is weak when one of the best builds in the game, a build able to do Valdo maps, was a Glad. Like, that, I think that's just freaking... I think that's pretty disingenuous to, like, what that achievement is. What Glad build is that? It's an EE Molten Strike setup. Bossman Steve is pushing... Yeah, that's a good example, too. Steve is pushing Delve with Glad. Carried by Triple Block Shield? Triple Block Shield? No, you just do ES Recover on block. You don't, I'm pretty sure ES Recover on block is better than Triple Block. You can choose to do Triple Block, though. Is Steve doing Triple Block with his push? Or is he doing Recover? Bum 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 bum. Where is it? Ladder. Depth. Yeah, Steve's doing Triple Block. I definitely prefer Recover on block over Triple Block. He has the ES on spell block node. You can get ES Recover on block. It's only 50 though. Like that's pretty low compared to like a percent block. I guess that does help. The thing is, I guess he probably has a good amount of recovery from maybe instant leech or some other source besides just the recover. Yeah, this guy's doing a recover on block shield. Elementalist, holy. He's trying to pass Steve. Holy, he's coming for that. That's hilarious. I changed my mind. I might try some Battle Mage, Castle Grid Assassin shenanigans with Static Strike for some high base crit daggers and elusive. Good luck, Noah. Good luck. Best of luck to you. But yeah, Valdo maps, Delve push. I think for that reason you can't just say Glad's bad. If it can push the hardest content competitively with some of the other best ascendancies in the game, I feel like you gotta pay some respects to that. Well, that's why Steve's been playing. Yep, because somebody's pushing his rank 1 spot. An elementalist. That's really, really funny. Elementalist. Hey, okay, how you doing, man? It's enabled by the shield, though. It's an it. You're good without the shield. Also, the shield's going to exist next league. This is crazy. Is he using golems? This guy? Yep, he's using golems. He is using golems. It do appear, but it's mainly just an instack setup. And he's appreciating the all damage leech, ignite, and shock. Golem nerf Smodge? I don't think they're nerfing golems. The 4th place is a pure aura bot for his Merc. I mean, Mercs are really, really, really strong. I think Merc build was unironically probably the best Valdo build, at least for 90% less maps this league. Because it got around like so many of the map mods Merc bot did. It got around the 90% less map mod and a lot of the other ones too. Merc bots. This is EE. An EE delve pusher. Elementalist. What's the Inquis playing? The Inquis is playing Battle Mage. Caster. See if there's any other different ascendancies. Jug is playing Two Hand. Zenith. What the hell? Okay, wait, what? This guy is at 7k depth? What am I looking at? That's pretty hilarious. 7k depth. And he's using a circle of regret. My word. That is crazy. Where is his special block shield, guys? He's carried by Azadis, right? Right? How is he pushing 7k depth without the Azadis? That's the only way Glad works. He has to have Azadis, right? Dude stole Slayer. I'm thinking about Big Toads, who was like, Glad only exists to steal from... for Slayer to steal from Glad. Well, hey, shoes on the other foot. This is a Glad stealing from Slayer, and he's pushing 7k depth. Where's the 7k depth Slayer? Let's find out. Where is Slayer on the delve ladder? Let's find out. Pathetic. Pathetic. 3k? Pathetic. I'm embarrassed right now for you, Toads. Okay? Ah, Slayers. Slayer's getting humiliated. Classic. And my axe. Yo, appreciate the sub, man. I stopped delving, but I had a build for it. Sure, you did. Sure. I would have the same delve depth as that guy if I just had willpower. Yeah, that's a good excuse. That's a good excuse. You know what I see? I see a Glad with freaking, I don't even what the hell is this, man? That's crazy, dude. A badge of the Brotherhood, Ralakesh. That is an interesting setup. I don't know. It would be Glad would become a monster, right? If Glad gets something besides these nodes, something else, a 4th ascendancy point, like obviously War of Attrition is good if you're doing super hard content, right? But if it gets like one other really good point, Glad is going to be kind of a menace. Look at Secret Gamma. Here, yeah, we'll check it out. We'll check it out. This guy is playing... I think this is what Steve was doing before he swapped to Azadis. I think Steve was also trying to recover on block too. I think at one point Steve was playing Rare and then he tried out Azadis and maybe he decided to like Azadis more. Big Totes, you're linking your POV. The crit Molten Strike Slayer. Are you gonna take this next league to the finish line? Did you actually make this weapon? Did you make this? You know what I see right now? You know what my eyes are looking at right now? I'm looking at a bugged abyss socket weapon. Did you make this in POB or did you actually make this in game, Totes? Either way, I'm disgusted with you. It was made, yes, you freaking, of course you freaking did. Oh, I hope they patch that. This whole bug abyss socket abuse. Freaking get that crap out of here. They should have went around and banned every one of them, one of the people using big bugged abyss socket items. This is crazy. Surely they patch it next patch, right? Wasn't it patched? I don't know. Was it? Maybe. Hopefully. Dude, having all the mirror tier, a lot of the mirror tier pieces just being bugged abyss items, that's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Why Slayer though? Why is he Slayer? That's a good question. Why the hell are you a Slayer? Nah, man. Nah. Like Headsman, Bane of Legends, Overwhelm. Doesn't Green Fetish already have like 8 base crit? It has 7 base crit. So you got 1 base crit from Overwhelm, 20% more damage, 25% more damage with a little bit of speed and Masterful Form. Like, I hate to say it, but I'm pretty sure just War of Attrition is better than all 3 of those nodes put together. I don't know, man. and then you get the 50 base block, you get the better attack plus block small nodes, and you get a prefix back on your shield. I don't know, man. Gives buff, gives endurance with frenzy. Yeah, that's the point though. Is Glad can choose to steal that, or it could steal Fortitude, right? Whereas Slayer has to steal Lucky Block. Right, that was my point. Is this dude was stealing Masterful Form, wherever the hell it was, yeah. Because Masterful Form is like the one good node, the really like scalable good node on Slayer, right? When is the patch notes dev stream start? Guys, we got another one. Zoom in real quick on that. There we go. There we go. 2 days. It says 0 days, guys. It says 0 days. Relax. Okay, relax. It's gonna happen soon to have trust. I'm listening to just audio. What does it say? What? Of course, a YouTube chatter. I'm listening to just audio. You want me to read it out for you? You want me to read it out for you? It says 2 days. No, it doesn't. It says 2 hours. Okay, sorry. Soon. Okay, you just keep listening, and eventually you'll hear audio. That's the release, the freaking reveal. Are you discriminating against your blind audience? This conversation, you guys are out of control. Hear the glorious I'm mark? That's right. That's right. We will get the I'm mark. We will hear the I'm mark. Love cheese, hates the blind. Classic Lance. I not hate the blind. I didn't say that. Okay, I didn't say that. Would you play Flicker to cure world blindness? I don't want to play Flicker. Speaking of, guys, we need to add in some consolation prizes. Okay, we need to add in some consolation prizes. So that way, when I inevitably don't have to play Flicker because I set it at appropriately far away, there will at least be a consolation prize. You know what I'm saying? OMG, he doesn't want to help the blind. Lance hates the blind. I didn't say that. What the hell? Play a ruthless hardcore SSF build of your choice. Let's get out a notepad for this. Let's get out a notepad for this. Okay. Let's just do a new one. Let's just do a new one. Sub goals, consolation prize when I don't have to play Flicker. All right. I'm thinking we do some reasonable things that are not Flicker level of cancer, okay? Like 500 subs, I want to do this anyways. I want to do at least 3 10D builds, okay? I kind of want to do this anyways. We're probably going to hit 500 subs. I think that's very likely. But this will just have more incentive to do to do some 10D builds. 10,000 has to be a hardcore SF Flicker. So really, you have to play a warden. Okay, no. That's too easy for a warden build. That's too easy for a warden build. Okay, let's slow down there. I don't really want to play warden. It has to play Flicker and PV2. I don't know about that. Messiah build. I don't know, guys. I don't know about that. Conversion trap. No, I'm not playing conversion trap. Conversion trap is not a build, guys. It doesn't. You could play conversion trap and you wouldn't be able to complete the campaign. You wouldn't be able to complete the campaign, okay? Rematch against Armor Stacker and finishes it? Okay, that I don't know about that. Dude, that was despair when I started Hinocar locking. That was despair. Play a Hoa build? 1K VIP Papega. No. 5K VIP Papega. No mod is on the table, okay? Freaking I'm not freaking giving Papega a mod, okay? Wait, you know what? Okay, how about this? 1K? Wait, actually we can have a ban Papega. Yes. 1K we ban Papega. 5K unban / plus VIP. Now we're cooking. Okay, now we're cooking. We get the 1K, we ban Papega. Yes. That's something I can get behind. Yo, Seep, appreciate the sub. We got a flick. Thanks, man. Thanks for contributing to the cause. My actual Pepe trash cans. Thanks for the 5 gifted, man. Thank you. Ban Papega again. Watch it stop at 999. It's not gonna stop at 999. People want to ban Papega, okay? I think there's more. There's some Papega haters in chat. Hell yeah. Why did your price increase 5x to play Flicker? I never said 2K. I think maybe some chatter said 2K. I never said 2K. I don't want to play Flicker. That's why. Yo, Bajorkin, Audible. Appreciate the primes, guys. Z X Shapes, thanks you. Olaf, thanks for the 5 gifted, by the way. Olaf, thank you, man. Appreciate it. You said 10K for Flicker. I think that was in a reference at one point when somebody was asking how much of a donation would it take, like just a one-time donation. I wasn't even thinking of that when I was making the 10K sub number for Flicker. I was just thinking I really don't want to play because the gifted subs could be like a freaking amalgamation of pooled resources. I'm trying to protect myself from playing Flicker. You know what I mean? Okay, we'll put Flicker's obviously down here, right? 10K. That's Flicker. This is Uber's level 100. Okay, I don't know if I want to say SSF. I don't think I have time to play SSF. I'd be down for a fresh stash reset. Like just completely reset in a trade economy. I'm not freaking doing I can't even do hardcore, guys. I would just repeat die. I would just repeat die. I'm down to do an entire fresh reset so I have no currency and I have to start from scratch, but SSF I just don't have enough time for. We just wouldn't finish the run. Like PoE2 is going to happen before we'd finish the run. Okay. So I think we have to be a little bit reasonable here. Stormbind Ubers at 1250. I'll do Stormbind to Ubers. I'll do that to Ubers cleared 7 out of 7. I'll do a Stormbind. I'll do a Stormbind build, but that's Trade League Stormbind. Okay, that we will play a Trade League Stormbind for all of Ubers. We gotta put some more space in here if we want to add more things. 50 subs, the unbanned Papega? No. The unban is 5,000. Okay, if we get to the banned Papega number, that's 1K. Death's Oath for 1250. Death's Oath? Owie, relax. That's freaking. That's almost as bad as Flicker playing a Death's Oath character. You gotta be out of your mind. Right? 1250. Okay. I mean, okay, it's like kind of appropriate because Death's Oath has 1250 damage for 1250 subs. I don't want to make the number that low though, because I don't want to play Death's Oath either. Death's Oath it's just really bad. Like Stormbind Ubers, that's like a viable thing. Like I could see myself killing Ubers with Stormbind. Death's Oath? I did a Death's Only build, just saying. We'll let you use Caustic Arrow? What kind of negotiation is that? This is the Caustic Arrow build. All right, I'll put a Death's Oath build at 4K. I don't really want to do Death's Oath. Death's Oath till Uber's cleared. No deal? What do you mean no deal? Guys, listen. I have negotiation powers, okay? Don't do that. Do you think that's too much of a commitment? Can I even clear Ubers with Death's Oath? Is that even freaking possible? Maybe I should make that number a little bit higher on the list. Make that like 7K. I don't know if I can actually even do that. I don't know. Make the build goal easier than Uber's, but that's not as interesting though. If I made it like freaking like, you know, not Uber's, then it's like that's not too hard to do, right? Okay, like the key point of these, like the Stormbind and Death's Oath, is I can use my resources. Flicker, we're full stash resetting. That is gonna make Flicker much harder to do because there's like way longer time period if I need to farm and stuff and gear out the character. Death's Oath, I can at least like use the currency I've made throughout the league to try to force it to work, even though Death's Oath's damage is horrendous. 1,500 subs to do SSF out of 7 out of 7 runs. Okay, so guys, the problem with doing a hardcore SSF run is it takes a lot of time. And like think about it in terms of how long is it going to be before the next PoE 2 patch? This has to be stuff we have like at least a feasible chance to clear within the time frame. I guess the other option is we could just say if we run out of time, we just like, let's say we run out of time to do the Death's Oath clear, we have to do that next league type of thing. It'll take 5 years for the next PoE 2 patch. I think it's going to be December, like mid-December. December 16th. Yeah, I could see it December 16th. I think, or I could see like the early January as well. I kind of think they want to do December. At least that's what the way Jonathan was talking when he mentioned it. Hardcore trade. Yeah, if we did a hardcore run, I'd be kind of tempted to do it. Trade would be tempting, right? Just skip PoE 2, playing the good game. Well, the thing is, I like PoE 2. Like, that last patch I was very, very happy with. So I'm probably, and especially if next patch is a Druid, I'm going to want to play Druid. You know? Deck stacker. My least favorite stacker. I'll put 1.5K deck stacker. I can't remember have I even ever like made a deck stacker? I feel like I maybe have made one at some point. I don't know. Ooh, thanks. I don't want to like you guys too jealous, but I was just handed some Gaines chicken. And I might have to enjoy that. Yo, what the hell is that big text, man? Here's a POB for a deck stacker. Calm down. Did you do Whisperer? No. I think you're thinking of Connor. I did not do Whisper, no. I think you're thinking of Connor. Is this a subathon? This is... I didn't want to do a sub goal, but chat is going to keep bullying me until I make one for Flickr. So I wanted to make some consolation prizes so that way you guys get something, because there's no way we hit 10K. 10K is like a ridiculous number, right? Also, I don't really know how to do a subathon, to be quite frank. You know, as like how do people just like leave their stream running the entire time when they sleep? Like, I don't know. I don't freaking know like the moving pieces behind it. Most just pause while asleep. Subathons are not. Yeah, I think we'll just be streaming a lot. If we're doing a lot of these things, we're gonna have to put in a lot of hours to be able to fit these sorts of things in, anyways. They're not dads mostly. Yeah, we'll probably be streaming a lot, anyways. AK ban any mention of Ivory Tower. Just ban people who bring it up? I don't know, man. That seems like a little bit harsh. There's gonna be some random guy who's asking a question about Ivory and then he gets permabanned. I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm waiting for a rework or reworked assassin reveal today. They already gave it. If you missed it, they did already give us the assassin reveal. It's on their Twitter or on Reddit. If you check, it is there. Ruthless run to Maven. You want me to add a ruthless run to Maven? Dude, I don't know, man. Ruthless is pretty pain. How about we negotiate and we say 2 stone? How about we negotiate and say 2 stone? Can we negotiate on a ruthless 2 stone? I can't have too many things be like time consuming things though, guys. We only have like 2 months of this league, right? Ruthless not fun to watch. Gee, that's a good point too. It's not good content. It's too slow. Like a lot of not going on, right? I think chat makes an excellent point. No ruthless. You know, I seem to see a lot of smart chatters in here that seem to think ruthless is not a good idea. And you know what? They got some good points. I think they're making very valid points. Can you send the Twitter link? Sure. Here's the Twitter link. There you go. 9K price checker for a week. Price checker for a week? I'm sorry. What? The thing is, that's not even... People are just going to message me like random stuff. Like not even asking for real price checks. It's just going to be people sending annoying messages. It's going to be abused. Okay, can I put in a caveat of I get to put people that are trolling on ignore? Can I defend myself? If I can put troll messages how about I legitimately price check actual legitimate price checks, but if it's just a troll message, I get to put them on ignore. Deal? All right. What number do we put that at? $1K? We already have a $1K for banning Papega. 3? All right. 3. 3K. I will legitimately price check for a week. No troll messages. Those still get ignored. $8.5. You guys think 4K, 3K is too easy? 1 week's it'd be a long week. I think if I'm ignoring the troll messages though, maybe it won't be so bad. I think 3K is fine. Marcus, something build without ES. That wouldn't be a very hard thing to do though. I'm gonna probably do that anyways. Building not ES is just building a character that isn't very high invested. Like I'll do that with the 10D builds, you know. Make a life build, do a Valdo? Now that's a different question. I'm down for that. 4K. Attempt. Voided. Valdo. Life build. That character's literally just gonna die though, right? I'm just gonna make a character. I'm gonna invest a bunch into it, and then it's just gonna die on like the first attempt. It's just gonna die. $6K, do a roulette of bad skills. Whenever lands on, aim for Ubers. I'm down for that. $6K roulette of bad skills. Must clear Ubers. Okay. Obviously, no conversion trap. / flicker, other, etc., other skills on here already. Like if I'm not gonna put like Stormbind on the bad skills roulette or Death Oath because we're already have that on here, right? Flicker is too good anyways. No, it's not. Why not conversion trap? Because it's a non-vi. You can't scale it. It does no damage. It's not a real thing, guys. It's just simply not real. It's just not. That's the point? No. It would you just wouldn't be able to kill Ubers because it doesn't do damage. Heist till simplex? Oh, dude, that's a lot of heisting, man. That's a lot of heisting. Admit YouTube chat is fake. It's not. YouTube chat is very real. I'm not going to admit that. Doesn't heisting till simplex count as just bad content, right? Like, come on, that fault. Like, do you guys actually want to watch me heist till simplex? Not really, right? I think we could be reasonable. It's boring. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm saying. Make an armor stacker with 1 mil armor. That is just an armor stacker. Armor stackers get to like 4 or 5 million. That's not anything new. Play a Warden. Do we even know Warden's going to exist next league? They might just delete Warden. Like today, they might show up and say, hey guys, Warden was a bad idea. Here's Raider 2.0. Keep praying, buddy. Do you accept the terms? I'm not sure how I feel about these terms. My axe, thanks, Average Gamer. Appreciate the sub, man. How are the chicken fingers? They're pretty good. They're pretty good, not gonna lie. Cane sauce, good as always. I can't deny that. Uber one where defense type is determined by the first body armor that drops, and main skill is determined by whatever the first lab gives. I don't know about that. 9K, no cheese for a week, no deal. Nah, no. Ballista build. 8K. Ballistas? 24-hour stream. We could also do walk a marathon. My treadmill would die though, right? Take Gwynn's build and clear Uber Pinnacles in 1 week. I don't know about that. Thorns build the Ubers. Thorns is not real in PoE 1. It doesn't have scaling. PoE 2 it has some scaling. PoE 1 it does not. We can need some 0.5K goals. We can add some more. We need to, okay, we need to be a little bit careful about time frame, okay? Because a lot of these are going to take a decent amount of time, right? And we don't have, like, we only are going to have 2 months, right? Until the next PoE 2 league. Where's the shave your head goal? I don't want to shave my head. Way more than I don't want to play Flicker. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, but you guys, you're not getting there, okay? It's not. I'm pretty safe for that one, okay? That's I think I should be safe for that one. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. Blue-haired cosplay? Oh, do a dye hair one? How long does it take for that to, like, grow out? How long will it be? Not long enough? 3 to 4 months? I guess I could always get a haircut early. One day if you shave it off. That is true. If we get to the 50K line, I just cut it all. Self-cast staff build, how easy? You really want a self-cast staff build. I don't know, man. We're starting to have too much time constraints. Because if we add too many things to the list, then we're not going to have enough time. We can carry it over. Just don't play PoE2, but I'm going to want to play PoE2, especially if they give us Druid, man. Just chatting full face stream? No. No. Druid got canceled. If they show up and they don't give us Druid, then yeah, we might play the whole PoE one. I'd be surely they have Druid, right? That'd be kind of surely they have Druid, right? Regular cam size for a week? All right, I'm down for that. Normal camera for a week. Do an Age of Mythology stream? I don't know if a lot of people would want to see that, though. 8K, that should be 80. Nah, 8K seems fair. 8K seems fair. A month? Nah. Fine. 2 weeks. 2 weeks of regular cam. All right. That's as high as I'm going. That's as high as that's a lot of regular cam time, guys. Okay, that's as high as I'm going. A 24-hour stream? I've never done that before. We could try, though. Oh, we should be pretty safe. We're not going to get to 9K. If we get to 9K, I'll be like, honey, we got paid, okay? I have to do it. I'll just not see you and the kids for a day. It's fine. There'll have to be some negotiations. It's gonna be okay. They're brutal, not worth. You think it's not worth? 24 hours is a long time, dude. It will cook my sleep schedule. It isn't that bad. It sounds kind of bad, man. It sounds kind of bad. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Oh, I don't know. I don't know, dude. Y'all at Lance's advanced age, sleep is important. I'm not that old, okay? But sleep's important no matter how old you are. Now, 24 hours, that's rough. You sleep, I'm gonna play 30 hours at League Start. Listen, power to the 30 hours at League Start, guys, but it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it, okay? Cooking stream, guys, what? I'm not like a cook, okay? What would the stream be? Here, guys, this is my air fryer. I use this on a regular basis. Here's my grill. So this is where the magic happens. I don't think you guys want that, okay? Father of three, can't cook. I have a specialized cooking set, okay? Or set of skills, specialized cooking set of skills, okay? It's typically meats, okay? It's 9K chat gets to backseat the gauntlet build? No. No. Okay. Getting backseated by chat is that's gonna, you guys are gonna try to make me play Flicker into Gauntlet. No. A backwards walking stream? I just don't think I'd be able to play the game at the same time if I was facing the opposite direction. Because I wouldn't be looking at the screen, you know? That just wouldn't work. I guess I put my like desk on the other side of the treadmill. Turn around treadmill, yeah. This is just gonna result in me like falling or something. I don't know, man. Seems like there's some high risk situation here. Starting build, lead with a build most people suggest. I don't want to be behoven to the chat's whims as like the most popular suggested build for start. League start's a fun time to play a new thing, man. Getting forced into like some old stale meta thing. Holy. I'll pass on that. How about this? How about this? How about this? I was gonna say I could do like chat build reviews for a given amount of time. How about we do a build review day? You don't like that? You don't think that's a good suggestion? Oh, that's decent. Like reviewing chats, builds, and stuff. Seems like a lot. We could make that one lower. Put some other ones higher. Think chat would give you a meta build? Well, the suggestion was most popular build or something, which would just be like, you know, the 5 builds and all the top 10 videos or whatever. Unban Papega for 9K? Swap price check and build review. No more Papega goals? Yeah, I think the ban and unban is enough. Least used Ascendancy for 9K? We could do that. Maybe. Remove the ban. Or remove the unban and just leave it at ban. Is your bingo posted anywhere? It's right here. Let me pull it up. This is the bingo board. Can we do the ban after the unban? You want me to have VIP Papega at 1K and then ban him at 5K? That's the deal you guys want? Make a POB before playing the next build. Ew. That's disgusting. What did Pepega do? He's Pepega, man. The most troll chatter alive. Accept a sub goal from Pepega? No. No deal. $2.5, gamble all your divines on stacked decks. Okay, that would be too much clicking. I do like the idea, though. I do like the idea. How about Gamba all liquid currency? What would he gamble it on, though? What type of Gamba? Card Gamba, corruption Gamba. It's fast open decks now. It's still gonna take you a ton of time though. Tag decks, guys. That's gonna be a lot of stack decks, man. Watcher's Eyes. Ooh, I like that. Let's do. We could do Sublime, Watchers. We could do like a variety package. Sublime, Watchers, LOMs, voices, like a jewel gamble package. Right? Just do like an even split of all of them. In before 1D Sublimes. Minimum value. Good point. We'll say, because it's like, okay, let's say we reach this sub goal before we made any currency in the lead. Minimum at least 100D. If we haven't hit yet, do once we hit 100D. Is that fair? Something like that. So that way if we reach 2.5K before we made any money in the league, then we will, the second we get 100D liquid cash, we'll do this gamble. Just never hit 100D. Yeah, just purposely stay broke the whole league. How many subs do you get at a league start, Otis? I have no idea. I don't check. No freaking clue. It's one of those things. It's like, I don't know, like mentally, I feel like I would get like let's say I started checking, then the next league I check, and if it's worse or less, then it would like mentally be discouraging. It's the same reason like I don't have like on my OBS, I could display like view count like on the stream or whatever to see how many people are watching or whatever, which initially when I started streaming however long ago, that was just like the default setting or whatever. And it's just like mentally, it's like distracting, or it gets inside your head and you think about it. And it's better for me to just not think about it. Aren't you already balding? 50K is crazy. I don't want to shave my head, okay? You guys are just going to keep making jokes about it, so I put it on here, but I don't want to do it. If I knew about this, I would have saved my sub and not subbed a couple days ago. Technically, I was supposed to set this up. I just figured out how to do the sub thing, the counter thing, like last night. So anyways, I did figure it out. You'd be proud to have an active chat. Your chat is more active than streamers with 10x viewers. I don't know about that. But hey, it's working. All right. Do we add some more things to this, guys? Do we want to add more like halfway pieces to this? Is there some we could probably add more pieces to it. We'll maybe add some more if I think about more, people think about more, but I think for right now this is probably chill. Can you zoom in a bit more on the text? Like that? Vertilac, you need some glasses. Legit minion build. Minion build. Okay, I don't want to put too many build ones next to each other. Let's see. We have Stormbind at 2k, Deck Stacker at 1.5. Review Day, Valdo Life build 5k, Roulette bad build, Death's Oath. Not just minion do Reaper. I have a cease, you'll say everything's a troll message. A troll message is like somebody asking me something like, what's a wisdom scroll worth? You know, like that sort of thing. Not like actually asking, hey, what is this item worth? And it's like an actual real question, not like what's a wisdom scroll worth. Yo, Death Rage, appreciate the sub, man. Stormbind Ubers is honestly not bad if you can have and use Indigon. Since you can one-shot them, you add the condition to no Indigon. I'll probably do no Indigon. I'll say no Indigon. Indigon's too easy for that, for sure. Why is it 1,000 subs to ban Pepega? Can I just donate $10 for that? This is a permaban, okay? This is a permaban. This is we don't unban. We let him rot, you know? We let him rot. Did you ever solve the accuracy problem with Ignite EQ? I didn't really have an accuracy problem. In the video I showcased, I accidentally unsummoned my ice golem, which was all my accuracy when I went to do the T15. Ice golem plus like a little bit of accuracy, you're already sitting pretty. It's like not too bad for accuracy because you get so much from the golem. How will the ability to identify items for free influence the cost of wisdom scrolls? I don't think it will. I don't think it will change much. What if Pepega's Lance's alt account? It's definitely not. See how many times he messages when I'm like playing the game? It would be impossible for me to do that. Okay. Well, what's it called? I have an alibi. I have an alibi. You know what I'm saying? 9.5k for Bama. How about... Since this technically isn't doing... Let's do... That is the minion build I offer you. An actual golems build. We're so back, Arcane, right? Appreciate the sub, man. We are back indeed. Not like a golems build like an elementals that uses the buffs, but actually the golems are doing the damage. Not Maw. No, Maw is like Ignite. Maw is Ignite. I feel like adding one at 4.5k, maybe. And then the rest being at 1k intervals is fine. What about a Dark Pack skeleton cast? How about only doing the league mechanic for 50 divines? Only doing the league mechanic for farm. I don't know about that. I don't even know what the league mechanic is yet, right? How Kobe do you think Spectre League Star would be? It might be really good with the change. It might be. We don't. I mean, it depends what this. If they're doing this reservation change, I don't know. I'd be kind of tempted a little bit. We'll see what the changes are to minion stuff. 250 subs. Delete 10D. No, I'm not just gonna delete. I'll do like we could do like a Gamba thing, but I don't think I'll just delete it, you know? That's way less interesting. Spectre Leech Star is good if you start late and can leech some frost bearers. Well, I mean, I think he's asking about just starting like on time with it and seeing what the overhaul or change to specters is. To me, it looked like they were becoming a reservation, which could be good or could be bad. All unique gear. Deal. All unique gear. Clear Ubers. All right. I think I'm happy with this. If we think about some changes we want to make, we can maybe change this a little, but I think I'm happy with this list of things. Stat stacker. You would not want to do stat stacker with all uniques. You just don't get good attributes if all your gear pieces are uniques. Anyways, that's what it'll be. I don't really want to do flicker, so that's why I set it so high, but maybe, depending on if we get to some of these other sub numbers, we can do some fun stuff. I guess if I should make this like a, I think maybe later I'll make this a, like an Imgur, and I'll link it to the flicker command, but I'll do that later. You guys know what I'm talking about, okay? You guys know what I'm talking about. Yes. Imager? I like saying Imgur more. I like Imgur. Farm lab for a week? I already did that, okay? That was the Blighted Contagion run. We already did a lot of lab. Is he ignoring my stack deck idea or does he want to see it? I said earlier I don't want to do a stack deck gamble. It's way too much clicking. Like, stack decks are cheap. It would be just a crazy amount of clicking. Equipping the Goblin trope for 3 days? I don't think I have that. Wait, do I? Do I have Goblin trope? It was a supporter pack MTX, so I might if I liked this supporter pack. Surely not. Oh, no, I do have it. Ah, why did I get that supporter? I didn't get it for the goblins, okay? I'm not like a secret goblin pet enjoyer, just so we're clear. What's this YouTube video? Yeah, I know about the stack deck improvement, guys. I am aware they did the stack deck improvement. That doesn't mean I want to open like 10,000 stack decks, okay? Let's be clear. Let's be clear here. BV is what you play when you have 16 mirrors and no div guards to unpack. BV? A lot of people like BV outside of that, right? I'm not a secret goblin enjoyer either. I'm a proud goblin enjoyer. You should be ashamed of yourself a little bit. What are you going to start with? Don't know. Don't know. We're obviously waiting for, you know, more info. Assassin? I could be tempted to start Assassin with this stuff. We'll have to see what other things they give us. Wait 3 more hours? Yeah. Today is a big thing in terms of like what would we want to play. This stuff matters, right? What are they going to change? What's going to be some of the overhauls? That's the question. They definitely get old if you're in town, but just by yourself, I think they're kind of fun, right? All, dude, I can't relate. I am a goblin trope hater through and through. Have any cool assassin ideas? Oh, I think it would be fun to play like a perfect agony assassin, but I don't know if that's cool. That's just kind of like, that's what assassin's kind of made for, is playing perfect agony. Yo, Corneros, appreciate the prime. Thank you, Corneros. I'm swapping to pants, by the way, guys. It's getting chilly in here, okay? I don't want to alarm you, but the shorts, they ain't cutting it, okay? A bit breezy down here. I need some warmer attire. Woo! I feel good now that I got these pants on. What are the odds of starting to animate Weapon of Self-Reflection with pants? With pants? I mean, Necromancer's pretty good for it, so you could probably do that. You could pull it off. Do you think ES is buffed? Yes, I do. I think they're going to buff ES. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they're going to do it. There's too many leagues in a row where ES has deserved a nerf, and it got a buff. So I'm just beginning to get jaded at this point. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they're going to do it. ES will get nerfed, but the lot of unique... Yeah, that's usually the classic. They nerf something, like they give it some little slap on the wrist that doesn't matter too much, and then they give it some giga buff. That happens a lot. Scorching Ray of Chaining Disintegration. Are you inventing a transfigure gem? Yeah, this is gonna be an exciting patch, dude. If they were willing to tease us the full assassin, and then they said, tomorrow, find out if there are any other Ascendancy related changes. Like, come on. Come on. That means they got the goods. That means there's multiple Ascendancy changes, right? Friggin' a drove of them. How good is Shadowed Blood in your opinion? Shadowed Blood is one of the weaker nodes in this Ascendancy, I feel like. Unaffected by damaging ailments. It opens up an ability to do like some self-ignite shenanigans. But for the most part, I don't think it's too crazy. Maybe you do something with a fizz recoup by like trauma stacking. Golden Rule plus complex trauma. I mean, it's not that great, right? That's a bit of armor and it fixes your chaos res, but it's nothing too crazy. You can do the self-poison with the poison heals you unique, right? Self-poison with Tainted Pact is definitely a use case for sure. Where is it? Tainted Pact, Pewee Wiki. Taking chaos damage over time heals you instead while leeching life. Wait, no, this has nothing to do with poison. If you're unaffected, you're not healing yourself with the self-poison. Poison is what you use. The self-poison you want to heal you, but if you are unaffected by the poison, then it doesn't help you. Use of Mystical Infusion. Mystical Infusion is just a good crit node. It's just a quite strong crit node. So it's good for cast on crit, or it's good for just if you're a self-cast build and you want to have I mean, this is almost like, in some cases, 5-6 base crit, you know? Just makes crit capping way easier. Mystical Infusion is just Fishing Rod in disguise with Trippin no. Fishing Rod, at least you have cast speed. And on top of that, that Fishing Rod stuff gave you more cast speed as well. Like, there were multiple other buffs. Discount mode of Angler? Yeah. Use a lot of the Apex items. Remember what Apex does again. Poison you flick expires slower. Regenerate 80 energy shield per poison on you up to 400. I mean, that is kind of cool. Get some nice recovery out of it. What's the other Apex one do? Apex Supremacy. Gives you basically a way to mitigate bleed. Well, you're already mitigating bleed, so you probably just use the other one, right? The one that gives you the regen over this. Because you're already unaffected by damaging ailments. 400 ES per second. Yep, that's what you're getting from this. Regenerate 80 energy shield per second per poison on you. So if you just inflict 5 poison, that's a good amount of regen you're getting, essentially. I mean, that's something, right? That's decent. You need to scale chaos damage to make poison good? Or is it dot multi enough? Do you need to scale chaos damage to make poison good? Yeah, you need percent damage and dot multi. You want a combination of things. You want minus res, percent damage, dot multi, poisons faster, all those sorts of things you want to scale. There's boots that give movement speed per poison. There are. Poison. %15 increase damage for each poison on you, up to 75, up to 50 movement speed. Interesting. Poison you inflict with travel skills are reflected back to you. If you have 5 fewer. I mean, you could just forcibly. I mean, that's not bad. I don't think you really want to use this over like a rare pair of boots, though. You think Pathfinder Bama will be good to rush Uber content? I am not familiar with Pathfinder Bama at all. I have no idea. It's the one that does Grasping Vines. That's the all damage poison one. Those are like you have to wait around for the boss to get like vines applied to them or whatever. Realm's gonna be down in 15 minutes. Holy. They're prepping for the goods. They're prepping for the goods. How does elemental hit interact with all damage can poison? What do you mean? It's just if you hit an enemy with cold or fire or lightning, the damage you hit him with will poison. As if it was fizz or chaos, which inherently can poison. You still need poison chance just like you would need otherwise. Time to see the new supporter packs? Yeah. All right, real quick. I'm going to top off the water, guys. The water is... Oh, that's right. My camera's not on right now. The water is depleted, okay? We need hydration. I will be right back, okay? Let's see, where's the... Let's top it off. Sum of all the flat or just the chosen element? Sum of all the flat damage you were dealing. If elemental hit chooses fire and it gives that fire portion, it doesn't give the flat cold or the flat lightning because it chose the fire. That's more elemental hit mechanics than this point. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get water. Okay. Water has been acquired. Is BRB water a code for getting cheese? No, I didn't get cheese. Don't worry. Why is SAR on there? That's GGG. Don't you see the triple G's? Do you not see the triple G's? Let's use the bypass on a rare chest for RF Scion. Bypass rare chest? No. Scion, you do Ivory, I think. Life, you go life to ES scaling. That being said, we don't know if they're removing bypass chest, right? They may very well be removing bypass chest, given the fact that the teaser has breach getting like moved, etc., right? Slam the water so you have enough time to use the restroom before the reveal. Otherwise, you're gonna need to use it mid-reveal. Nah, I'm just gonna coast. And then it's gonna get awkward in the middle of the reveal. What's it useful on? I want to play SF standard. Bypass mod. It's good for RF Guardian or RF Elementals would be decent with it, I think. Those would do pretty well. Which two other ascendancies are getting it if the assassin's getting it? I have two ascendancy. Oh no, I have three ascendancy things. This is me dreaming. I just really would love it if we got a +1 ascendancy to Scion or a really big overhaul to Scion. It's been a while since Scion has gotten some love. So this is me dreaming. I don't think this is going to happen. The more likely scenario is I could see them doing some reworks for the classes that they did reworks that didn't really land and don't have much player base, or some reworks to these classes which represent ascendancies that just haven't gotten changes in a long time. Even though these get decent play rates, they just really haven't been changed in quite a while. So that's kind of where I could see it. Assassin was more in this category of like a class. Well, Assassin was in this category on top of being like 0 play rate. Aki changed recently. Yes, Aki had Vile Bastion change, and that was a good change for Aki. But it still felt like just a like very tiny, like the Aki is overall pretty much the same. Like it is a good up buff to Aki, but that feels like that didn't really get a proper like look over, right? Because it was the same core of Aki's all the same, pretty much, right? It's one ascendancy point. Which Jug also had recently one of its ascendancy point changes, right? When they removed the armor applies to Ellie. I would hope if they do reworks, it's more sizable, right? Like this is affecting pretty much every node that was on Assassin and then adding some, right? My Kobe is that we'll get the weapon swap backports and shield charge build in one of the teasers had a bow and a quiver in the weapon swap. I think the reason they had the bow and the quiver on the weapon swap is because they were symbolizing the fact they're changing how leveling gems works, which they did do. I thought it was auto level. It was not. They're giving a plus level to all things. Like you can just click one button to level all up at once, right? I'm quite liking the assassin changes. Me too. I think it's going to be fun to build with. I could definitely consider starting assassin with these changes. Now you can level up the wrong gem even easier. True. Divine Chop. There is no cheesecake command. Why are you typing exclamation point cheesecake? was a YouTube chatter, by the way. He's coming in typing exclamation point cheesecake. I don't even know how to make commands for YouTube. I like the assassin changes, but I think it will have more impact as forbidden jewels option for trickster than anything else. I don't think I agree. I think there'll be some good options for trickster to steal, but I think assassin on its own works well with these changes. I don't know. I really think the toxic delivery infused toxins are very, very strong for build enabling stuff, for poison specifically. The other stuff, maybe not so much, but the other stuff is still pretty good. Mystical infusion, very strong note, I think. +1 power charge is no slouch either, right? We should wait to predict until we've got the patch notes. What do you mean by that, oh easy? Oh, like in case they're nerfing trickster or something. Yeah, that's a very fair point. We do not have the full picture of if this is staying the same or this is staying the same or they're changing stuff, right? Poison damage is based on scaling hit damage. Yeah, it just matters how much flat you can get. It opens up elemental skills with just 40% more elemental overload, as well as with the crit synergy, you can easily go perfect agony. You do one or the other. You don't get to do both, right? Do you get to do both? Non-crit strikes cannot inflict ailments. Crits do not deal extra damage. Crits do not deal extra damage. Ailments never count as being from crit. Okay, yeah. It's either one or the other. You can't do both. Yeah. I thought it was that way, but yeah, okay, that's why. It says the ailments don't count as being from crits. I need to find a non-meta build to keep cost manageable to reach endgame. I don't think that should be too hard. Every league, I think there's tons of builds that would fall under that category. The harder part is, I guess, deciding what, like, archetype you're more interested in, I feel like. Every league has quite a few builds that can reasonably reach endgame. The TLDRs just don't copy a streamer build if the streamer is, like, any somewhat popular. But there's so many builds that aren't advertised by build creators or streamers, right? Like there's so many archetypes that are still very strong, but aren't being promoted because there's just way more than there are people making build guides. Don't copy Fubgun. Fubgun would probably be one of the worst to copy in terms of like he has probably the biggest following of people, or he did last league. Like he had friggin' 20-something% people copying him. Well, I mean, to be fair, he wasn't the only one promoting it. Tuna was promoting it. Every time somebody asked me about slams, I was telling people to play Volcanic Fissure Snaking. Like there was probably quite a few people talking it up. Ziz promoted too. Like that wasn't just, there was a lot of people promoting Volcanic Fissure Snaking. The Pee-wee stream is live, is it? I guess I've been to I guess that's my most visited PA stream. I typed PA and then let the autocomplete go, and it was freaking pal. All right, guys, time to start getting rid of this. Start to get some of this. And I'll make sure YouTube can hear this as well. We'll all appreciate the same background music. Hit him with a login. It's login time, baby. My axe, yo ninja. Appreciate the sub, man. Thanks for the support. Thanks for contributing to the 10K goal of Flickr. Let's freaking go. You want me to do a build review, T-Just? This is my risk farming EB Inquisitor featuring Spark. And doing risk farming EB Spark definitely was my highest end build, and I might run it back. Oh hell yeah! You were doing E-Blade Spark. Let's see what you had. You did the strength int 1475. Yeah, very nice. 8% fracture. Love to see it. 580. I will turn this down just a little bit. I don't want to make it too loud. Just a little bit. Turn it down. All right. Instat simplex, cast speed, int strength, fantastic. Quality with reservation fracture. Interesting. +2 proj. I guess you just wanted the +1. Fair enough. Strength mana? Is there something I'm missing here? Is there a reason you wanted mana? I guess... I mean, this looks like... Is this mirrored or is this not mirrored? If this is... Surely this isn't mirrored, right? I'm assuming this is not mirrored. You definitely would want... You definitely would want a yes. Yeah, life, mana, yeah. Okay, okay, that's just... You were just ready to stop crafting it, I guess. Not mirrored. Yeah, okay, I'll follow it. I don't know why my brain, like, I'm looking at this image and it looks backwards to me, but no, that's just how it normally looks, I guess. My brain's just playing tricks on me. I thought they faced the other way, which was like, I was a little bit confused. Okay, then you have recover on block, +2 support, ES. Yeah, that's all solid. That is all solid. What were you doing for clusters? You had one aerodynamic streamlined. You were doing an unnatural instinct with... You have any radius affecting jewel? Okay, so one thing I'll say right now that I think would probably improve your build, T-Just, is if you're doing unnatural instinct like here or here, you should be using a... Oh, okay. All right, never mind. You have light meaning. I'm just blind. I was gonna say, I was like... I'm just blind. All right, I was gonna say you should be using... All right, you're good. Never mind. Scratch whatever I was saying. I'm freaking blind. How's the pathing look? You're doing split personality around town this way. Arcane Sanctuary. Light Eater. Faith and Steel. Solid's Oath. Tranquility. That seems fine. Yeah, I would say this pathing makes sense. You can recover on block. 21k ES with E-Blade on 84 res. I'll say this, if you wanted to push T-Just, if you wanted to push your tank factor, you could try to force suppress. The way you would have to do that, though, is you'd have to give up this section here and change this pathing to go around like this. This cluster would become over here, this cluster over here. Then you'd go suppress wheel and you'd go supreme spike. If you wanted to force tank, you definitely would lose a bit on your ES scaling. But that is one of the ways, if you wanted to force tank harder, you could. Because that's the one thing you're missing right now is you're missing... Well, your max res could be higher too. You're doing triple res flask. Discipline Arctic armor. Flesh and Stone Tempest. Is that discipline worth it? His block numbers are pretty low. Oh, he doesn't have block chance on shield. Yeah, that's kind of rough too. I imagine that's probably a... Distinguish surviving volatiles with defense mods. I think volatiles would be suppressible. Well, that's one of the things you could go for, is the suppress outside pathing. I was gonna say another thing. I know you're doing triple res flask here. I was looking at your reservations. You're not really scaling much aura effect. Like, you have haste in here, but what is haste giving you? It's giving you like 25 cast speed and 16 movement speed. I think it would be maybe a better idea to go... You could easily go Sublime, Purity of Fire, and then get back, you know, a Quicksilver, Quartz, other options in terms of flasks. Jade, which you could grab Evasion Mastery with Ghost Dance, stuff like that. Like if we're talking min-max here, like I don't think haste is really giving you all that much, and discipline's only kind of giving you a little bit. Fury Flyer, Sublime. Listen, we're not talking about a weak character, guys. He's got a mirrored chess piece. He's got a simplex. Like the budget, we're talking a high-end build. Lose haste to have even less cast speed. Oh, you aren't running cast speed on your clusters? I think that I kind of disagree with too. I think you should run cast speed over like all stat or int. You do have the cast speed on your ring. I still think cast speed is arguably a better pull than 4 all stat or 8 int. 25 cluster, are you even trying? 25 is good, guys. Nah, TGS, don't listen to these haters, okay? 25 clusters are good, okay? Don't listen to the haters, okay? 25 is a perfectly justifiable settle, okay? 25 only gives you +1 ES and +1% damage difference on these clusters. If you have a cast speed cluster, you do need 35 for that, though. Yo, Vanna, still appreciate the sub, man. No, I think the choice you made there with the 25 is fine. I do think dropping haste. I don't think haste is giving you that much. Like, I'm just thinking about the fact you're using 3 flasks here. Quicksilver flask would give you like 70 movement speed versus what, 15 movement speed from haste, 16 movement speed from haste. I'm just not sure about this reservation. The other part is you're like investing into like this, right? So I don't know. I don't like the fact you're at 84, 84, 84. I really think you should be looking towards either a melding by going like Bismuth, Quicksilver, and then having a couple jewels that have max res of a specific res you're pushing for melding, or Sublime. I think one or the other you should be looking for. I don't like if this is your situation, 84, 80, 84, because like 90 is like what, 40 DR more than what you currently have. So I think something needs to change with this. Don't need the movement speed with Frostwing and Wintry Blast. I'm not a Frostwing appreciator. If you like it, power to you, but I think walking around fast is a pretty important thing. If you're cool with it, by all means, but at the very least, I think this needs to be addressed, because that's a big DR difference. There's a difference in this number saying 200k versus saying 140, right? What do you really think about the venomous toxin helm, the new assassin? Assassin will work well with any sort of poison stuff. I'm not sure about the toxic helm. I can't quite remember what that helmet does, to be honest. Is it like poison damage per power charge? Is that what it is? Venomous. Damage with poison per power charge. Yeah, that would pair well. Like if you're scaling a bunch of power charges, sure. Not bad at all. And it gives you poison chance. No, that'd be solid. That would be solid for sure. And you could get like a +1 power charge crop. Fantastic, honestly, fantastic. 48 minutes, can't wait. Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. I think the PB1 and 2 recently, but I've always used someone else's build. I want to make a build my own this league. How would you recommend starting out? I have a POB. I like to play mages or cyclone build. Vanistil, for me, I always say pick something you're excited about and then build out from that. Like, for example, let's say you think Assassin looks really cool. You're excited about it. Pick the things you like the most about Assassin and then build from there. For example, when I look at Assassin, I think, okay, I want to build with this infused toxin. It enables me to play elemental caster poison or like triple element claw poison. Maybe there's some pairing with nightblade. Pick some core thing you're excited about and then build on top of that, and then start looking for other pieces that might pair synergistically with what you want to do. That's usually my core starting point, is picking something you're excited about and then build from there. Because I think the most important thing is, like, PoE's a game. I think most people are playing for, you know, to have some fun. And then you're not going to be excited about making a build if you don't like the core start, like, concept of it. How you feeling about charge stacking for Sin? Low beaten path, but seems really good. I'm not understanding what you're asking. Charge stacking is good. I'm not sure what the rest of that was, though. Storm after that, I think it's just you keep building on pieces until you figure out like your base gear set you're going to go for, and then I just log in and play. And then if it doesn't work, then you reassess and figure out try to look for what you did wrong and do better the next time. I know that's always been my play. You think a combination of knife in the back for the juggler, combo Forbidden Flame. Sounds busted if I understand more all the time. Would it work that way? That would be kind of funny if it worked that way, if you could have both of them. I don't know about busted. 100% more crit is a lot, though. Dreamcore was saying it works like that for Ascendant. It does work like that for Ascendant. In terms of, like, if you stole the Assassin node and then you click the Trickster node, right? The jewel will give you the underlying node? No, it wouldn't. I think it probably will work. Like, there's these are examples of stuff like this, where you have a choice. Assassin exists and Trickster exists, and you could click the node as a Scion and then steal the Assassin node, right? I think it probably will work that way. What is recover life? Does that act like regenerate? No, regenerate and recover are two different mechanics. Recover, this isn't an instantaneous. Like, let's say you have an enemy that has 10 poisons on them and you kill them, you'll get 5% of your life back instantly on killing that enemy. Thanks for looking over the build. I kind of hope they remove risk or tone down the map mod effect so we can play AoE spells and high-end mapping and feel good. Oh, yeah. Certain map mods just delete other options. Like, for example, if you ran less AoE with an AoE skill, it's not a real option. Hopefully they do, T-Just. Thanks for sharing the character. It looks solid. Honestly, not too much I would change. I think you're pretty well optimized. The main thing I'm not necessarily confident about is this. That, and then maybe adding in suppress, I think could be worth it, but looks like a solid character. For sure. Self-chill Shadow, go Burr. I did like playing self-chill last league. Knife in the back for the jugular. So consistently 100% more crit, therefore reliable. That does sound pretty neat, to be honest. I could see doing all damage poisons, Mistwalker, and then one of those two combos. That would be a good time. Are drops enabled in the stream, or do you have to do drops in the title? I'll put drops in the title, guys, but it doesn't matter what PoE stream you're watching. Here, drops are in the title, but exclamation point drops, it just is basically doesn't matter which streamer you're watching. If they're streaming in the Path of Exile category, you just have to have your account linked for it. It does matter. You can't get it in Path of Math stream. Path of Math doesn't stream PoE. Is this Ascendancy good for poison concoction and bouncing? Yep. The biggest issue is you're gonna lack prolif. Like, I felt okay with Elementalist because Elementalist had so much AoE. But with Assassin, you don't get the AoE. You're going to have good damage, but I think your clear is going to feel a bit cooked. If the type drops the command to opt in, no. You don't have to type exclamation right drops, no. Will Farmer stream? Probably. I think he said he was going to play the patch. I think he's excited. How do tinctures work? You activate them. They start having a degen on your mana that ramps. And once you run out of mana, it turns off. And whenever it's on, it gives you the full effect of whatever's on the tincture. And if, big if, or not big if, sorry. Once it runs out, it goes on cooldown. And then you can invest in a nodes to try to scale the effect and what it gives and whatnot. Can you get AoE per power charge? AoE per power charge, vast power exists, but you're gonna need more than that, right? Vast power is only up to 40% AoE. Oh, I guess it goes up to 50%. I mean, that's solid. Man, dude. Assassin do be looking kind of good right now. All damage poison. Looks tasty. What's with the giant update happening right now? That's probably to support the new supporter packs they're adding. Added support for upcoming announcement and new supporter packs. All damage poison, but dot cap. Do I engage? Do I engage with this clear trolling? All right, internet appears to be working. How do we fix assassin defenses? Exhibit A. Exhibit B. It's not rocket science, people. You just click ES and you have good defenses, okay? Don't overcomplicate things. Next OP node for poison is gonna be ignore dot cap. You know what the annoying thing about this is? With this, there's gonna be so many people POBing poison builds that are gonna be complaining about dot cap, but they probably have some crazy duration that the amount of time it takes them to ramp, they aren't actually dot cap. They're just killing enemies before they ramp. Do we have Penance Brand poison back? Yep, you could do Penance Brand poison. Yes, gear and 1 mage blood, please. Papega credit. Put your credit card away, okay? This is not RFT site. This is not farmer stream. What the hell? My axe. And my axe. Yo, crazy kill. Appreciate the sub, man. People complain about dot cap, but have never done consistently 30 million DPS. Oh, it's insane. They're blaming that for their damage not being very good. Meanwhile, they're just not at that DPS at all. On POB, they have like a 10-second poison ramp or something, and they're not consistently attacking to even hit the ramp. Like, it's just like crazy stuff. How do you feel about using assassin for caustic arrow of poison? That could work. You could definitely do caustic arrow of poison with assassin. Yeah, I don't see why not. I think Pal did this as a league starter at one point. Didn't he do like caustic arrow poison totems or something? Bows are being nerfed. Why would you play bows? Hey man, he wants to play bows. We don't need to stop him, okay? Just let the man play bows. All damage poison. Is Death Oath less terrible? Death Oath is not a poison. It's just a dot that's bad. It's a very small dot. I just want one tick of my poison to one-shot an Uber. Is that too much to ask? Yep, that's a little bit extreme, don't you think? This guy's spamming Pee-wee 2 players go away. Dude, what is with the weird freaking... It was already bad enough with the Pee-wee 2 players that were like, don't make this game like Pee-wee 1. Every like good change that would be suggested, people like, you're making it too much like Pee-wee 1. Now we got the Pee-wee 1 players being cringe too. It's freaking stupid. That's one of your subs? There's no way. There's no way. I've never seen that man before in my life. This P1 versus P2 stuff is the most childish thing ever to have the P2. Oh, it's crazy, right? It's so obnoxious. What about RF, Taram? We'll see if they give us some RF changes. Why can't we just both enjoy both of the games? Yeah, that's what I don't know, man. It's just there's this like weird tribalism stuff going on. I don't know. Maybe eventually it'll stop, but I don't know if it ever will. Subscriber goal to cosplay as Snoobay. Nope. No deal. Assassin is like an original Sin Ascendancy? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like original Sin. I mean, this line is, right? Infused Toxins is like OSIN. For sure. Got some OSIN vibes right here. I can't help but feeling that Molten Strike plus Molten Strike Zenith and Jug and Trickster will be nerfed. Maybe. It's possible. Molten Strike is definitely an outlier skill in terms of like DPS scaling. So, but it doesn't meet the I feel like it doesn't meet the popularity requirements. It's not tribalism. People won't suffer for the vision of PoE2. No, I think a lot of it is tribalism. A lot of it's freaking screw this specific thing and vice versa from both sides. To me, I think it feels very much like this tribalism thing going on. Can we gamble whether or not you get a bingo? You guys want to bet on whether or not we hit a bingo? I'm down. Let's do it. Prediction. Do we hit a bingo? Do we hit a bingo? Yes or no? This is subject. This is subject. I'll give you 5 minutes to place the bets, but I'm gonna say this right now. Let's say, for example, we get an Inquiz / Slayer, but we don't get Aki Jug. I am gonna count that, okay? Just so we're clear. Like if we get if like a couple of these hit, I'm gonna count that for a square. Just like there's some leniency here on some of these things, okay? Just so we're clear. I will of course consider chat's arguments if you guys don't think something counts, or you wanna debate on something. We can, sure, I'm down, but there is some level of lenience, okay? Just so we're clear. All in on belief. Are we gonna hit? Are we gonna hit a bingo with this board? First board is close. I think this has a good chance. I think this has decent odds. I think there's probably some of the other ones are pretty hard. This one has okay odds, maybe. We'll see. We'll see how this stuff ends up going. But like, there's some possibilities. There's some possibilities. I'm gonna bet the house. Down the middle is Giga free. I mean, maybe this could work. This is, I don't know. This is contingent on the dump tabs. This is not just async. Like if we hit async, I think that's like, we already know that's coming. This is the big contingent factor on this square. Like if we get the dump tab thing, then yeah, but like that's a little bit questionable. Shield skills is also like, I don't know if that's actually happening. That's just kind of cope based on the teaser where he had a shield skill work. Do diagonals work? Yes, you can get a diagonal this way or this way. If we happen to hit, you know? The thing is, like, whispers, if they do a drop rate nerf, they probably won't tell us. So that's kind of like... some of that stuff they might not tell us. There's a good chance they don't tell us if they do like a drop rate nerf. Does sub-ascendancy need to be secret? Nah. If they give us sub-ascendancies, if it's secret, then we'll find out, like... we'll find out during the league, right? ES buffed is such a hilariously unlikely things to put. You already forfeit 3 rolls probably, but then again, if they aren't nerfing ES, it's probably buffed. Which one is it? Is it hilariously unlikely, or does it sound like a real thing that GGG could do? No change means ES buffed. If they do no change, yeah, that basically means ES buffed. Because, well, we'll see what they add throughout the patch notes and stuff. But usually, if they're adding power creep on other places, usually it's going to inherently buff ES. We'll see. Prediction, will we have patch notes today? Yeah, we've been getting patch notes after the reveal stream consistently the past, like, I don't know how many leagues at this point, but it's been very consistent after the reveal stream we get patch notes. So does it mean that it doesn't matter what they do? ES is getting buffed regardless? What they do? I mean, they could nerf ES, so it does matter what they do. They could say, you know what? Twilight Regalia only has 200 ES now, or 250. You know, like they could do things that could nerf it. GG has free will to make their decisions. Like, I think ES definitely needs some nerfs. I don't know if they're gonna do it though. And you know, maybe they don't think I'm right. Maybe they don't think it needs nerfs. I think it needs nerfs. Doesn't matter what I think though. I'm not the freaking dev. I'm just a guy who enjoys playing the game. If they directly nerf ES, but they buff life, that scales ES in the end. Is that a buff or a nerf? If they directly nerf ES, but they buff life that scales ES in the end, is that a buff or a nerf? You're talking about if they buff Ivory Tower but nerf ES globally? It would depend how much they're buffing Ivory Tower by versus how much they're nerfing ES globally by. But honestly, I think that would fall under the category of nerf, right? Like, Ivory Tower is a relative niche of ES. Yo, Boberg, appreciate the sub, man. Almost a year of cheese and snacks, hell yeah. Why is async on the board since it's already revealed? They have not revealed whether or not they're going to give us async dump tabs. This is mainly what this tab is for. Async plus async dump tabs. That's what this is for. That right there. Do we have to watch the Pee-wee channel stream to get drops, or watching Lance works? Watching any streamer in the Path of Exile category works. Me, Palstron, whoever's streaming. I don't know who else is streaming. You know, probably a lot of people. Pox, Mavels, Ziz, Quinn. Whoever's streaming in the Path of Exile category, you just have to have your account connected. You have to have your account connected to the Path of Exile site and link to the Twitch, right? But Lance's stream works better, FYI. Yeah, true. No, that's not true. That's not true. You can watch whatever PoE stream you want to watch. Gamers who want drops, gift 2 subs in this channel to get nothing. There is no gifted sub thing going on. Could I make a bow poisonous asthma tornado shot as channeling for the poison? I don't know about channeling, but you could do poison T shot if you wanted. That'd be kind of a throwback. Yo, Pacific, appreciate the sub, man. What's the drop item? The drop item is a weird, creepy, crawly breach thing. It's a weird, creepy, crawly breach thing. Is what it is. 25 minutes away. Spider, yeah. Something like that. That's the drop. It's not anything else, right? It's just a pet. I'm pretty sure it's just a pet for today. I think I feel a little more hyped on reveal day than launch day. Reveal day is a lot of fun. I might be that way as well. Reveal day is a lot of fun because that's when you get all these new things just thrown at you and you start like digging around thinking what would be fun to play. For sure. Absolutely. It's like I feel like it gives me the same feeling of like Christmas or something. you're like waking up about to be like, oh, what presents did I get today? what did Santa GGG give me today? Good time, man. Imagine loot pet that automatically picked up bubblegum based currency. That would be like China server. I think China server has things like that. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but I think maybe. PMH, you want to look at your build? You're doing hybrid crit forbidden rites soul sacrifice. No, you're thinking about starting this? No, don't do this. For so many reasons, don't do this. I guess, like, first of all, you cannot put this item on next to all this garbage. This item is way too rare and will cost more than this gear like 1,000 times over. So that's like the first issue. The second issue is Frost outside of Whisper's CI is just not good. It's just very not good. If you're playing Frost, you need to be a CI build, you need to have Whispers. Like 20-ish divs on League Start? Savalin? You know how much 20 div is worth on day 1? 20 div on day 1 is worth more than 100D on day 5. But you know, like there's like some proportional scaling. The things you can buy early league with those divines There's so many things that you can buy that are way, way lower price that will skyrocket, right? Anyways, the point is, you can't do this shield. It does not exist. Not exist. Are we playing Ruthless? Dude, I don't even know what the difference is with Occultist. Oh, Occultist has like some recoup thing. I don't really remember. Occultist has some recoup thing, doesn't it? I still don't like the idea of doing FR Soul Sacrifice on non-Whisper CI. I got over 100% recoup. I mean, power to you for having recoup. I don't know, man. I do not like Frost outside of CI. Dude, you're crazy. So you farmed a Savalan in Ruthless? That is wild. That is crazy. Gotta invest in the day one locks. I mean, a lot of things go up a ton in price. Locks are a good example, sure. My actually up a ton versus I didn't farm it. It was a lucky drop. Okay, lucky drop. Fair enough. I don't know though. PHM. I'm still not feeling this situation with Frost. I know you're like forcing the recoup, and that's why you're doing it, and you have the recovery rate, but I'm just not necessarily a fan of that. Use the claw. Yep. He wants the spell damage for attack block, I guess. He probably hasn't found a very good rare, right? Wait, did you mention which base you would put bypass on, int or strength int? Twilight. It's just pure int usually. Feel like we were going for alternative ascendancies every class now since Abyssal Lich. Oh, dude, I'm gonna be coping and putting that on my bingo board. That's gonna be a regular from here on out. I do really like that. Chess time, a miracle? No, I don't want to play chess, a miracle. A miracle, you're too high off that one win, okay? I fell asleep for one turn and forgot to fork, okay? Yo, my bad, all right? My bad. Okay. But let's not forget the total domination that occurred when I was playing you against in Age, okay? When we were playing AoE 2, wasn't even close, okay? Well, you know, the chess game could have gone either way. If I didn't misplay, easily was my win to have. But come on, a real strategy game, a war game, AoE 2, forget about it. You weren't ready. What's with the Eye of Sauron? That's GGG, and that's me displaying the fact GGG is looking at slams and looking at suppress. The gaze of Sauron is looking at those things to nerf. Okay. Do we have an audio issue on the bingo board? I hope not. Is Ziri's disfavor buff? Is there a... Oh no, there's not. That's just maybe GG decides to break out the axe and chop ES in half, you know? Maybe. Maybe. Conveniently gazing away from RF. Okay, let's put it this way. Okay. Let's say you have like let's say you have Frodo, okay? He's got the golden ring, right? You have Frodo with the golden ring, okay? And let's say right now he might be in direct line of sight, okay? But what's that? Samwise is right there instead, and it only sees Sam and friggin' protects Frodo, okay? Because Sam kind of carries, let's be honest. That's what slams are doing for ES. Okay, they're too busy thinking about how they're going to nerf slams to think about the real problem ES. Okay? It all checks out. It all checks out. ES is protected from the it has the not good for league start principle. And let's be honest, GGG only is paying attention to what the hell's going on with PoE for the first week, right? So you go over here. You go over here. You click this week 1. Week 1. This is what they see. They see Berserker slams 22% and they go put it on the list, okay? Meanwhile, Trickster, Occultist, there's all these ES characters that are just starting to come online. They don't even know it exists, okay? Don't show them week 2. They don't need to see week 2. They saw week 1, they planned their nerfs and they left, okay? That's why. It's just gonna friggin' skate on through. Show week 2. How much did it change by week 2? Holy, look at that ramp. Look at that ramp. They're going up. Week 3. Oh, snap. The Frost is gaining. Trickster's going up. Berserker's going down. Classy stuff. But yeah, they don't see past week 1. So they look at week 1, they see 22% play rate, VCAN Fisher. They don't even know ES exists yet. Week 1 max HP is higher than max ES. Really? That's kind of crazy. 30k life. Well, this is a dissolution build. You take out dissolution, which isn't real. Let's be honest. That's not a real. It's 16k versus 30k. What a Giga Chad. 6.5 million RF tooltip on week 1. Based and reasonable. The name though, God. Just played RF Scion on week 1. How good was this guy's gear on week 1? He didn't have the enchant. He had a magic mace. My word. This guy is wearing a simplex, a reflected helical, and he has a magic mace. Holy, this guy's a Giga Chad. My word. He's got a perfect simplex and a reflected helical, and he's got a magic mace. Oh man, this is my type of guy right here. He's not playing games. That is hilarious, dude. Yeah, his other gear pieces are all already pretty cracked. He has a 15% defense enchant. What's his helm? Conk burn 30% more. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, dude. What the hell? What the hell? Yeah, maybe he's thinking Adorned works on maces. That's week 1. Yeah, this guy has got some cracked gear for week 1. Does he got the 1646? Does he have the right lethal pride? Oh, he doesn't. Oh. He has 1530. Okay, 1530 is good. Not 16464, but that's like still pretty good. Day 1 POB. Hey, you know, he knows what he's about. He knows what he's about. He leveled to Inquiz to 100 before making a Scion. He's probably farming currency, right? Yo, Simply Grass, appreciate the sub, man. Didn't check the Adorn roll. I did. I think it was like 87, which is just like, it's the break point before before 100 for life, I think, is what it was. I couldn't do CI Frost in 325. That's why I was like that. Oh, this is your character from 325. Yeah, they added Whispers is new. It's 326. That makes sense. But I still think if you want to do Frost, it's Whispers. Power to you for farming that level of gear in Ruthless though. That's kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy. Okay. I'm gonna figure out how to do this. Okay, I think I found the correct button. I did not know I could do this previously, but Noogie and Ziggy taught me how to do this when we were doing a podcast at one point. I can turn off the ads for the stream. So I'm gonna go ahead and click that button, which should make it so we don't get any ads during the reveal. Old man learning, yep. Thank Noogie and Ziggy, because they actually freaking showed me where it was. Yo, Rethix, appreciate the sub, man. Appreciate you. 2025, the Gaze of Sauron. That's what it's called, man. I use Prime instead. Thanks, DBM. I sub for no ads. well, you'll get the no ads anyways. It's worth trust. It's worth 11 minutes, dude. Oh, let's go. About to get the goods. A guy in the PvE stream said nerf bows. Can you mod? Look, you'll find that. he knows, man. He knows nerf bows. Hell yeah. Let's go. There's no way we get this square right. It would be hilarious. Okay, as much as I love to like make fun of bows and stuff, they're not really deserving of a nerf. But it would be pretty hilarious if they got a nerf randomly. It would be pretty hilarious. 100% deserve. Yo, maybe deserved a little bit. Maybe deserved a little bit. Okay. give him the axe. Okay, like I can't be the only one that still has a little bit of leftover bitterness from trading Deadeye players, okay? I can't be the only one with some leftover bitterness. You are? Nah, there's no way, right? There's no way, dude. The amount of leagues where I had to deal with freaking Deadeyes being like, oh, I can't possibly trade you, or freaking repricing stuff, okay? It has maintained, okay? That the little bit, you know, the bitter side of me hasn't let it go yet, okay? So that's why we have this here. Nerf bows right when I want to try Toxic Rain would be terrible. I mean, they can nerf most of the bow skills without nerfing Toxic Rain. Toxic Rain maybe just, you know, stays on the side, a little frosty. Stays on the side, just doesn't get hit, you know? Hold that grudge for the rest of your life. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm definitely still holding it at this point. We will see how long we hold it afterwards, though. I'm thinking about starting Siege Ballista Hyro this league. Please no nerf. Siege Ballista Hyro? I think that could work out pretty well. Toxic Rain is a spell as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I could. Yeah, Toxic Rain does seem kind of like a spell. That players wish we were too fast, up the price, wish we were too slow, not worth leaving the map. There is no win. There is no win. We're getting cold RF. That'd be kind of sick. I'm coming in your stream and I see ES buffs. Obviously, ES needs to be stronger. We didn't hit 1 billion ES. No, ES needs to get nerfed, but that doesn't mean my prediction's changing, though. My bingo board is a combination of prediction and a little bit of copium. You know, just a little bit. You know, like, for example, maybe they just nerf bows again. Can't say no to that. Maybe we get +1 sign in Ascendancy, okay? there's a little bit of copium mixed in, but most of it's just predictions that I think are somewhat possible / in the realm of likely things that could happen, you know? 114k viewers in the PvE category. Yeah, people are ready to log in, man. People are ready to log in. Gonna hit them with another login. Let's freaking go! Almost there indeed. All right, the pre-stream launch. I'm gonna real quick relieve myself, okay? Real quick relieve myself so that way I'm feeling good during the announcement, you know what I'm saying? Cheese break. I'm not getting cheese, okay? It's just a tactical decision, okay? It's a tactical decision. I'm not getting cheese. I can promise you, hand on the Bible, okay? In front of all these witnesses, I'm not gonna grab cheese. I am not going for a tactical cheese acquisition. I'm just going to go to the bathroom. I'm just gonna pee. I'm just gonna relieve myself so I'm feeling good for the reveal, okay? I'm not getting cheese. Okay, I'm feeling good. 5 minutes to go. Comes back with Cheez-Its. Hey, it's not cheese. I didn't get Cheez-Its. Cheese, nothing. No. I'm clean, guys. I'm clean. And my axe, yo, gold guy. Appreciate the sub, man. Thank you for the support. Another +1 closer to doing Flicker. Just a few more to go. Funny coincidence, the webcam isn't working. It's not, dude. It's not a coincidence. I swear I tried to use it earlier and it just doesn't, it's not freaking working. I would need to like reboot stream elements. I don't want to, I'd have to like end stream and restart it. 10,000 is not reasonable. Exactly. I'm not a reasonable person. Yo, Zwiggy, appreciate the sub, man. So excited. Me too. Me too. Goes out of that. We are gonna have, okay, for context, we do have some consolation prizes before Flicker. Okay, we added in some consolation prizes. I don't think you guys are gonna hit 10k. That's why I chose it, because I don't want to play Flicker. Mute stream alerts. Oh yeah, we're gonna mute stream alerts for the reveal stream, guys. We're gonna mute stream alerts for the reveal stream. And for those in YouTube, maybe you guys make sure, could you say out loud if you can hear the Twitch stream? You should be able to hear it right now, but just verify, make sure I didn't forget to do that. I think I already did it. But if you guys can hear the audio from this, just say something real quick so I know. We can, no, not Twitch. I'm asking YouTube. Okay, YouTube says they can hear it. My axe. All right, let me hide alerts. We're gonna hide alerts for the reveal. We're gonna get this text out of the way. And we're gonna watch this in full display. Remove the timer. Oh, yeah. All right. Close out of that. All right. We should be good now, I think. Lance always has a backup timer or something like that. Something like that. When's GGG live? You're not seriously asking that, right? With a timer as the only thing on screen. You're not actually asking that, are you? Is the very time when Pee-wee goes to the late stream? Yep. It's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. You should have added bingo board for Abyssal Hordes nerf for pedals. Nah, man. I'm happy with the bingo board. I'm happy with the bingo board, guys. I think we did good. We got a Ziri's axe. We got some buffs. We got some nerfs. We got some things that could go either way. I feel like we got a good bingo board. User error. I have alerts muted right now. But for those of you wondering, user error wants to flex his, I guess pre-stream snack. He's got some cowboy butter seasoning air fried cheese puffs. Thanks for sharing, user error. Thanks for sharing as always. Always flexing the snacks. 1 minute to go. Hell yeah. By the way, if the audio is too quiet or too loud, do say something when they start doing like talking audio. I feel like right now I have it at a decent volume, but if like Mark starts talking and he's too quiet, just say up the volume or something. The audio is too loud right now. All right, we'll lower it a bit. But yeah, I'll change it if you guys are spamming like too quiet or too loud or something when they actually start talking, because it might be louder or quieter than this. Your audio is always too quiet? Like me talking's too quiet? You want me to raise my volume? I don't know, that seems a little bit questionable. We're fine? All right.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame, which is coming out 1 week from now on October the 31st. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Hive-born crawler by following the instructions below. Without further ado, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame.
We, the Keepers of the Flame, serve the will of the Dreamer. His instructions whispered from beyond the wall of sleep. But now, the Hiveborn are here, on Rayclast, and they seek to poison our world. We must close their breaches, destroy their hives, slay their breach lords. And by his gifts, the Dreamer provides.
Oh.
They brought this war to our world, but we shall end it, whatever it takes.
The Genesis tree. The hell? bloodline. Oh. What? Hell yeah. Dude, that looked good, man. Those are good visuals. Bloodline ascendancies? Oh. I'm
As you
feeling
can
good
see,
right now.
this expansion is a true sequel to the Breach League, first introduced to the game in 2016. We felt like it was time to progress the story of Breach, bringing with it a slew of new updates to the base game. In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame, beginning with the League mechanic, covering all the fearsome challenges it presents, and the new twisted ways you'll be able to empower your character. After that, we'll dive into the new Ascendancy options possible with Bloodline classes. Then we'll cover the much anticipated and synchronous trade system coming to Path of Exile 1. Afterwards, we'll move into the new Uber Pinnacle bosses, how to access them, and some new drops worthy of the added difficulty. Finally, we'll cover some notable quality of life improvements before moving on to our supporter packs and challenge rewards. We'll then have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile's game directors Mark and myself your questions from Twitch chat. And after the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM New Zealand time or 3 PM Pacific. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile. Breach is a beloved league that has had an iconic history in PoE. We intend to honour that legacy with our first ever sequel league, Keepers of the Flame. This develops every aspect of Breach, adding new layers to discover, richer lore, scarier bosses, and entirely new mechanics. That said, this is still Breach, so you will still be opening breaches and slaying hordes of otherworldly monsters. The Breach Lords have found the means to stabilize the connection between their realm and Rayclast. Now, with their grip tightening, we learn their true goal in our world, conquest. The threat they pose has now escalated to home soil. On the coast in Act 1, you'll encounter Aelith, the founder of the Keepers of the Flame. This is a monastic order sworn to defend Rayclast from the Breach Lords. The exit to the Mudflats has been barricaded by Hiveborn, Breach monsters that are working to claim every inch of Rayclast. Aelith can grant you a small spark of the power of the Flame, allowing you to blast away their barricade and move onwards. Once you enter the Mudflats, you'll find it infested with Breach monsters. They appear to be constructing a kind of hive, creating strange shapes and structures that absolutely don't belong. Time to purge them with fire. Aelith needs you to protect her as she empowers the Flame to do so. Hold off the assault long enough, and she'll be able to demolish the hive with cleansing flame.
Cooked in Act 1.
In other areas, the gap between worlds is strained. Here, you'll find a more familiar encounter with a new twist. A massive breach hand sunders the space between dimensions, and touching it will open an unstable breach, causing monsters to flood in. If you can slaughter them quickly enough, you can stabilize the breach. This brazen action can draw the attention of Vroon, Marshal of Zesht, who will do everything it can to stop you. Defeating this boss will permanently seal the breach, severing another connection between the Breach Lord's world and Rayclast. These stabilized breaches are similar to what a breach once was, but with upgraded monsters, a success condition to shoot for, UI tracking to keep the player informed of their progress through the encounter, and satisfying feedback when you do manage to complete the encounter. We've taken all the lessons we've learned since the release of Breach 9 years ago and improved upon it in every way we can. However, much of the joy of Breach came from its simplicity. While we want to modernize the mechanic, we don't want to undermine the core experience. You're still mostly just slaughtering hordes of enemies in a circle. Finally, in endgame areas you might run into breach constructions that have been left unopposed for too long, and have grown into their full twisted glory. Breach hives. Towering flesh-crafted cities in the sky. These are the visions of the Breach Lords made real in Rayclast, teeming with breach monsters. You must raid and destroy these cities with the help of Aelith and her flame. In some of these hives, you may even encounter some of the Breach Lords themselves, who will not be happy you're intruding on their planned conquest. Now, let's talk loot. Of course, being an exile is hard work, and you're unlikely to help entirely out of the goodness of your heart.
True.
Fortunately, Aelith has power and rewards aplenty, born of the Breach Realm itself, to offer you for your assistance. Help her, and she'll bring you to the Monastery of the Keepers, the hallowed halls of her order. Here, you'll find the Genesis Tree, the growing heart of the Keeper's power. On interacting with it, you'll find that this tree has a tree. That's right, it couldn't be Path of Exile unless the tree also had a tree. More importantly, the Genesis Tree is an engine of unholy creation, and a profitable one. As you complete Breach encounters and work more with Aelith, you'll be able to grow the Genesis Tree larger and larger, sprouting additional limbs. Each of these limbs, you'll notice, has their own inventories. These can be used for an unusual method of crafting new items. With this system, you'll be able to grow currency, uniques, equipment, and a new kind of otherworldly item, grafts. Grafts are breach hands grown directly from the Genesis Tree, born of the same flesh and sinew as the invading monsters. These fuse directly to your body, in a completely safe process. Don't worry about it. With grafts, you can harness the power of the Breach. Some provide passive benefits like this, or this, but they can also grant a wide selection of powerful skills. These graft skills can provide a flexible way to fill gaps in your build, offering everything from damage to potent defensive buffs and crowd control. For example, the Battering All graft will call massive arms to erupt from the earth, stunning all those they hit. For some additional pack clearing power, you could consider the Squalling Tool graft. When commanded, this graft will cast Dance in the White, creating a deadly ice tornado, which aggressively seeks enemies and fires off bursts of ricocheting projectiles when you critically strike with skills. For some further utility and a useful buff, try out the Storming Ash graft. This can be commanded to call down a ring of bolts from the sky that will leave behind the new Radiant Ground. Radiant Ground grants a potent damage buff to allies standing within it and makes their hit damage lucky. If you're simply after raw damage, look no further than the Erupting Zoth graft, which causes massive eruptions of fire where you command, which then re-erupt when you warcry. There are a total of 16 different graft types you can grow, each with their own skill. You can even unlock a second graft slot as you progress through Aelith's questline, so feel free to mix and match Flesh Zone horrors to your heart's content. Now, grafts aren't just here to make you stronger, they are also your means of feeding the Genesis Tree, which needs constant supplies of graft blood to grow anything useful. You can do this by defeating breach monsters, which will leave behind blood that your graft will automatically collect. When you feed this blood to the tree, your allocated passives will be put to work. This section of the Genesis Tree can be used to grow new grafts for you, which the Genesis Tree will then birth in a gruesome display. Basic passives on the tree might increase item rarity of birthed grafts, or the chance to birth additional grafts. These passives can target specific types of grafts, and this passive causes grafts to be birthed with a random amount of quality. Quality improves the amount of blood that can be stored by your grafts. This section of the Genesis Tree births currency items. Basic passives can result in more or better currency. Allocate this passive to sometimes cause a shower of currency to burst forth from the flesh of the tree. Yeah, it's a bit gross, but working with the organic matter of a bunch of dead otherworldly creatures was never going to be a clean affair.
Soulborn Orb of Augmentation.
Grafts themselves are born of a different world, so are unmodifiable by most currencies. However, with this passive, the Genesis Tree can occasionally grow fleshy mockeries of currency orbs. These function like augmentation orbs, regal orbs, or exalted orbs, but they work on your grafts instead of normal gear. Yep, it's graft crafting. Allocating this passive can result in foul-born currencies. This foul-born exalted orb, for instance, behaves as a normal exalted orb, except it guarantees a higher tier modifier. By locking out a large portion of the lower rolls, a normal exalted orb would be able to hit. The largest section of the Genesis tree is used to grow rare equipment items. For these, you have a lot of agency to influence the type and modifiers on your grown item. For example, you can specifically target boots with a dexterity requirement, with an increased chance for speed modifiers, and reduced chance for cold modifiers. Or maybe you'd prefer to look for a two-handed axe with increased chance for physical modifiers. This section of the tree is for growing unique items. Similar to the equipment section, there are passives that let you target growing specific types of uniques or rarer uniques. The process of growth is not always a perfect one, however, and can result in some defects. This passive can result in birthed uniques becoming foul-born, which
What?
mutates one of the existing modifiers on the item into a new one,
Say what now?
resulting in some interesting new ways to use that unique. For example, this foul-born quill rain no longer has increased projectile speed, but instead has increased area of effect. Another foul-born quill rain could replace the mana gained on hit with the much more powerful modifier where insufficient mana doesn't prevent your bow attacks. Here are some other examples. This passive even gives a rare chance for foul-born uniques to have multiple different modifiers mutated. I'm sure you'll come up with some extremely powerful uses for these. We'll leave it up to you to discover what this mysterious part of the Genesis tree can grow. So, ultimately, you'll be slaying masses of breach monsters, harvesting blood with the aid of your grafts, feeding that to the Genesis tree, growing some items and better grafts, and back again to the slaughter. As with all our challenge leagues, this league will come with a set of 40 challenges to pursue, and completing them will award you with the Keeper of the Flame armor set, allowing you to truly embrace becoming a monk and worshipping the Dreamer. Now, graft skills won't be the only new tools to play with. In 327, we're also adding a collection of new skill and support gems. Let's go over them now.
Hell yeah.
Kinetic Rain is a new wand attack, which covers the ground in unstable
That's
kinetic
pretty
energy.
dope.
These hazards collapse at the slightest touch, releasing their energies into any unfortunate soul who happens to be standing on them. With enough projectiles and area of effect, an enterprising exile could carpet the world in dangerous kinetic force. Wall of Force creates a barrier of kinetic power, causing allied projectiles to ricochet towards targets automatically. Drop one behind a boss, and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one. Conflagration is a new bow attack, which rains down fiery bolts from above that stick into the ground and pulse as you approach. Once you get close enough, these bolts detonate, causing ravaging ignites. These bolts chain react, allowing you to create fields of incendiary destruction. Thunderstorm is a bow attack, which creates a whirling storm of wind and lightning where it lands. While you're within the storm, it will rapidly grow, until it becomes violently thunderous with lightning-infused clouds. At this point, leaving the storm will cause it to detonate, dealing damage to everything within and releasing a flurry of tornadoes in all directions. Attacking with Kinetic Fusillade will create hovering orbs of energy. These linger for a few moments above you, before zipping off to nearby targets, chaining between them, then detonating. Living Lightning support will bring to life living sparks of energy, elemental minions that zap through packs of enemies with speed and ease. Use these alongside your spellcasting to augment your pack clearing abilities, or find whatever means possible to cover the world in living sparks of ruin. Windburst support unleashes chaotic tornadoes as you attack, which ricochet around wildly and quickly. These deal moderate damage as they travel, but will explode into a highly damaging burst when they expire. So it's a choice between scaling their duration up to get better coverage, or down to access the burst more quickly. Kinetic Instability is a support gem to go along with the new wand attacks that causes enemies slain to leave behind those same orbs of shimmering energy that Kinetic Rain creates. One might ponder just how many orbs you can create if you were to use both. In 3.27, Exiles will be able to absorb the power of some of the bosses they defeat. These take the form of new Ascendancy class options, called Bloodlines. Bloodline classes are a new means of character customization in the endgame. They are secondary Ascendancy classes that are unlocked by defeating specific endgame bosses. They are allocated with your normal Ascendancy points, and you'll have to choose how many of your points go into the original Ascendancy and how many into your Bloodline class. This means there is a nigh limitless ability to mix and match here, as you could choose to invest just a couple points into your Bloodline, or max it out, and you could take any Bloodline with any base Ascendancy class that you see fit.
What?
To unlock your Bloodline, hunt down the endgame boss whose power you desire, and defeat them, or have a friend help, and claim the power for your own. There are 10 Bloodline classes to discover. Bosses who offer this power are typically associated with past leagues, giving additional reasons to engage with that league content. Let's run over a few examples. The Chaos Bloodline will be offered to you by the Trial Master, if you manage to succeed his final challenge. With his blessing, you can greatly augment your Vow skills in different ways. Priest of Yalmak lets you use Vow skills much more often, while Priest of Kopek makes it harder to build up Vow skills, but makes them far more powerful. Or take Corruption's Embrace, which grants more Vow Keystone powers the more corrupted items you have equipped. The Ashabi bloodline can be gained by, you guessed it, defeating Ashabi. Her abilities are drawn from the 3 types of life force that manifest within as Marian spirits. The Wild Bear rewards you with adrenaline for generating rage. The Vivid Cat gives your elusive buffs a chance to refresh, as well as making you more stealthy while elusive. The Primal Owl allows your unleashed spells to reoccur many additional times, and get stronger for each time they reoccur. The Nameless bloodline comes from the King in the Mists.
Okay.
Be forewarned, his menacing power comes at a great cost. With the Unseen Hand, you can equip a third ring. But you'll have to decide if that comes at the expense of having no amulet, no belt, or no flasks. Unlight Silhouette adds a hefty life cost to all your spells, but they deal additional chaos damage based on the amount of life spent.
Connor's losing it right now.
Of course, there is more to come. What powers might you glean from delving deep underneath Rayclass to fight all the Crystal King? What secrets can you learn from Lycia, Herald of the Scourge, waiting at the end of the Forbidden Sanctum? As you can imagine, there are countless possible combinations with the system. You could be a Slayer that embraces corruption and vile power, or perhaps you'll play an occultist that doubles down on their dark power by integrating the Nameless bloodline. We are excited to see what crazy and interesting builds players come up with. In the most recent Path of Exile 2 expansion, the Third Edict, we introduced a much anticipated feature, fully asynchronous trade.
Hell yeah.
It was a fantastic success. So now, we're excited to announce that we'll also be adding this feature into Path of Exile 1. When you reach Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus in Lionel's Watch.
Yeah.
Previously, he just operated the currency exchange. Now, he will also act as a steward for your merchants tabs. These are where you can place items for sale, for direct and instant purchase by other players even when you're not online. To list an item, simply place it in the tab and select a currency and an amount.
I'll let you know.
Once listed, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it via the trade website or the new in-game market search. To purchase something for yourself, it's as easy as hitting this button, which will teleport you to the seller's hideout, where you can view their merchants tabs, buy the item, and also view the rest of their wares in case something else catches your eye. Every purchase costs a small fee of gold, as Faustus takes his cut. To account for this further drain on gold, acquisition and cost balance elsewhere in the game has been adjusted. Anything you've managed to sell successfully will have your profits collected here, in a separate tab to claim at your leisure. To be clear, previous means of trading, such as via pre-existing premium stash tabs and the website, will still function just as before. Merchants tabs, and the asynchronous trading that comes with them, are an entirely additive feature on top of the already existing methods to trade. You might find yourself needing the trade system to buy some upgrades, because this update also introduces 3 new Uber Pinnacle boss fights. These encounters are manifested from the memories of Zana, and in her long torment, they have festered into something truly deadly. These fights offer an imposing challenge, alongside powerful rewards. In order to gain access, similar to existing Uber Pinnacle fights, you'll need to discover fragments dropped by Tier 17 map bosses. Each attempt at the new Uber Pinnacle fights will require 5 of these. Let's dig into some of the challenges you'll need to face in these new Uber versions. In the original incarnation of Neglect fight, the statues can be used to block the laser beams to hide behind, giving you an opportunity to avoid being shocked, frozen, or killed. When you run near these statues, they activate and allow you to reposition them. While activated, they will not stop the lasers, meaning you want to position them well, then avoid them. However, in the Uber version of this fight, instead of being a safe haven, the statues will refract the laser beams, causing a ruckus of energy to cover the arena. Activating them will prevent the refraction, so unlike the base fight, where you want to position them well and then avoid them, you'll be wanting to constantly keep these statues active. But then, you have to deal with their assault of attacks. While fighting the incarnation of Fear, these fiery orbs will slowly clutter up the arena, locking off portions of it until you bait the boss into detonating them himself with his thrown spear. When Uberified, these orbs are attached by a flaming leash to the boss, rotating around him constantly. More and more will spawn as the fight goes on, making it even more imperative that you clean them up by cleverly using the boss's abilities against him. Normally in the incarnation of Dread fight, during the bullet hell phase, you have to acquire a red rose, run it to the boss, then collect a blue rose, doing the same, causing it to get heavy stunned and interrupting its mechanic. In the Uber version, you have to do the same, but in order to get the blue rose, you have to defeat the incarnation of Neglect, and to get the red rose, you have to defeat the incarnation of Fear. Good luck. Given the difficulty of these bosses, their reward should be worth your while.
Now we're talking.
Let's take a look at some. From the Uber incarnation of Neglect fight, we have Bitter Instinct, a spiky shield that turns retaliatory strikes into preemptive ones, making it just a matter of time before the long arm of justice crushes your foes. Alternatively, you might find Festering Resentment, a poisoned blade with an unending supply of toxins built into the hilt. These toxins are put to good use, causing every spell you trigger to be capable of poisoning with all damage it deals, enabling a truly crazy trigger-centric poison ruckus. And from the Uber incarnation of Dread, the Hallowed Monarch, a counterpart to the Dark Monarch, which focuses more heavily on investing into one or a few minions, rather than growing your hordes to massive proportions. Storm Rayclast, with your chosen few at your side, stealing power from your enemies as you go. We've got a number of quality of life changes to bring to 327 as well. Many of which you may have seen already in some of our pre-livestream teasers, but for those who haven't, Heist is a mechanic which has long frustrated some players who may otherwise have been interested in the rewards it has to offer, but have no desire to grind through the early progress of finding and running low-level contracts to get all of the rogues to their maximum level. Well, starting in 327, Heist rogues will automatically begin at maximum level, so you can start your dubious criminal career without all the busy work. Points invested into your Atlas passive tree will now be refundable with gold. Just speak to Kerak to do so.
Snack break, they're going through the
For
teasers?
players
Nah.
who love jumping between strategies, there's also an option to instantly refund your entire tree, which of course can now also be done
so much good
with your
stuff.
regular passive tree as well. Now you can make all your decisions with no regrets. Well, maybe some regrets. You no longer need to purchase bestiary orbs. You can now itemize beasts for free directly from your bestiary. From late Act 1, you can now mass identify your items at an NPC in every town, and from Helena in your hideout. This does not require Scrolls of Wisdom at all. While using an Alteration Orb, you can now hold Alt to swap to using an Augmentation Orb, if one is available. Opening a Blight Chest will now open all other Blight Chests near it. Rogue's disenchanting services can now be accessed from towns and hideouts. Kerak missions now have a handy icon to show at a glance what kind of mission they are. Holding down Control and right-clicking on stacked decks will now continuously open them to your inventory, notifying you in chat what the outcome is. If you still want to open them direct to the ground, to let your loot filter provide a dose of dopamine, you can still do that too by also holding Shift. Val Orbs can be used on monsters encased in essences, to the same effect that Remnants of Corruption have. When multiple skill gems are ready to level at the same time, you'll now be able to click this button to level them all up at once. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs.
How late am I? Pretty late.
Today,
You missed
we're
a lot.
launching two new series of supporter packs. The Champion of Theopolis and the Verdant Magus packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
Yo, that's a good looking
As
hideout.
always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Champion of Theopolis series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Manifest a Champion's Ferocity, as the Lion's Might unique finisher effect rips your enemies to shreds. Open the Champion of Theopolis portal to end your crusade through maps in the style expected of a true victor of the arena. Defeat your enemies like a true gladiator, wearing the Grand Champion of Theopolis armor set. The armor awarded only to the most elite warriors of the Grand Arena. Take charge of the situation and storm into combat with the Flaming Minotaur's Quicksilver Flask effect.
The Champion's Podium map device rises up to honor the glory you've achieved as you activate it.
Ascend the stairs and stand atop the platform as you enter your maps. Each flame surrounding the platform represents a remaining use on your portal. The burden-back Billy Goat carries all the supplies necessary for a campsite as he travels behind you in battle. When placed in a hideout, instead of roaming around like your other pets, their supplies are deployed, creating a small camp where you can access your stash and providing a place to take a load off while you rest next to the campfire. The Verdant Magus series contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Having Faustus sell your items on your behalf is great and all, but sometimes you just want to feel a little bit more shady about your dealings. The Back Alley Trader hideout decoration is more secretive with your trades, creating distance between you and your customers.
Note that until 327 is released, this Back Alley Trader will only serve as your currency exchange. Once it's out, it will be updated to have the new Managed Shop option to also facilitate your trades.
The Verdant Wayfinder pet is a loyal companion to any Master Magus. As you approach waypoints, it envelops them with its vines, guiding you throughout Rayclast. Control Earth and nature itself, as the Great Verdant Magus armor set envelops you in the ancient power now lost to time. There's also a matching back attachment included.
Remnants of the forest ripple out from within you with the Verdant Magus level up effect equipped, restoring life to the corrupted land. Call on an ancient golem to use their power to create a safe passage for you to retreat through with the Arcane Golem Portal. As a Supreme Verdant Magus, you can travel to your Arcane Isle hideout. A cluster of islands held together by ancient magic passed down between elite mages. Stand atop your tower and relish the great heights you've reached above those who have not harnessed the arcane. These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console and will remain so during Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Meanwhile, the Crypt Keeper and Frisian Magistrate packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Keepers of the Flame League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame at 11 AM New Zealand time, 3 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to holding off the Breachlord's conquest, crafting gruesome grafts, planning dozens of Bloodline-empowered builds, and filling out our trees tree. We hope you all join us.
They didn't show Ascendancy reworks, so the stuff they did show were the Bloodline Ascendancies. They showed, this, right? Sub-Ascendancy thing. We already ready?
Exiles, and welcome
Holy,
to
they're
the
already ready.
post-reveal discussion and Q&A with Jonathan and Mark.
Listen in.
Lead guys who make games, I believe was what we discussed as the titles.
Yeah,
That's the
official title. Yeah.
Excellent. I like it. It's good. We're talking about how to inflate their titles in the lead up to this. 327 Keepers of the Flame, the reveal we just had there was, I think, quite a banger, but I've been even more impressed with what I've been playing here in the office with some of that, so we'll get into that in a moment. But I'm curious, this is kind of like a special kind of reveal day for
They didn't even mention Assassin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it
That's
marks
crazy.
a return to schedule for us. You announced this plan to do the 4-month cycle for the games, two twos, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard, I'll tell you that, right? Like, it can be pretty brutal on some of the stuff when it's like, every 2 months you got a deadline. But yeah, I mean, look, we have to do it, right? Like, I mean, that was always the intention, to get, the regular schedule. It's super important. So we have to make it happen. We have to make sure that is something that we can do going forward. But yeah, I would, like, I'm honestly, I'm so happy that we managed to, to get everything back. And I think it helps a lot.
I think like things feel a lot less like crazy here this visit for me, like, and things seem a bit more of a finished state as well from what I've been looking at. So
well, we're putting a lot more effort into sort of getting that production process down, making sure that everything's going well. Like, we're hiring producers at the moment, just by the way, in case anyone's out there just like looking for as a production job. But yeah, it's something that we're really concentrating on, making
plus
sure
one
that,
ad for producer.
when you've got a schedule like this, when it's this tight, you have to be really, really careful, because like, I would say one of the hardest things that we didn't expect, trying to make sure that we get the schedule this short, is you start to become really vulnerable to just like random things, like this person gets sick or like something like that, and that's like suddenly it's like a real challenge. So that's been real hard to adapt to. But yeah, I mean, honestly, we have to do it.
Because PoE 2's 030 kind of, we missed it by a week or two as well.
Yeah,
Like, normally that's okay.
Yeah.
You slip a week or two, but now all of a sudden, now you got a bit 2 week more overlap with 327. And it certainly has less room for error. But again, that's why more production staff should help, and we are just going to get better at it. But yes, we made it to 326 and now 327, mostly on schedule, give or take. But
Heck yeah.
One was, you could argue one's an anomaly, 2 is a pattern, so hopefully it should continue as normal. But yeah, we'll get better at 100%, so we'll work out the kinks. But there's always going to be some growing pains to going to 6 releases a year for across both Path of Exiles. So
Yeah, I remember thinking when you guys were doing 4 releases a year that was crazy. So 6 is pretty wild, but it seems to be happening. So fingers crossed it keeps happening. Is the contingency just that like occasionally you just might delay by a few weeks here?
I don't want to. I really want to be real strict about it. Like,
we said we'd stick to the time and adapt the content around the time. Like consistency is key. So hopefully we can keep doing that. That's still our current philosophy and plan. So
I think you were telling me once before, Jonathan, that when you have that for a while, it kind of helps everyone get an idea of like scoping a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Content, like.
I mean, look, it helps with everything, right? It helps with the players just feeling the consistency. It helps with like developers. Like it's just overall like a way better state to be in.
So, Breach 2, aka Keepers of the Flame. It's the first real direct sequel league in PoE. Now, I know we're kind of sequeling with stuff in PoE 2. There's like definitely follow-ups there, but this is the actual first true sequel league, and it seems like people are pretty keen on the idea. I think the reception's been pretty good so far, first impressions. What are your guys' thoughts on doing a sequel? Were you like anti-sequel, pro-sequel? Because I know people kind of...
I would say personally that like, so whenever you do a sequel, you're entering a dangerous territory because people who didn't like the original could then now be like, oh, I'm disappointed because like as soon as they hear that it's a sequel to something they didn't like, they're like, it's not. So you could just be ruling out a bunch of people in your audience right away. Now, Breaches, I would say, is a pretty popular one, so like there's less danger there. Yeah. But effectively, in order to make a sequel to something, I think you really have to be doing something that had to be a real banger back when you did it, so that people actually, are definitely on board from the beginning. In general, I'd say we'd prefer to do stuff that's like new, but I think this one was a good fit. It was a good example of something to do, and yeah, people are liking it. So it's
I mean, as Jonathan said, yes, like some leagues are more divisive than others. Some have more kind of X factor out there gameplay. With the whole Blight Tower defense, and some of them are more maps and a bit more crazy. And immediately you do turn off some people, and we know that going in. When we make these, we try and make it something good for everyone, but Breach had that just like you're just slaying hordes of monsters. You're just killing. It's the classic. We talk about reinventing the wheel here. We talk about not reinventing the killing monsters in circles. And it has that. And by the way, that is a massive thing when doing the sequel is we're like, we must keep the killing monsters in circle. Because the last thing I want to do is, and this is another risk of a sequel, is take something that people love and then just ruin it. Right. We really focused on the weaknesses of what Breach had, because it was nine years ago, almost to date, I think it was. I think it was December 9 years ago, so we're almost there. Yeah, just if you want to feel a bit old for a moment there.
My back, ow.
And I actually still remember working on it. It does not feel like it was that long ago. I made those 5, the 5 Breach Lords back when, and put together all the monsters and all that interesting stuff back then. And I was like, what was I doing? Like we took the player characters, put some micros on them, and dunked them in red paint.
That was the style at the time.
It was like, so it's not only been fun to come back and do a sequel, which, by the way, we've codenamed Breakwall, which is obviously a given. But
important.
We've coming with like 9 years of lessons learned, including with all the lessons learned from PoE2 as well, and then coming back and being like,
you're gonna go with new skills.
What do we know now
probably
that we didn't know back then?
There's a lot of
spice
spice.
Okay, let's not sabotage the gameplay, the killing of monsters, the killing monsters in a circle, and let's focus on the weaknesses. And so then we looked at, okay, well, nowadays, if we were to do a league, it generally comes with, some character power arc. You've got some crafting system. There's generally a meta system, and then that's where you get like the grafts, the Genesis tree, and all that stuff come in. And again, focusing on that, less of like,
guys, we'll dig
on
through
the combat mechanic this time around.
Reveal and stuff after the Q&A.
We kind of knew that was a success.
Yeah.
You'll find that. It might be less trivial with some of the other contents that's a little bit more like crazy with respect to combat. But we'll see.
I'm definitely eager to dive into like basically all of the things you mentioned there. But out of interest, what's like a league mechanic or a expansion that you either would or wouldn't want to sequel at some point? Like, what would be a bad example? Is maybe interesting.
Well, I think the one that you said there with the tower defense stuff, it's just like that would be very divisive, right? Immediately, if we said to doing
that's right.
Sequel, and
they know Light sucks.
Immediately,
Based
like,
developers.
Yeah, I know.
Blight bad. You heard it here first, folks. All you little Blight enjoyers.
Exactly. Right?
Take a long, hard look in the mirror, baby.
Hated on the other side.
Hell yeah.
For
no
sure.
sequel for you.
That being said, like, it isn't like, oh no, that means Blight's never getting improved.
Right.
There's differences between overhauling and improving a league.
Yeah.
And there's and obviously doing a narrative sequel where you kind of step away from some of it, and so really here it's like, yes, Blight, there's so many leagues, right? Insert all of them will get attention. Sometimes they'll just be quality of life, similar to what we've done with Heist this time round, because honestly, that probably deserves more. And then other times it'll just be an upgrade.
I certainly wouldn't want people to say, oh yeah, we're just going to do sequels from now on. Though we're definitely not. Like, I don't think it's going to be the most common thing. I think it's just a thing we decided to do here, and maybe we'll do it again sometime. But most of the time, I think people want new stuff and different new things.
I like the revisits. I wonder. There's definitely some lore and stuff I'd like to see expanded. Like, I feel like Harbinger, for example, touched on some stuff that was maybe only scratching the surface.
Part of what allows us to do the sequel here, by the way, and from a more production point of view, is that because we did the Twisted Domain and the new Breach monsters in PoE 2. We got to utilize the monsters. So we didn't take the bosses from PoE 2. We made full from scratch boss fights for for Keepers of the Flame. Cool. But for the monsters, a lot of it's reusing the models, the animations, the rigging, a lot of the art side of it. And because we get to do that, we get to then focus our attention on all those other things that we would otherwise have to have a bunch of resources dedicated to. So like there's a kind of like two birds, one stone going on there, where we not only got to do it, we got to do it in a more cost-effective way that allowed us to focus on other features that are going in the expansion. So, win-win for players and for us in that regard. But it would be less trivial with other sequels or to other leagues where we don't necessarily have all the monsters and everything made like that. So, not to say it's impossible, but it's just an interesting factor that came up that allowed us to do more here than we might. If we don't forward think enough or forward plan enough, and I mean quite far in advance, because like making these full monsters from scratch is not a short-term process. We might not be able to do for some other leagues. So, just a kind of fun internal kind of consideration that we made.
Well, like an interesting thing here as well with the fact that Breach is in PoE 2, and I don't normally get into lore, so lore warning, but I'll try and keep it as oversimplified as possible because I definitely have delved into the deep end of the lore of this stuff. But so to simplify it, PoE 1, Chayula, baddie, we fight them. They're like the pinnacle boss from the first game, and yet in PoE 2 they're like explicitly not there as part of the boss of that, and also there's this lore kind of exploring the idea that they helped humanity at some point. So I'm curious if this expansion is kind of filling out the story in the in-between.
You telling me there's more stuff in here?
It 100% is. That was a huge other win we got to do here, because really there was like, okay, there's the breaches in PoE 1, previous to Keepers of the Flame, and then there's kind of breaches in PoE 2 with the Twisted Domain, and it's like, wait, how did we get here? What happened? So it's 25 years. It's what's going on here? So we wanted to given again, because 9 years ago we weren't really putting that much into the narrative of leagues and into you'd find back then.
What?
We're not far from Onslaught League back then, right? It was just 20% of the stats. So, and even when we had Anarchy, there was Exiles, but like there's named characters, but we didn't really have voice acting for anything. We've kind of stepped up our game in a lot of delivery of that. So now we get to, come back and go, let's establish a bit more about Breach. Obviously, there's uniques and flavor texts historically, but yeah, we got to establish a little bit more, add some interesting stuff to it. Meanwhile, also, progressing the narrative towards what if people are playing PoE 2 see. Now, that being said, if you just play PoE 2, you don't
Barf
need,
getting
you don't
more
need
real
to
by
know
the
all of this.
second.
If you just play PoE 1, good on you. You now know it all. It's all entirely optional information to know, but you kind of have this. Worth noting, on the kind of Chiola arc, it's
how is it
a bit of like, is it good, is
probably
he bad
pretty
kind
hard.
of thing going on. Still to be determined, at least for the players.
I've got a cult following, but that doesn't necessarily mean one way or the other, does it?
He was a baddie here. You're an acolyte of Chiola over there.
Yeah.
What goes on in between? But
I was reading the flavor text of the Acolyte of Chayula this morning. I'm like, even that doesn't really kind of suggests that maybe it's not a good idea to be following them, but but there's power.
But the monastery of the Keepers of the Flame is actually where the monk trained and from PoE 2 grew up and all of that stuff. So kind of little fun bits there. People playing both games will appreciate it. It's still great. It's going to be great in either game, and it allows us to develop. So, because look, they're both set in raid class, it's still a shared narrative, and it's nice to be able to like evolve all of that. And it's it's honestly been fun, really, honestly, doing all of that.
It's cool. It's cool to expand kind of like some of the story of the Ascendancies there as well. Like you're getting a bit more of a tie in there as well. But you said the monks trained there, though. I thought you were just telling me earlier that the monks trained here in the studio. What's
Yeah, so technically now, officially, the monk has been trained by one of our IT administrators here, since he was the person I'm not sure what the martial art is, but, he's very well trained. I believe a black belt, and we used him for our mocap reference.
That's so cool.
Hopefully he doesn't mind me mentioning that, but, it's
awesome.
it's quite fun. I think our animators enjoyed that one a little bit as well. So
that's awesome. You guys hadn't really done too much of that in the past, or?
You mean mocap?
Yeah, like mocap
I mean, the
stuff?
animators always film visual references, so like they've got a room basically where they go up and they're just like doing all the animation, acting out. They're often not actually mocapping technically with like all of the suit and everything, but they're often filming that and then doing animation to it.
I'd say one of the most useful pieces of technology that we've been able to benefit from is it's a literally single phone shot mocap, and very quick from recording to in-game animation. It works really well for animating, obviously, humans, but also for when it's involving just a single human. It's like ultra quick. Like if you have two and they have to interact and make contact, it's not very good at handling that, but it's been insanely fast. So you just get a single small tripod with a phone, and you can record a human and chuck it in game pretty rapidly. So that's been amazing, and honestly, almost all of the human animations you'll now see in game, where it's not someone punching
We yap
or
about
hitting
this. We
another
won't get
person.
to
So, like,
blanket nerfs.
not
The patch notes are coming,
the
guys.
best for
Like 2
combat
hours.
and kind of scripted cinematic interactions between characters, but just those kind of freestanding town idols and all of that stuff, you can do pretty rapidly now. It's been a pretty big improvement, I'd say, in a cool way. So
Yeah, and I mean, you're getting like PoE2 quality stuff in Path of Exile 1 as well. Like I've definitely seen things like that's a lot more going on there than there usually is in PoE 1. You're just talking about the fact that the original bosses were just exiles with extra color filters on them, right?
I mean, everything new that goes into PoE 1 like has been a lot higher standard than some of the early stuff for a very long time, right? Because it's not like you have people being like, oh, you know what, I'm going to make this worse quality because it's going in PoE 1. Like obviously they're going to make something look as good as we can make it, right?
Our artists are our artists,
exactly,
They
right?
just
So
make
I mean,
the good quality art.
You could probably phone it in a bit more, I reckon.
They don't. No, an artist doesn't want to do that, right? They want to make stuff that's good. So
Who wants to do that? I
It's
appreciate
a
that
quick
mindset.
way to remove their job satisfaction.
Right.
Make bad stuff.
Yeah.
It's too good.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So you mentioned the sanctity of the kill monster in circle. So on the mechanical front, I noticed that there's actually 2 distinct types of breaches here. There's very much close to the original one, but then there's this hive one. What are the differences between the two, and how do they work?
We've got 4 encounters total. At the more common one is the kind of what we're saying is the hive. So the breach have come through those the hand portals. They've stabilized the breach and are now building their hives. And so you'll come across there's heaps of walls and constructs and some half organic, half inorganic. And you get the little spider things, which I think is the Twitch drop for the stream. You get those and they're kind of building and they're like putting together like molecule by molecule building these hives. And that's the one where you come in and you get given the power of the Keepers of the Flame, and that can just incinerate away all of the material, and you're kind of just like running around pretending to be a Righteous Fire build for a moment.
I'll just note as well, like you don't have to click
Hell
any doors or like
Good build mentioned.
Just
Probably got a buff this
You just
league,
run
let's be
around-
honest.
You run around
So
burning
good.
stuff. It's kind of satisfying. You see ash going everywhere. There's a couple things going on there. So generally when you get to the center, you summon an Aelith, you start the encounter. And effectively just kill a whole bunch of monsters. They're trying to get to her. They're trying to kill her. They're not super effective at it. We're not doing the whole like, they are persistently wanting to aggro on her. They're going to try and kill you. That's honestly more of an immersive flavor thing than it is like meant to be too interruptive of a mechanic or anything like that. Again, because I wanted to just keep killing monsters being the primary focus.
But there is a thing where the more walls you burn, the more
Yeah,
stuff you
there's
get.
amongst all the walls, you can get these like spawners, these like hive portals, where the monsters can then come through. So if you want to activate more, to have more monsters, have more difficulty and get more reward, you want to burn as many of those hive spawners as possible, and then they will turn into portals once the fight begins. If you just want to run to the center, start the fight, do the fight, and leave, go for it. The other thing here is, though, that, of course, obviously this can be a bit of a clear, speedy thing where it's like, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, during those encounters, using the power of the purple flame, these kind of purple flames scatter out, and each of them kind of has a skill attached, just like an oh shit button. And so, like, if you're getting overwhelmed, there's like different things you can just click if you wanted to, if you needed to. Most powerful characters, you'll be fine. Just as it kind of like will send out a giant nuke and clear stuff,
Dead
or
Eye
like create this
PvP?
like flame
The Dead
wall,
Eye Art
and
is
anything
different.
that runs into it will burn, and that's honestly more to help out players that are kind of struggling or on the weaker end and aren't like, able to kind of keep up with it. So it just normalizes the difference between bottom end and top end a bit. Again, not meant to be intrusive, not meant to be like complicated. We kept it simple, and it's just like 99% of it.
I mean,
is just
when you boil it down, it's basically just like a fast-paced
I'll
wave
snap it
defense.
next time,
Like,
guys.
just survive 6-8 waves of
Pretty
monsters
much,
that are
yeah.
rushing at you pretty fast, and but it doesn't have that same clear speed pressure that the like basic one has.
Yeah. So that's one encounter. Second encounter is like the traditional breach, the one that players have, you know, historically been playing. You activate a thing, the breach expands out. So these are breaches that haven't
is
been
not Dead Eye.
stabilized yet.
Yeah.
That
So
could be
they
the
haven't come
Arcane
through
Archer.
to build their hive. So you activate it, it starts expanding, you kill all the monsters, that's it's revealing, and then once you've killed enough, and if you can kill enough, like it can be kind of hard early game, but like towards end game, that's your goal. You'll notice a progress bar filling up, and once the breach gets to the end, that means that it will become stable. And so what was going to happen is when it becomes stable, the breach are going to send through their like difficult monsters, their elites, their enforcers, you know, their front line to come through and, you know, secure the area so they can send through their like little worker spiders to start building their hives. So this is like a yet to be a hive. And so you obviously don't witness all of that. Generally what you do experience is you kill enough monsters, and then in the center the portal activates and a bunch of monsters and often a boss floods through. And so now you have to go back to the center and fight all that, kill everything, defeat the boss, get the loot, and then everything drops then and there once you successfully do that. If you can't do it, run away. That's up to you. You know, you can still play it the old way if you want and like not get so much rewards, just kill as many as you want and move on. But generally speaking, you'll want to go back to the middle. You want to kill the either waves of hordes of monsters coming through the portal or the boss that spawns.
That like locks open then once you reach that stabilization point.
Yeah,
So
it
you
locks
don't have
open
to
the time.
rush.
Yeah, so that's another good thing. Yeah, so the existing breach. I mean, obviously, it's pretty outdated and even imbalanced, and often people were killing the breach lords, that the wild ones, in like, you know, a matter of seconds. But you know, I wanted to make sure that boss fight didn't have a time condition. So yeah, once it stabilizes, that's it. You just once you kill them, it closes. You have infinite time to kill that boss and fight those monsters. You're not just like, oh my god, I got to do it. So like it is a more substantial, and generally because you've cleared everything in that circle now, it's like it almost like you created your own arena. You've got like a nice clear area where you can fight that boss and focus on killing that boss. Now he has minions in a regard, so obviously it's not just one-on-one, but you know, that mechanic's like quite cool. So that's the like Varun, the Marshal of Zesht fight. He has some specific drops. You generally want to kill him. And then, yeah, so that's encounter number 2. And then, yeah, encounter number 3. I know he's going on a bit of a thing here, but these next
a bit
two
of
are
content.
bit quicker. Encounter number 3 is the kind of sky fortresses you saw. It's very similar to the first fight. It's kind of like, oh, we didn't stop this hive. Some of these hives have been getting built for weeks or whatever, and now they're like, you know, full giant mega structures. So you climb the beanstalk, as I called it, the breach beanstalk. You get up to the sky fortress, and honestly it's kind of just like a map of breach monsters.
there's no
You're
timer.
clearing through.
It's not like the
No
breach
timer at this
deadlines.
point. You can just clear the area and leave, taking your rewards with you. But in the center is like the hive encounter, the very first one, like a wave-based encounter. It's just a lot more epic, and you have to, you know, the same exact thing, except Aelith's like, yeah, it's going to take a lot more explosive power to destroy the rest of this hive and seal this portal, so you might want to get out of here. So generally speaking, yeah, once you've killed all the waves, you then have to get out of the area before Aelith burns the entire thing to the ground.
Cool.
Normally you can survive that. Not in this case. You might want to get out of there. Once you do, you get all the loot. Sweet. You're not going to get that encounter too frequently, but, you know, it can be a little bit of fun, a little bit more action-packed when you're trying to escape. And then the fourth encounter is pretty similar to that, except it's just an area with your pinnacle boss, your endgame boss fight at the end of it.
And you basically didn't show those in the trailer, because I did
showed
know that
Toll
people were
for like
like
2
wondering
seconds.
why you
His
showed
shield
kind of so
looks
much
sweet.
of the Uber bosses for the regular content, but you didn't
so
really show any of these
We
guys.
generally avoid showing bosses for sure, especially new ones. I'll you know, you get a silhouette of it, a single emerge shot, and yeah, for sure. Like for the Ubers, we're like, well, they've got like 10, 15 skills each. Let's show one mechanic we've changed of each, you know?
Bloodline save glide,
maybe
how
not
it has
the
2
best
nodes.
option.
Yep.
Like I know people like their full
True.
mystery, so like maybe lesson learned
That's
in
a
the
good
future
point.
might just show nothing. But yeah, we only did show one of all of their skills that have changed, you know, just so people get a general grasp of how they're changing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I probably, given the feedback, I'm probably just not going to show those again. So,
Fair enough.
you know, we'll let it be a mystery. But yeah.
So this skill tree, you actually did it. You made a skill tree. Well done.
The tree.
But this tree is quite fascinating, because it's not just a like a meta progression system for the league or something. Like there is that, it is progressing, but it is a crafting system. It's a tree that is a crafting system, and from messing around with that, like it feels kind of brilliant. Like this is a really good idea. How did that come about?
It was kind of a mixture from Chris Octavian and I can't remember who. Me and him and kind of Andrew, we all kind of we just came up with ideas. But I think the original tree that spawns items or grows items and then hatches items came from Octavian, and the grafts, mind you, as well. He's cooking. Nice creative brain on that one.
Down.
Comes up with some cool ideas. I like, you know, that kind of out there style of design, which is good. And so eventually we took that kind of idea. I was the one who brought Breach to the table and was like, oh, we can unify these. And that came from a interesting thing where in the Twisted Domain in PoE 2, you get these you have these trees made of hands that the environment artists made. And I really love them, and I'm like, normally because you're on a timer in that area and you're going hard, you're fighting monsters, you don't really get to appreciate a lot of the art assets in there.
Zoom.
And I was like, wow, damn, I want to use those trees, but have them, because I think they're petrified in that version. So I was like, what does that look like when it's a bit more alive, a bit more organic, a bit more gross? We kind of came up with this tree, and you know, tree that hatches items, and it has this fruit, and then we were like, nah, like I don't want just a tree that has fruit. It needs to be gross and dark and horror, you know? It's like, this is a gothic world. And so, yeah, we obviously went a little bit more crazy with the theming on it all. But I like it, right? It is dark. It's like a little, you've got this alien-esque demon species, right?
It's like squeezing the items out with a bunch of plus.
Yeah, it kind of came like that, and then it's like, well, needs a meta progression. The good thing about the tree having a passive tree is we get to reuse all the same code that our passive trees use, and then the other, because it's good, because then you don't have to make a completely bespoke system. And again, it's picking your battles, being able to focus more on what the nodes do as opposed to the underlying system.
I think what's pretty interesting about it, though, is the way that, like, it actually, for crafting, is quite interesting how it sort of encapsulates the idea that you've got, like, various dependent choices. You don't normally think about crafting in that way, but that's really what crafting is. And so it kind of, like, means that it's actually a surprisingly natural interface for crafting.
That's striking me about it.
It works really well. And so, yeah, that's kind of a pretty interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen it before, someone doing anything quite like that. So
yeah, like I've seen some crafting trees and stuff, but they're usually separate, or there's like some little bit. But yes, like that's what I was thinking, because I'm thinking a lot about like how do you communicate crafting, because it's a pretty complicated thing generally, even in its simplest in Path of Exile. But this does seem to have like a very natural, more understandable way of communicating it, because you're allocating the nodes for the craft. You get to see the structure of your craft in a visual manner, which I'm like,
it is cool.
So,
and how did we go this? So we've got multiple character trees. We've got world area trees. Is this the first crafting tree?
Well, kind of. There was the one with the items. I don't even remember the name.
There was
of it
the
anymore.
there was
Crucible?
the
the Crucible one.
yeah. Oh,
wasn't really, like,
that was
crafting.
that was
Yeah.
items having trees. That
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
a
a
tree
little
to
different.
craft.
Yeah,
It was an
You
item
could
growth
kind
system,
of
yeah.
argue Scourge is like the whole microwave mechanic, kind of. But it wasn't really a tree. It was like a grid. It was a bit different, you know. So I don't know. It might be our first true crafting tree.
It's like, I just can't help but wonder, like, we'll see, I guess, after a league, but I just can't help but wonder if you, like, accidentally stumbled upon one of the potential solutions to, like, how do you communicate crafting to players? Because it's so hard to do. It's like, I don't know, maybe this has applications.
Well, I'm not
elsewhere.
AFK. I'm
We'll see
listening.
how it goes, and there's a lot to expand on
appreciating.
here, of course. Like when you have these kinds of tree systems, and you know, immediately people are going to be like, "Oh, keystones and you know, where's my crafting tree notables and masteries and jewel slots?"
My cluster jewels for my crafting tree.
Yeah, build your own crafting tree.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes, but obviously that depends. You know, we don't want to overcomplicate it off the bat. So you come in with something kind of simple, elegant, see how it works, see how people respond to it, and then you know if things go core,
How's the
we always like
bingo
to decide
looking?
based on how the players respond. We can evaluate how we want it to be, if we want to change it, if we want to leave it as is, if we want to, you know. So we'll do all that. But yeah, it's cool. I like a lot of the ideas coming here with that, you know, with that and the grafts and stuff like that. There's some pretty crazy cool things.
So talking about like the idea of preserving some of the stuff from the old breach or what's not being kept. So you had the old breach lord
I don't know
domains.
if we
They're
get
effectively
that.
being replaced or removed here.
So those
Dude,
are all,
a lot of
we've
these things are
kept,
dependent on patch notes, guys.
Breach 1, I don't know what you'd call it, fully intact on standard. Whereas on this league, it's the full Breakwall Keepers of the Flame mechanics. So full replacement. None of that is there in the current, while playing in Keepers of the Flame. Like, all of the breach nodes on the Atlas tree are gone, you know, and all that. So you've got the current league. Obviously, our intention is that it goes core, but we'll take the better elements of it. One interesting thing here is obviously we still have all the old stuff. So if we miss the mark on some things, it's still there. We can bring it back. We can integrate it. We can, you know, obviously it would suck, you know, to have to then accept that we have to keep using all the old art and old mechanics and old fight to some degree. But like, if they're more fun, they're more fun. We're not necessarily here in the business of taking away things that people loved. So obviously I'm pretty confident in what we've got is going to be amazing. And as you said, first impressions, pretty positive. So, but you know, worst comes to worst, if we have to take the best of both worlds and merge them, then that's still what we're going to do. Now that being said, so yes, you don't have breach domains in Keepers of the Flame. You got all those new mechanics I described earlier. But that isn't to say there isn't a future where we have a prequel to the prequel, and we have you know, or an update. You know, not necessarily another sequel, but you bring back some of those things that were good about it. So immediately I can see people coming to mind. Oh, but what about the uniques or the rewards? We have kept all of that. All of that can be spawned from the tree. You know, you can grow pretty much all of it. You can find, I won't reveal exactly how to do that. You can figure that out.
Yeah, nice.
But yeah, you can generally get all of
He's
the
holding
historic
out on us.
rewards from Breach from the new mechanic as well. We've tried to keep all of that.
Does this mean breach rings finally get a revamp after sitting there with their silly thing? That
Yeah, well,
no
they
one
got
uses?
their improvement in PoE too, so we had already accepted that having a double effect while in Breach, especially given, you know, that's only useful some small percentage of the time generally, not good enough. So yes, the breach rings have been reworked. I believe the implicits are all max res of the corresponding element types. I can't remember if what fifth one is. Whatever, we'll deal with that. But I believe it also restricts or constrains the mods you can roll in it. So it's like Zoff rings, fire mods, etc., etc.
Cool. Sounds rather interesting. The
Yes, we'll see.
unique crafting as well looked pretty wild.
Sounds like they got reworked.
I was pretty excited to see that. I expected it to be like it would remove a modifier and then just replace it with like a random rare modifier or something. But it seems like they're actually handmade modifiers, like there's bespoke modifiers, and even multiple, like those 2 Quill Rain ones. Is this just like a long list of them? And surely you can't do 1,000 uniques worth of those. Like,
I actually don't know what number they got to, but effectively it was just like, we'll just go until we run out of time. But yeah, like there's a whole bunch of uniques. It is here's the list of mods that it can lose. Here's the list of mods it can be replaced with on a per unique basis. Yes. Right. Again, not all the uniques. I almost assure you it won't be the majority. And obviously you're not going to be getting pinnacle boss uniques from here and stuff like that. Those are restricted to things that have specific drop locations But yeah, that being said, it is a list. It would suck to, lose the key mod on an item. So generally speaking, we don't allow like what gives that unique full identity to be removed. A lot of it can be either the fluff stats, sometimes the downsides, some stuff like that. So yeah, we'll just kind of see what happens there. If people love that, it would be the thing where we can add more and more and more and more, and then eventually we will have the entire unique pool covered. So we'll just see how that goes, but it's kind of fun.
You love to see it. So the other thing was these creepy arms that you can grow on yourself. I love that. We just, here, have an arm. Sure. Just plug it into your back. Why not? I mean, we were shoving rusty bits of metal in ourselves and stuff before, so why not continue with that? But these are like, it was in the video, but I didn't really like kind of understand kind of how impactful they'd be until I was messing around with it, especially for leveling. But these are like pretty major skills and an extra layer, because especially so there's 16 of them, and you can have 2 of them, and they're like a mixture of auto casting skills, proc based things, so like on attack or something, and manually cast in some cases as well. Like I had a tornado that was like crazy. So these seem pretty significant. What's kind of like the plan for how impactful you want these to be, or like, especially at endgame, like they'll definitely like very impactful while leveling.
Obviously, there's always going to be a spectrum of usability, and generally speaking, yeah, they're going to be pretty powerful. But you know how strong characters can get; they can generally outclass everything. That being said, for a long way, they're going to be pretty damn useful. And even beyond then, there's generally can scale the difficulty of the game like hectically. You'll notice like something I think you observed as well. The numbers on the skills are like out of control.
Yes,
that is because they don't scale with your stats.
Yeah.
Obviously, it debuffs on the enemy. Anything you debuff on them does. But yeah, they don't scale with your increases. The reason for that is that I wouldn't want it to be that if you're a spellcaster, you have to use one that's doing a spell, because you generally focus on increases. And I didn't want it to be that, now in order to benefit from grafts, you have to really only invest in global damage increases and stuff like that. It would restrict the character builds too much. So we made them not scale with like your character stats. Obviously, again, as said, if you reduce the resistances of the enemy, then the enemy takes more damage, that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's a kind of a lot of them that vary from utility through to just like pure offensive power. They all also just come with stats. So, and yeah, as you said, if you didn't want to, like, there's ones where you use skills and you can use that tactically. You can merge that with some of your abilities, or if you just want to, effectively let it autocast. There are versions for that as well. If you just can't be bothered, that's also fine. And honestly, at the worst comes to worst, at the end of the day, they still kind of just give some mods, and that's fine. And they are obviously used to, if you want to get one that just like specializes in harvesting more graft blood, that's also a thing you can do, because those systems are linked. Like the grafts do gain the graft blood, which is what you give to the Genesis tree to give the item. So there's kind of a nice interlink between,
I mean, they should really be replacing the power that you previously got from mercenaries, right? Like if the league needs to give you something that's going to fit in that power curve, so therefore you can look at it in a similar
they are mercenaries on your back.
In a way you could say that.
That's what I was kind of thinking when I was messing with it. It's like, okay, so we're gonna have 2 of these. It definitely feels like how I was looking at the mercenaries and picking mercenaries that had like 2 really good skills. It was kind of a similar idea. So the design of mercenaries has informed this somewhat, then it seems.
Sadly, you can't gear your arms.
No.
Can't put items
can't put a bunch of rings on.
Tell your arm to hold a sword. That would have been kind of fun, though.
That would be pretty cool. The way Octavian explained the graphs to me was, he said, they're not you. And I'm like, somehow that's really creepy to hear. It's like they're attached to you, but they're not a part of you. That was explaining the scaling. Like, that's why they don't scale with your stats, because they're not you.
They're independent life forms, and therefore don't benefit from your passive of tree.
We didn't do this, but we had a desire to do unique ones, which I thought was kind of
Works
gonna be
going
fun.
center? No.
We might do this later,
Gone.
like going core, we'll do it, but we're like, what if you, and I think it was Octavian's like, what if you had a leg growing out of your back? What does that mean? And I was like, what if you had like a good jacked quadrilla arm or something? Because I was like, you could just have unique ones where they have like just like deformations, and you can have like random, deformed crazy things going on, or like, I think I had a design, I was like, what if there was one that was like converted, you're like, I don't care about the league, it converts all graft blood to gold or something, and it's a kind of like cursed pirate treasure arm or something, and we'll see if that goes somewhere later, but I think that could be kind of fun to play around with. So
There's definitely some sort of like biomutant kind of combining of limbs and genetics and stuff potential here, maybe.
later mechanic, right? Like nice to have these things you can expand on. So
Yeah, so it looks like you can synergize with them, but you don't necessarily scale them directly, like you're saying. You can debuff enemies and things like that. While we pan down to some of our additional questions, I've been noticing some that get mentioned a lot in chat that we'll kind of transition over to briefly. So WASD gets mentioned a lot, like if that's something that's planned for Path of Exile 1, if it's feasible, what goes into
So
that?
in order,
It's a pretty big deal.
In order for
Say
WSD to happen
MTX.
in PoE 1, we need to get the rigs from PoE 2. In order for that to happen, we need to finish moving all the microtransactions over, which has definitely been a bit of a slow task that we kind of need to get through.
Yeah.
And so effectively, it would be like we do want to do that at some point, and then after that point, we can make WSD for PoE 1. But yeah, it's just a question of getting through all that work, and then we can do it. Like I'm
No
not against
Wazda,
it by
please
any
no.
means.
You
It's
don't
just,
have to play with
it's just-
Wazda, guys.
I mean, I want it to happen. It's just
You choose to use it or
getting all
not
those
use
things
it. It
moved over
doesn't-
to the new rigs.
like, it doesn't
is the,
affect you if you don't
daunting
wanna-
factor.
Just,
Yeah,
like,
and you want it to be kind of reaching a certain threshold, it seems like, of quality.
Well, I mean, so yes, you
'Cause you
can
can do it.
You can do it by
Like a
just like
controller.
where the character just rotates.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say that gets like that. The quality of that is really not great. Like I don't think it feels good. So yeah, I kind of want to make do it with the proper rigs that we get. And look, that would be so beneficial to everything anyway. Like we're highly motivated to do that because it means that we don't have to rig a bunch of stuff for the old rigs anymore, which a bunch of artists would definitely appreciate. So yeah, like we will.
What's going to be other
get that done,
changes?
and then but yeah, it's going to take a while. Like it could
Well,
be
then
quite a
protest
while.
the other
biggest benefit
changes.
from the rigs is just that we're
If
gonna
they
then
say, hey, we're
be
going to
able
add
actually
in
do
moving while attacking, and you don't
a
want
lot
that,
more new
that's what you should
skills.
protest,
Yeah,
not
yeah,
PoE
Wazda.
1 as
Yeah.
well that actually use new animations, and it's not going to be an absolute nightmare to try and make. So that's going to be epic when we actually get to that point and can just be like, okay, floodgates open, let's go and make a whole bunch of new skills that are using new animations. Because you'll notice, even though we have a bunch of new skills in this patch,
Yeah.
it's all using the existing animations and different means of delivering it. So generally speaking, we have kind of your spell projectile, spell AoE, spell buff. They're kind of separated into all these categories.
Yep.
And so when you generally do a buff, you just use the buff one, and AoE use AoE one. But as a result, we don't have just cool bespoke things where you I don't know, do a flip while doing doing
Yeah.
crazy stuff like that. We're not going to be able to really get that in PoE 1 just because the cost is insane to animating that. You got to do that on 7 different characters, 7 different rigs.
with all the
Patch notes when?
different weapon sets.
Yeah,
a couple
and with
hours.
every single weapon
Hour
set,
40, something like that.
And because generally PoE 1 doesn't have as much restrictions on the weapons to skill association, it would you'd be like, it's not great. It's really not great, and it would be like the cost of doing that would mean we'd have to do so much less other stuff. So yeah, I mean, just a random tangent on why the rigs would be beneficial as well. Like immediately, I'm just like, oh my god, please, I want to do new skills that are
But we will
feel
do it. We will
different.
do it eventually. It's just porting all those stuff.
I do like the
it's an
announcement.
interesting insight that you even planned
better
to
than I
kind
thought it
of
was gonna
bring
be.
this like PoE 2 rigging system over
Bloodline
to PoE 1
ascendancies,
for
new
animations and
skills.
things like that, 'cause that
They didn't even mention
indicates that
reworked
the future of Path of
assassin
Exile 1 is not,
in
like,
the
very
preview.
static visually. Like obviously we're seeing
That's
new
something we're
stuff
getting.
ported back, but potentially a lot of stuff getting remade and updated.
What?
And like PoE 1 is anticipated to change a lot in that regard over time.
Well, I mean, yeah, it just like for no other reason that it makes our lives easier, we need to do it. But yes, it will have the side effect of making the game look better too, which I guess is good.
So another thing I saw mentioned in chat quite often was like asking for Trial of the Ancestors and what's the plans or status of that.
I mean, we want to do it. That ultimately is just a resource thing again. It's like it's one of those ones that it can't be 1-to-1. It was too gameable, too solvable. Like got to a point where I was like, this is the strat you do. We need to like fix a bunch of stuff with it. It's not out of the question. It's honestly just a like whenever we assess the scope, it comes up all the time.
Uh-oh.
And it's like, oh, we could do this,
fine.
all this. What do we? And it's always going to come at a cost to something, and it just has been so far. You know, at least 326, 327 that we've wanted to make sure that we had other priorities. I guess it's safe to say. So TBD, who knows? You know, well, these every single time we don't like plan too far in advance with this stuff. So generally when we are at the next league or the next 2 leagues worth of discussions, it's like we have a list of things that we could do. It's in that list. I'm sure it'll come up at some point. So we'll see.
Feel free to be coy about this, but it seems like since something similar is occurring in Path of Exile 2, that might help you kind of like solve some of these questions for PoE 1. Maybe that gives people an idea of the time frame.
Well, as I said once, if obviously there's a could do with respect to PoE 2, but if we manage to go down that route, we get to do the exact same thing we did with Breach here, which is that if we have all the monsters made, you know, and a lot of art made, and a lot of encounters, so even if it doesn't appear the exact same way, it'll allow us to do a massive shortcut, which would mean that all of a sudden it is way more possible to add as a feature without having to compromise too much else. So
nice.
Yeah,
I can see that. All right, let's talk endgame, and I'm sure you're anticipating a discussion on Tier 17 modifiers, modifier design, their addition to memory strand maps, risk scarabs, and map modifier effect. So I list all these things out because they all come together to form a bit of a tangled mess of late endgame. And I'm just curious, like, before we even get into like what people are asking or what people are saying about it, I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on this topic, I guess, of Tier 17 modifiers and their impact on late endgame.
I mean, the main thing I'd say there, like just as an overall view on it, is that like T17s, there's this tension between, like, it is not a good place to be when there's a tension between what players are enjoying and what the thing we want to try and do is. Like, that's like a problem that needs to be resolved. So effectively, it's like, what T17s are supposed to do in theory is something that we want, which is to say, like, you know, that like you get something that you don't necessarily like want to have to play against, and like, you know, like you have to actually, and you have to deal with it or come up with a way to get around that. But in practice, players don't want to do that, so there's something clearly wrong here. So something does need to change, but it's a little bit tricky to come up with something that we want to, like, that both sort of satisfies our desires for, like, you know, like interesting challenges that are different each time that you play them, that like all that, you know, there's like, you know, new and interesting things you encounter, but yet also something that players actually like. So there's a problem for sure.
So what is your desires for Tier 17 maps? Like, what do you want?
Well, as I said, I don't think it's necessarily the desire for T17s as such. It's more the desire that you have, like, you know, like interesting combinations of mods happen, and they're like, oh, this is a new challenge I have to rise to, you know, and like, how am I going to deal with this, and that kind of stuff. And like, that's something that like in practice players aren't like really liking. So as I said, there's a problem here for sure. It's just a question of how we kind of
100%. They're not in the right spot.
Yeah,
I am of the like, we need to go back to the drawing board a little bit here, because like we, and to be fair, we are like trying to band-aid it, but we can only do that for so long. We kind of just need to reinvent something here a little bit. Like, they were intended to be the penultimate bosses that allow you to do the Ubers. But they're also now, you know, also this non-sustainable map, and where you have to, obviously a lot of people feel like they have to trade for it, and then in the other cases you've got a bunch of modifiers people hate. You've got this like thing where, because of the mods, you end up devolving down to the endgame strat becomes, as you said, stacking map mod effect and modifiers via risk. And it's like, it's not fun. It's not ideal. We tried to narrow the gap with T16 and a half, so that kind of worked. And then you get some other weird problems where, like, because those can be 8-prop corrupted and Tier 17s can't. There's some weird issues there as well. And honestly, it's like, it is a kind of mess. And we intend to keep band-aiding it until we can drawing board, but I would expect you'd probably see a pretty...
I think it needs a full redesign.
Yes.
It needs a full redesign to try and see if we can come up with a way to both achieve what we're hoping to achieve, but also make the players not dislike it, right?
So is this maybe like separating out what you're trying to do with the Tier 17 modifiers and what you're trying to do with this penultimate like boss thing that is like the lead up to the Ubers?
That is a split at the very least.
I don't think that we've worked out exactly how this can work, though. Like,
I don't think that like the best, most rewarding content in the game should also be the tickets to the
Legion,
Ubers.
stop with the us versus them crap.
Well,
Chill,
even
man.
that's like broad and sounds weird when you first say it, but
It's
like
so hard because
it's kind of, you know what I mean, where it's something's wrong.
There's a fundamental
wrong here.
tension with you want the hardest content in the game to be the most rewarding.
yeah.
But like the moment you do that, there's all sorts of incentives that come into play that mean that people don't like it when like there's a map now that you can't run because the mods are not good for you and that kind of stuff. And like, so then there's also, it's a problem.
It's a little bit of a mess of problems.
It's a
Because
problem.
Any individual part of this I look at, I'm like, well, this is actually okay in some circumstances.
Right.
Like, it's okay for there to be some modifiers, maybe
Right.
Like, I think you guys feel the same. Where it's like, it's okay for there to be some modifiers that are like better for other builds.
But in
and
the
worse for
moment
others.
that it's like it
But there's
feels like a
point where it
huge
breaks.
economic penalty to that,
So the
you're
economy kind of
immediately
affects
like
that.
you're immediately kind of.
I mean, you get the thing right now where you stack the risk scarabs, and then it's like, okay, only trickster and juggernaut can play it as a way of it's perceived, and you know, it's again. We are changing a lot of these variables, by the way. We're not just leaving it for 327.
Right.
Like, we are changing risk scarab. We are changing some stuff around map mod effect. We are changing.
Good, nice.
You know, there are bits and pieces changing. I'm not going to stop band-aiding just because we have a grand plan for the future. Well, we have an absence of a grand plan, a desire to have a grand plan for the future. But we will. I would be very surprised. I know I shouldn't be promising content in the follow expansions because variables always change, but I'll be very surprised if we don't do a more drastic shift in 328 to solve this problem because, it's now long enough that it's not worth it. So obviously, hopefully the changes we are making improve things in a pretty meaningful way, is shake up the meta a little bit. But yeah, there's still going to be some woes, and but hopefully people can be excited for, the thing to whatever the thing is to come. But it shouldn't be too hard for us to come up with something. Honestly, similar to how we did 031 for PoE 2. If we can come up with something that is just like a universal success and like is blatantly a win and isn't going to, lower the value of people's economy mid-league and stuff like that, I wouldn't be. Against if we can come up with something, because we're obviously going to design it soon. If we can come up with something or a piece of that something to deploy to, mid-league, mid-keepers of the flame, I will push for that. We'll just have to see if that's something we can actually do. Because often these things will mean like, oh, now all of X will become devalued. And I don't want to like ruin people's mid-league economy and wealth and just destroy it because we decided we want to make a change. And so... there's considerations to make.
Yeah, from speaking to Octavian about the tier 17 modifiers as well, I can tell they're kind of weighing on him. Like
Mage Blood from the tree. I'm not dropping a Mage Blood, man.
I think
Let's
we're
be
all
real.
on the same page. I honestly don't even know if anyone really is disagreeing with, like maybe in little ways, but I think everyone's kind of.
Okay, I gotta ask, like, is there someone who loves the 3 seconds out of every 10 seconds you can't deal damage modifier? Like,
I like it.
That is the most egregious one, right?
I play support characters. I don't deal damage.
Freaking Mark,
you're gonna jump on this grenade. How does that modifier come into being?
No, I mean, to be fair, I like things that are just a bit more. I'm a bit more masochistic in that regard.
That's what I was gonna say.
I'm not attempting to put my masochistic views on the player base. I understand that, generally speaking, people aren't for that kind of thing. But I also like trying those things, seeing how it is, and there are things where these can exist. Like if this was behind a couple more layers of some sort of more niche corruption mechanic where players, or some crafting system over here where players can kind of choose to do it but don't feel forced to do it. Those things can exist, and I want to make sure we keep that kind of stuff. But in the broad mod pool, some of these mods are they're not really working.
It was
evidently
that one, and the like action speed reduction from using your skills, and I think there was the petrification statues get mentioned.
Those you can build
well.
around.
It's it's the drowning orbs plus that plus it's just like, okay, thanks for making me slow.
You mentioned drowning orbs.
I mean, the thing about slowness is you do feel it, hence why. Whereas like often you can just be like, I'm just gonna ignore that. That's a nothing mod.
Physically painful sometimes.
So but it's a bit overboard right now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I see the problem here. Like I'm so torn on this because I want these sorts of. I get the idea of these modifiers being like things that you can feel like that they have a bit of an impact, and they're not just like
Well, I don't want everything to just be another multiplier making the monster get closer to one-shotting you. You know what I mean?
Mechanics to happen.
Yeah, you want something, but there are some that are okay, and there are some that are not, and we just haven't found the perfect spot.
There's an analogy about this, which is like, how do you feel about immunities in D2? It's another sort of similar situation, right? Where it's like it forces you to change something about what you're doing, and a lot of people just really hate that. Yeah, and it's kind of like a similar sort of situation, I think.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like, I like the idea, but I don't like the execution of that at all. Yeah.
Right.
Or the
and I think we're actually sort of running into a similar situation with this.
This is it is kind of your. I mean, we've danced with this a few times in the past.
For sure.
We had some immunities on some pinnacle bosses and stuff like that. We talked about it in previous chats a long time ago. But so it sounds like some of those modifiers are changing then, if nothing else, maybe as the band-aids.
Sure, I mean, there's band-aids like that. But there is something like wrong here, though, to solve. Yeah, that's all. I don't know if I can say more than that, really.
Yeah.
With the map mod effect and the Atlas tree in particular, I'd rather there was like 15 different ways to scale difficulty and reward, as opposed to just like, here's the stato stack. And it's just like straight multiplicative. Right. I don't know. I want, because obviously a lot of the stuff on the tree is affecting the leagues and the content. I want more than just map mod effect to be the way that you can multiply. And so it's like, do I want to focus on this or do I want to focus on that? And there's like different builds within the like making things harder and more rewarding. But yeah, right now it's just like, well, obviously I just stack all of that. Like quantifiably, it's obviously better, and like there's I don't know. It's a little bit lame, honestly. It's kind of just a boring thing right now, and I don't know. This again, drawing board, 100% back to it, revisit it. I'd be surprised if we're not doing something for 328 as much as I told myself I wasn't going to promise following expansion content, but
there's some patch notes coming out later today. Is that, or is it later?
Yeah, I don't know what the time is, but our 11 a.m. NZ or whatever it is kind of thing. Like,
there'll probably be like a rollout over time as well, from what I'm hearing. Like
that's just generally the case because patch note writing is a surprisingly difficult task. It takes quite a while to get all that stuff.
I mean, you've got an extra week to make additional changes. Like people are like
sure, there's always
and
that
they
too.
Like get extra ideas and stuff, and some of this stuff may be in there, but it can be. Have a look at some of those in there, but it sounds like we're kind of on the same page with you guys, at least regarding a lot of that.
Yeah, I don't think you'll. I mean, obviously, it obviously needs attention. So yeah.
All right, it's cool. So on endgame though, in like from a longer term perspective, we have a pretty good Atlas endgame system right now. Like I think it's pretty well liked, apart from this issue that we just talked about. Like overall, the core of it seems great. Like I can sing many praises about it. But previously, like historically, you've done a lot of complete endgame overhauls, and to the point that it was definitely a trend. Like it seemed to be like the way that you guys would go about it. Like every so often, there'd be a major endgame overhaul. Is that still the case? Like have you achieved something you kind of want to keep and maybe change instead?
I don't think that we would want to not overhaul the endgame again. Like the reason that it's not like we're like, this is what we're set on, we're now just going to keep this forever. Certainly not. It's more just that comes down to like it is hard to come up with the ability to do a scope for that, and it's been especially hard since we've had like PoE 2 in in early access.
They say
it's kind of like
there's going to be patch
to
notes.
a point again where like that level of scope.
They're just saying like they give us patch notes, and then
necessarily that far away.
Sometimes
from
they do
that should be
like
fine again.
Changes throughout the week.
That, like,
just like every other league.
Yeah, like it really is just a question of like can we get the ability and time to do it? Yeah, like I don't think, as I said, I don't think it will necessarily be that far away before we do something like that again. And I like you do need to change the stuff every once in a while. Like it does become stagnant eventually.
Interesting.
So like I think we should do another big overhaul. But obviously the term overhaul can mean a lot of different things, right?
We should be careful with overhaul.
Like it's not like it's going to change into like a it'll still be fundamentally the PoE 1 Atlas and the. None of the overhauls we did changed it too fundamentally, I would say, in some respects. I mean, yeah, there's big changes, but I guess it depends on how you look at it, but it's not like we're going to suddenly be like, oh yeah, we're changing it to be like a PoE2 like system or something like that. Like we you know, it'll, but we do need, you know, like, we need new pinnacles and new, like, you know, challenges there, and that's stuff like that's something that we will have to do eventually. It's just getting the time.
That kind of stuff, like escalating the narrative and cycling out bosses and cycling out characters and you know, changing all that stuff is like generally pretty harmless and generally cool. Like you're not really messing with the systems and the core of what people like and the cycle that people like. So like obviously that's always just a nice win when you get to be like, all right, what are the next set of what you know, much like Breach has now evolved and gone forward in time, you know, so will the endgame story at some point, and you know, we will do that for sure. And it's just like there's always mechanics that come with it. And sometimes if you add those mechanics, they can't coexist with some existing ones because it overcomplicates everything, it becomes a mess. I would hate to have, you know, I don't want to add more systems and now all of a sudden it's extra steps even more over to have to do on your maps before you run them and that kind of stuff. So sometimes things need to be replaced, but like, you know, we appreciate the fact that PoE1's endgame is in a pretty, overall, I mean, everything always has its problems. I'm not going to deny it. We just discussed them, as you said. But it's in a pretty damn good spot, and there's so much good about it, and I don't want to ruin that. So, yeah, we'll be very careful with that stuff. But honestly, generally, we'd like what you might find is that we use this T17 thing as a motivation to go, what is the redesign? Okay, let's use that as the like crux of what we design around and fix the problem both narratively and like game design wise by removing these problems from the game, creating something new in its stead. And yeah.
I think what I'm most curious about is like, if let's say you went into a meeting today to try and come up with a new end game for PoE1, like an overhaul for it, would it still have an Atlas passive tree like it has now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I already,
there's no way you'd get rid of that.
I already know.
It's too good, right?
I already know what it is, so I already have it in my mind.
Oh, okay. You were saying before last time that
it's deep in my mind.
You've got a story arc planned.
Well, the Secrets of the Atlas was intended to be part one of a multi-part, right? So I've got the other parts, or at least most of it. And yes, the tree is still there. And honestly, I don't think anything is fundamentally in my plan in my head is changing enough to cause any concern. So, I mean,
all right, great.
It's all for the better.
Got locked away in the steel dome.
Well.
Great.
And now everyone will have to just wait to see what those ideas are for an undetermined amount of time.
I assume we'll get a follow-up to the story maybe next expansion, perhaps, of following along what's happened. That was a pretty interesting last one.
We'll see, yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about balance. There wasn't too much revealed about balance in the reveal trailer stuff.
Good question,
itself,
Ziggy.
But I know it was mentioned that there would be a bit of balance stuff going on here, and I've had a chat to a few people and scoped out some things. Like, for example, there is the unplayed assassin that gets asked about a lot, and it seems like something's happening for assassin.
Yeah, that actually came kind of recently. We were just like, can we really... I think what I had said, and my intention was to do this for both games, is like, we should at least look at, like at least with respect to Ascendancies, look at the least played class, especially if it's been consistently least played.
Yeah.
And make sure that that's on the radar and getting some level of improvement. And even if it means we have a go at it, and if the scope's too high, we do it a bit later, and if the scope's within spec, we do it immediately. In this case, we looked at the assassin. It was like 40% lower, at least on the primary leagues, you know, it was like much lower usage than even the next class. And then, you know, so it wasn't doing very well. And it's been the case for a little while. So we were like, look, let's just do something. Like, it was better than doing nothing. So obviously we just put together what we could over a couple of days and kind of mix and match. We had like 3 or 4 different iterations, and you know, it came up when we were looking at it, you know, it was like the whole you have the interesting thing, you go and look, you look at the class, and it's like, why is the ruthless poison node better than the non-ruthless poison node?
True. Good question.
Ruthless meant to be a bit weaker, and then it was kind of like, oh, okay, well, that's a thing we can maybe draw inspiration from.
Yeah,
we just did
it's only been like that for like 4 leagues.
But yeah, so we teased that last night, whatever the time zone is, and you know, hopefully people enjoy it and play it. But yeah, I kind of want to get into the rhythm of every expansion. At least we look at, not necessarily change because it depends on the scope a bit, but we at least give it a go of making sure we look at the worst class no matter what, even if ascendancy classes aren't part of our, like, you know, the package of things that we're wanting to improve. Because sometimes we do a focus on the ascendancy classes, other times skills, other times this, other times that. And but I was like, okay, it's like, this is pretty bad. Let's do something about it this time and see if we can be consistent with that. No promises, but, you know, we'll try.
And there's a little bit of a wild card in the mix here with Bloodline Ascendancies. So
Hell
just to
yeah.
clarify, these are Ascendancies
things
on
look
top of the
insane.
original class that you can choose where to put your points.
Same point pool. And the reason a lot of people ask or immediately are like, well, why don't you give separate points like Affliction? And the real reason is combinations are great, but also I didn't want to have to water down the power of the points. That's too much power creep, like to add to a character to be able to give trees at large. And so there was that interesting part of it. The other second part is that we wanted to make sure that there weren't enough points that you could put all 8, at least generally speaking. So you'll find most of the classes only have 1 to 3 notables, kind of up to 6 points worth that you can spend.
Yep.
And this is so always, no matter what ascendancy you are still matters. I didn't want to just make it that literally the entire game, no matter what base class you are, where you start on the tree is the same. If it happened to be that a certain bloodline was OP, it's, you know, which I'm sure one of them probably is. And all of a sudden now every single person is just this one thing. It wanted to be like, nah, I think we want to do a feature that adds as much in-game build.
Assuming you can't mix two
possible.
bloodlines, I don't think so. They haven't clarified.
And also, what's cooler than just being able to take the powers or learn the powers of your favorite boss for the purpose of
I think
fantasy?
no, because he said they're limited
mix and
to
match
1
these
to 3
things,
points.
and now you get this cool, like, okay, I'm a Templar. I'm all about, you know, holy powers, but I'm also going to embrace my dark side over here, or maybe the ways of the Asmeri, and you get like a freaking Ashabi Guardian thing or something. Oh, sorry, I've got support classes on my brain all the time. So, you know, you have your Slayer something, you know. So, you know, the permutations honestly are endless. And obviously metas are found and builds are created and all of that. But
this is going to be a fun system
what we
to play
obviously
with.
find is that, well, there's a few awesome perks here that I kind of like, is that we can add motivation to doing certain content that otherwise you wouldn't normally do. That's great. We can add this for future content very easily, right? There's probably other bosses that you're like, oh, we can do this and this and this. Like, it's very easy to expand this and take it away. And the reason we're able to do that is because it is an in-game feature. It's not like overcomplicating the campaign and that player's experience. Like, you wouldn't want a second class in the campaign. People were like, holy, I've already got a tree and I've got this tree.
You mean a third class?
A second. It's like, I've got too many classes. There's too much stuff going on. So being able to keep it in the end game is an in-game unlockable thing, where we can expand this feature over time. Now, all of that, of course, is under the assumption it succeeds. Again, we'll listen to the feedback, check what players think about it. But it's assuming it does well. Again, pretty high confidence. Yeah, it will remain and we'll keep expanding, keep extrapolating, keep changing. And then it's yet another lever where we get to add so many different builds, because one bloodline being able to then be paired with all, 19 ascendancy classes is just like, all right, we've got a lot of stuff going on here. A lot of different options, a lot of cool things you can do. And yeah, I mean, I am actually real excited to see what happens here. More than most things, I'm always like kind of excited to see what players do with things, but like here, I'm just like, I don't know. Let's see what happens. Like, it's gonna be real cool, and I suspect you'll get, like, for quite a while, people narrowing down on exactly what the perfect combinations are for different things. And,
Well, this definitely seems like one of those things where you just design something cool and we'll see what players do with it, because there's
dude, you're pumping that.
there, right? Like, I don't know what the math on that is, but it's pretty crazy.
There's gonna be some good stuff with
some number.
Yes, several
infinite. No, not
several dozen new nodes, accessible
Specialized
to all of
uniques.
the existing ascendancies. That's a lot of numbers.
Yeah,
Lucky Val, appreciate the prayer, man.
I'm like thoroughly excited. I'm gonna I'm going to just do the whole, like, what boss do I feel like being this league? I'll just see if I can make that work. And then, so I'm actually going to go backwards. I'm going to pick my bloodline based on what boss I want to kind of embrace the power of. Then I'll pick my ascendancy. Then I'll pick my, I'll go from there. I'll go, and then I'll pick my skill.
I'm pumped.
I'll end up a support character. I'm sure.
Flavor.
It's going to be a lot of build
well, if there's no
possibilities.
mercenaries, I need to be a good mercenary to my friends. That's my philosophy.
Back to being mercenary again, eh? So this isn't tied to Breach League. The Keepers of the Flame. It's a core game feature, Elblin standard as well, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
Yep.
cool. And saw someone asking about Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I assume that wouldn't work with this.
Not with these, but that isn't to say there won't be some future uniques that maybe do.
I mean,
we'll see what happens.
There's an option there, isn't there?
Okay. More Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I don't know what I want to call them. Yeah.
All right. Continuing on the balance topic from asking around the PoE community, some of the more common things that just kind of come up was, the most popular thing was just the general idea of buffing underprivileged skills, like giving them some love. So you mentioned this idea of like looking at the worst thing in terms of ascendancies. Is that something you want to do with skills as well?
We're always, there's a little bit of there's a few things to go into here. Like, for example, yes, there's obviously the core skills that are bad. Sometimes those are then enabled by something else going on, some other feature getting added, uniques, whatever. But most of the time, they're just, as you said, underprivileged. We've done a decent chunk of numerical changes here, mostly numerical. Some are, I don't want to say unsalvageable, but like,
Damn.
they don't have the same level of different multiplicative scaling that other skills could get. There's not too many.
Conversion trap.
And
Just
they
delete
require
it.
more. What I'm getting at there is they require more of a rework in order to actually become, truly viable. That being said, yes, there are plenty that always need numerical improvements. I don't know, and then you got things like the Trathan gems, right? Cool concept. 90% of them weren't really seeing any use.
Yep.
A few were, and now those are going core, I believe, into heist is what it is. But is meanwhile also full balance pass, so hopefully some more come to the foreground there, and so on. So like, but like honestly, this is like a kind of endless task. It's like almost like you could just never stop. So like we like to just do batches at a time and send it, and we try and do as many as we can. But like each require discussions. They can be quite time consuming. Some are more obvious, where it's like obvious increase, and others are like, do we want to do this or do we want to rework it? And then you get lost in a rework discussion. It's important to like cut the time. And it's like, actually, look, for now, buff it. We'll come back to it later. But yeah, like we get through as many as we can. We've done a bunch. I could always say, ideally we'd do more, but like I don't think, again, there's no real end point to that. So yes, sure. I wanted this patch to be very class centric in terms of balance, and like we did.
Yeah,
I would say we did a decent chunk, but it's, we didn't get to cover every base 100%. So obviously, like, you got the bloodline classes, you've got grafts, which are character centric, and then we got the whole set of new skills and support gems, and some changes around that. There are a bunch of other changes, but yeah, like, it's that thing where I don't know if I'm ever satisfied. I always just you want to do everything, you want to literally do it all, and you never can. So like, hopefully there's enough. Certainly should be enough to shake up the meta, should be enough to make everything feel fresh and some awesome cool new stuff, but like, don't be surprised if a particular person's favorite skill didn't happen to get touched. Like,
that's the interesting thing about the skill buffs idea, is that you manage to achieve these days there's lots of different builds, and they're changing a lot each league as well, by virtue of like the new stuff that you're adding, like ascendancy changes or new skills or whatever. All that stuff is creating lots of new builds all the time. But when it comes to the skill buffs, I think it's more just about, like you said, like someone has like a favorite
builds got buffed so far?
Has been languishing.
We need patch notes.
It sucks to see. It sucks to miss something, like, because what happens when you buff everything, then you get a lot of like, but what about this? And you're like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry. I really wanted to, and and then sometimes we still try and just squeeze it in before the patch, and we just try and get as many done as we can. But yeah, like again, it is ultimately a resource game, and we do as much as we can. We really do, combined with both new stuff to change everything up. bringing like excessive outliers down, and we do try and improve as much as we can. And this time we took it upon ourselves to add a bunch of new skills and supports, and so I don't know, there's heaps there, but you know, it's that thing where a few people are going to have missed their thing, and there's a few, you know, you want to do hand casting, you want to do that, you don't want it to just, I know that's come up, and I think even you mentioned earlier as well, it's just like, it devolves down to often, you know, either Archmage or you know, ephemeral edge and like that kind of stuff being just like, well, obviously, right, quantifiably better, and so yeah, it's the ideal thing where, you know, we'd make some changes to some of those, and ideally it'd bring up all of something else, but you know, sometimes you get some of it, not all of it, and everything. But yeah, there's heaps here.
Did you mention EE?
You know,
dude, I missed it.
You never quite catch everything, but there will be new metas, there will be new builds, and probably a lot of existing stuff will still be, you know, pretty decent. But yeah, there's a bit of nerfs, bit of buffs, bit of, you know, it's how it goes with all of this balanced stuff. Really, it's a bit chaotic, but you know, there's something satisfying to it, but you never really
I was reading
fully
Death
get
Rage.
everything, and thus you never fully feel satisfied.
Talk about the Stormbind buff.
Because like one of the popular archetypes that's come up as being a bit problematic is hand casting, self casting spells, and usually I think what gets brought up with that is like slow base cast speed, and that in turn making things like echo feel bad, and mana costs being.
I don't
rough
think
as well.
we've done that enough justice for sure.
Yeah.
But it's certainly on the hit list. Yeah. So we'll either we can get to do some stuff, you know, in this coming week if it's simple, if we can think of it. It's not off the cards. That being said, there's always next expansion as well. But honestly, you never know, because often these external variables like the new classes and stuff like that can really change these things up, you know, without you really predicting it as well. So, you know, I can't speak to what we'll do in 3.28 with respect to all of this, because we have to observe what happens in this patch first, given how many variables we've added. And like we said, we've added a nearly infinite number of permutations of builds with the new bloodline classes and stuff like that. So, yeah, we'll see how all that goes. And then, but we'll just keep doing it. It never stops, never ends. It literally is an infinite task. You never run out of stuff to do here. So we'll just keep doing it every single patch as best as we can.
One that comes up a lot is the kind of dominance of ES stacking and kind of stacking builds in general, but ES probably has been getting mentioned a lot more. Forbidden Ride, Ephemeral Edge, things like that, but also just ES compared to Life as well.
Yeah, it does happen.
Classic.
Okay.
You know,
Thoughts?
there are band-aid fixes and stuff like that we always like to do, whether or not you can consider them band-aids or just like, you know, you just change some numbers here and there. Sometimes in the case of like Ephemeral Edge, it can be a matter of like, yeah, that's an acceptable thing to do. It just shouldn't be as so easy to do. So yeah, I wouldn't say there's no broad solution here, but yeah, I agree that it is a problem where it's like the more traditional just do a thing feels like it's now wrong. It feels like you got to like pre-commit to being like, what is this singular thing I'm going to stack and then pick the thing that scales off of that. So be it like attributes historically, you know, not just thinking current meta. It's always it's always like, yeah, you just like heavily stack this one thing and oh, here's a unique that scales off that thing. And it's like, well, that's on one part is interesting. It's like fun. That is the build
Every time.
But then when every build is just like, okay, well, that's stacking this, that's stacking that. That's
Then it's
stacking,
read in between the lines, man.
Okay, well,
We definitely like very slowly got here over time, I feel like, in the stacking, where it just became kind of like, yeah, just a little bit at a time. It became PoE1 became all about stacking
it
builds.
really primarily comes down to mostly to the unique items that got added, right?
Yeah, it's often
no,
Generally,
not really,
a unique
Mark.
item's special thing. Is
No,
like,
the
what am I
rares
gonna
are
scale
insane.
off? You know,
The
be
rares
it,
are disgustingly
you know,
powerful.
Off evasion, or off armor, or off energy shield.
Rares
or
are
off
probably
life,
more
or
of the
off
problem,
ES,
I'm
or
just
mana,
saying.
And, you know,
They probably
or
are.
off int, or off strength. You know, it does end up in that, and then some unique gets added. Like maybe it's one per year, and it's like, oh, here's another 6% increased intelligence. There we go. That build's now just got a little bit more of an edge, and you do kind of just power creep into that point for sure. So
It's like I don't even know like how much of a problem it is, but it's like definitely identifiable that it's like a big aspect of the build meta for PoE1.
it is. I think
muscling
it's
other things out maybe.
I think it's too dominant, but on the other hand,
It's fun though. Like
yeah,
people
it's
like
fun.
stacking
It's
builds.
cool.
It's fun,
It's interesting.
You don't really want to.
You could argue it's what makes things kind of
Energy
as part of
shield
PoE to a
league
degree.
login.
Yeah, so you got to be careful with it. You don't just
Yeah.
want to take away all the fun and just make everything flat and boring. On the other hand,
yeah.
but you also don't want it to feel like a player's made a mistake by playing a more traditional, build, and it often can feel that way. So there's a fine line here. Hard to be at that fine line, but yeah, some things are a bit too OTT at this point, and other things are too far on the bottom end. And the other problem is if they start buffing all the skills, well, a lot of those skills might see use, but they'll still see use in that stacking ecosystem. And then it's like, well, have you really made a new build at that point? Like,
I think that's sometimes the problem is like, my builds feel the same because ultimately, like, I'm using different skills, but I'm just stacking on all of them or something like that.
I don't have a like.
Int is not
the
balanced.
solution.
Yeah,
because it really isn't how it actually. It's not really how it plays.
Kind of gauging your thoughts on it.
Yeah,
overall.
I mean, I enjoy discussing it. It's just a matter of like, it's honestly 500 different solutions, and we need to just chip away at them and mold it, and it will eventually shift into something else, and then that will be meta, and then that will be complained about probably after a while, and then something else will be, and it's the cycle. It is balance. It is as I said, it's an infinite amount of work, and we just need to keep doing it. Like, you don't give up on it because it can never be solved. You just keep going, and as long as people are having fun, and you don't like compromise the philosophy of the game ultimately, then you're
Are we going for 100K
Balance is
this
a
league,
journey.
guys?
Yeah,
Hey, it
it's
might
not
be
about the
real.
destination. It's about the journey.
It is. It actually is.
What number do we have to hit?
I mean, sure, it's just the stops along the way. Every expansion,
That's it. Yes.
every reroll.
Well, a nice stop on this expansion I noticed is wands. So you did actually mention it last 326 Q&A. You said wands specifically. I went back and watched, and I was like, oh, interesting. I should ask about that. And then you showed off a bunch of wand skills, and it seems like there's some nice wand buffs going on in there to help wanders out.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple things. There's like a bit of a hidden gem is that there's attack mod only wand based types in the series now. So they're literally, and they're kind of themed more around kinetic
wands.
wands, and so because that's always been a bit of an annoyance. Like, there is a place for the hybrids, but that's been a bit of an annoyance. So now we get the like pure attack ones to help it a bit easier to roll for those builds. You got way more of a skill set to pick from now, and then I mean, generally speaking, the skills. They can be pretty hectic. They can scale pretty well.
Kinetic round is very hectic.
But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a cool theme, just like that general kind of like physical kinetic energy kind of thing going on. We had a little bit of it with kinetic bolt, kinetic blast. So we just extrapolated on that theme, and you got your wanders, and it's the thing. And then we also added a little bit of like kind of wind magic, some tornado stuff.
It's like a force wall that you can
the kind of force
blast.
wall. You've got like a little bit of inspired by Huntress from PoE 2 a little bit with some of the, I walked upstairs the other day and saw some QA playing, and I'm like, oh, someone's embracing the tornadoes, and he's like, that's not even half the tornadoes you can make. And I was like, all right, sweet, all right. I was like, yeah, that's PoE 1, and I walked out of the room. I was like, all right.
You haven't seen my full
blasted,
power,
like,
Mark.
4 yesterday on a wander, and I was just like, man, this is so good. I was having the time of my life. Like, oh my lord, the new skills and the wands. And it's like, it's not just the kinetic ones as well. Like, it actually pairs pretty well with the other ones that have like the flat added elemental damage. And it all kind of came together a bit. It was like,
it's cool.
I definitely in the past I just kind of like wrote ones off. I was like, yeah, they're never gonna get to wands. It's like forgotten about.
It's always been pretty kind of just, it's niche. It's actually an interesting thing. I mean, obviously it was designed before I started on PoE, and I always thought, I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool. Like, that wands that aren't about just spellcasting. It's they're about doing attack damage. I thought it was interesting.
Pistolero style. That's what I like about it. Wands.
Yeah, this might be the largest update to wand attackers that we've ever had in now like 15 years or something. So
it's just finally, look, I know there's some people in the chat that have been a long time waiting for this one.
Yeah, you're right. It has been
your
forever.
moment has finally come. It's good
cool
stuff.
Yeah, there's a few other little gems in there as well, like some fire archer kind of things, and there's some that we want to still extrapolate on, but like wands was the main focus.
Yeah, definitely a lot of love for wands, and pairing in nicely with the added skills from the hands on your back as well. Pretty cool. Lots of fun synergies there. So we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but shifting gears a little bit, I'm curious about the long-term development of PoE 1. Like, how much is PoE Classic, PoE 1 kind of like sacrosanct to you? Like, how much do you like not want to change it? Or because you've been taking things from PoE 2 and feeding them back into PoE 1, and I'm curious, like, is there points you get to where you're like, well, actually, let's not push it too much closer to PoE 2 in that direction, but keep it its own thing, or maybe like actually let's kind of preserve it as it is to some extent.
I wouldn't want PoE 1 to ossify into something where we feel like we can't change stuff. Like that would be bad.
Cool.
But
Sounds cool though.
Yeah, but it's kind of like okay, the stuff people that we'll probably take back from PoE 2 is more around the sort of QOL areas of stuff, right? So obviously, people would have been rioting if we hadn't brought async trade from PoE 2 into PoE 1. That's
there would have been riots for sure.
And so it's been sort of nice that we get to do a little bit of like proving grounds in some cases in PoE 2 for some of those changes to see whether or not it'll be okay. The thing we wouldn't ever do to PoE 1 is make changes that would break what people like about it fundamentally. So there's things like the trickiest parts, things like the way that item drops are and stuff like that. Like I don't know that, like, even though there are things I don't like about that, I don't think we could necessarily change them either. In terms of so like there's stuff like that you just have to kind of like let it be, because they could easily break stuff that people really like.
It kind of raises the question, like, what is it about PoE 1 that is like that does need to be kept? That is kind of what makes it feel like itself that people do love about it.
I think that it's hard to even define that, quite frankly, because like it's a mix of things. I mean, look, the thing that PoE 1, I guess, has become known for as opposed to PoE 2 is just like the combat pace stuff, like where it's just like ultra fast in a lot of ways. But it's not like there was like a goal to make PoE 1 like that either. It just kind of is. Yeah. And so you wouldn't like it's I wouldn't even want to nerf that about PoE 1, right? Like it just is how that is, right? So that's like really the fundamental difference. But the thing is, I think actually that the community sees more differences between the two games than what we do. Like from our perspective, like it's like there are I don't even know how to really get into this exactly, but it's like, we're just trying to make a good game. And it's like, it's not like we changed design philosophy or anything like this, right? Like it's the same design philosophy from the same designers. Like going on in both. It's more just a question of like PoE 1 got a bit out of control in certain few aspects, and that's kind of become part of its DNA, and so we can't really change that. And so when it comes down to stuff like that we'd take from PoE 2 to PoE 1, well, it's just like all the things that PoE 1 players would like and none of the things that PoE 1 players wouldn't, really. I mean, look, that's ultimately we want to be doing. But yeah, I wouldn't want to be in a situation, as I said before, where it's like, okay, we're like PoE 1 is in some kind of perfect state that needs to be preserved forever. Like I don't think it's like that. We do need to be able to make changes. So yeah, it's just a question of,
I think a pivot with PoE 2 out, and this isn't obviously black or white, but PoE 1 is, we always had this is still true, we still want to bring in new players, but I would say PoE 1 now, it's more important to us to keep the PoE 1 player base, the fans of the game, the long-term players, the people who love PoE 1 happy, as opposed to going, we need more new players, we bring people in. Whereas obviously PoE 2 is still now a growing game. There's a new audience available, that kind of thing. So obviously we still want people who love PoE 1 to love PoE 2. That's the ideal world. But that being said, when we're looking at PoE 1, we're not going to like try and do anything that's going to compromise what the fans love about it in order to bring in a new set of players at this point. Like I would say that's going to be pretty rare. So it's about making sure that the people who do love the game continue to love the game. And that's why you're probably going to see less in the way of like some grand structural change to all kinds of stuff. Because, if that change would bring in a bunch of new players. Like, I think making sure you have a good, popular game that people love will inherently bring people in, because people will see that positivity and be like, I'm going to give this game a try. Less focus on bringing in new, more focus on keeping the existing fan base happy. And whereas obviously with PoE 2, it's a bit of a different story, where we really did think like, we want to, there's a new room for a new audience here, there's room for a different audience, like we want to make sure we get as many of those players as possible. What would it take to do so? But ultimately, end of the day, what that then ended up boiling down to, aside from obviously modernizing graphics, changing the feel of combat, honestly, the biggest change is just balance.
I don't necessarily even think about it, I think, in the same ways. Like, I'm not thinking I'm making changes to bring in new players. I'm thinking, like, what are the things that I want to improve that I think that we can't change about PoE 1 because they are somewhat like would be impossible to change just due to the game field changing so much.
Yeah.
And so, like, really for me, it's like, I'm on a 20-year quest to make the perfect ARPG, right? That's my sort of like design thing. And it's like nothing actually changed between PoE 1 and 2 philosophically, other than just learning about some things and deciding, I want to improve things in certain ways.
I do think there is a little bit of an assumption that a lot of philosophical discussions occur with respect to, like, outside of talking about dexterity and stuff like that. Honestly,
Yes, that continues.
most of it is just like we're just kind of get real passionate and just start coming up with real cool ideas of shit that sounds cool that we want to deliver. Like, we're not really having discussions about, like, hey, okay, today, Jonathan, let's have a discussion about how many new players we can bring in. Like, we don't do that. So, about, like, I'm trying to boil down what we are. I'm trying to turn it into a philosophy, but the reality is the process is just like, how can we make cool shit? That's it. Cool shit that's fun, that doesn't like compromise things in too thing of a way. Things people will love, things people will enjoy. That is the ultimate goal at the end of the day. As I said, making whatever the visions are of this infinite quest of making the perfect ARPG. So, like, it's always interesting trying to be like, how can what are the rules? What are we going to change? What at the end of the day, it's just like, well, I don't know. We'll just continue to make cool shit, and that's just generally what we're going to do. And so, I don't know. It's actually a little bit hard to try and decipher that down into like a set of rules or something. It's like, I don't know. If it's cool, if it's fun, if people love it, then it's a win. And
it's good that both games have a bit of room to breathe on their own, then, because you can preserve the things that do make PoE 1 its DNA. But
Notes are coming out in an hour, guys.
Like limits to what sort of improvements you can make to the game. But
My
I do have an
snacking,
important
no.
question for you both. What bonus should dexterity give you?
Oh, jeez. got a few hours.
See, I know this has been every time I come over here, I feel like this comes up. It's been going for a while, hasn't it?
Come on.
Dexterity. What do you
What's
get
going
for
on with Dex,
dexterity?
guys?
Yeah, still haven't solved
at
that
this
one, huh?
point, I just feel like nothing. Just nothing. It's just
Just
I mean,
vibes.
we just call it.
aura.
We rename it to green attribute. It just does nothing.
It's organic.
I mean, that's basically what it currently does. Not too much different.
So still not solved there. So you did mention that asynchronous has come over to PoE 1. It's like, initially I was like, there's almost not a question about that because it went into PoE 2. It worked. Was there any problems in bringing it over to PoE 1?
Will I do a passionate review video?
Not really, to be honest.
Maybe highlight the things I'm most excited about.
The fact that PoE 1 got the gold already kind of meant that it can kind of work. But
the gold is a thing though. Like,
it is because of the fact that the gold is more scarce in PoE 1
more
and more valuable for
more
other things.
used.
It's more used for other things, yes.
Yeah. So we had to do a little bit of balance around that.
That's been
obviously,
tackled
but
then.
also like we do have to go through and assign gold prices to everything in the game. And obviously because PoE 1 has a lot more different items and stuff going on, we did have to go through and do all of that. So yeah, it wasn't just like immediate. We had to consider, well, hold on, the gold balance already was kind of like, tight. Like, so it's in that spot of like, some people are like, I want more. And you do want people wanting more. And so now all of a sudden there's this extra thing that's a cost. So we have to obviously account for that. What else was there though? I mean, ultimately it's mostly just, I guess the console.
Yeah, so there's like the thing. So console previously had a kind of like trade board thing, which is made pretty much entirely redundant by this. So that old trade board is getting ported over into this system now. So that's
we're actually deploying that. Just a fun fact. We're going to make a post about it, but we're deploying that a bit. The removal of that a bit early because we need. There's like a thing where we have to get rid of it before the new system is put in place due to just like database migration kind of territory things. So we're doing that like a couple days early to remove the console trade board, and then a couple of days later 327 releases. So there'll be a little bit. We'll do a whole post about that, just about what happens to those items. You don't lose your items; they all get put in remove only tabs and all of that stuff. But yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, for the PoE 1 only players who maybe haven't tried it in PoE 2 yet, it's been pretty phenomenal.
Right.
The asynchronous trade is definitely like a massive quality of life improvement and very, very pleasing to use. It's A new era.
We have a bunch of UX improvements we still need to make to it. You know,
Yeah,
there's it's got its kinks. So like, I wouldn't want people to think just because
Sure,
it's porting that we're seeing it as perfect. You know, I know people have brought up having save searches.
Yep.
Being able to more rapidly, like, you know, you could control right click your item to automatically search for that item.
We're getting that feature, right? I think they even
That's incredible.
Yeah, I'm
if
talking
you're
about
getting
things
that.
that are in progress.
Like, that's actually wild that you're like potentially getting that. That's
It's very. I know everyone wants.
Is that going to be in time for PoE1's release?
I'm not sure. I actually haven't followed up on the exact specifics of that, where that's at, but if not, it'll just be mid-league or something. You know what I mean? Like we'll try as soon as it's done on both games, it'll get deployed.
Since you're on it, was there like a reason why you can't mouse over items in like your sold items log to see what they were? Like I like that information to be like, oh, what was that sold for 2D of?
Tried that, didn't we?
But it doesn't.
I
you can't
don't
see the item, you only see
remember,
the
but it
name.
might have been that it would require storing the item, which might have been a
we
pain.
discussed
Well, come to
originally
standard,
allowing that.
I think so.
I think I remember discussing that before doing it, and we were like, "That would be cool. That would be the thing we want to do."
Probably doesn't store it at the moment because it's
Imagine
like
there's a tech thing for that, yeah.
it's not like, I mean, we could probably do it, but
Okay.
yeah, it probably should.
Potentially on the cards then. Yeah, it certainly would be nice. Like I like that feedback as a seller,
Right.
but I certainly love logging in the morning to all the currency and seeing what's sold for what.
But effectively, I think that like trying to improve the kind of price check experience would be the thing that kind of like the next frontier of like in terms of the in-game UI trade search.
Merchant tabs maybe appear on.
Slope to slide down to.
carry
As
over
long
if you
as we
have
don't all of
PoE2.
a sudden have like stock market-esque UIs.
No, I don't think we're not going to get that. Like, basically, we have to find a way to do that stuff that doesn't get overcomplicated.
Yeah.
So like but then that's the tricky part. Like trying to
async.
that.
Yep.
Yeah, I know we've talked about that in the past, like how far you would potentially want to push that, and like I think there is like an interesting like opportunity you guys have to be able to help make that like much more sane for players compared to what it is now to price check an item, which is a very complex affair typically. So, but it's interesting that that's on the cards. That's something you're exploring, pushing further, not just kind of leaving.
But I don't think that's going to come all in one grand moment. Like I think
It's the trickster. There was no trickster live
just being able to. I can't remember what the modifier keys you have to hold is, but there's some modifier keys you can do to like effectively search for the item that you've got under your cursor, and open up the board and see it.
Nice.
It's like, I got these decent pair of boots. I'll just search for that, and then you maybe lower the move speed by 5 or lower the life by 10, and
the thing that you want to get into is because there's all the questions around. Okay, but what if these mods are irrelevant and you don't want to search for them, and like being able to do that
that's
right
the skill.
Exactly. It's like all of those things that need that need a little bit of UX around them that we will.
Yeah,
slowly improve.
that's what I'm excited about because with the right UX, you could really communicate that skill in a nice visual, physical way to players, which is kind of exciting. Anyway, slightly getting off topic there, but trade is like, it was obviously a big thing, and like for a very long time, you guys were rightfully afraid of like what would be the economic implications of this? How would it affect gearing and progression? And like, I guess like firstly, what has been kind of the use rate of asynchronous trade? Like, how have people been using it?
So we were checking on this recently. I think that you got them to look up the numbers on that, and it ended up being around 50-50.
Just under half were using the new system in PoE2.
Really?
So far. I expect that to go up over time.
Only 50%?
Is
That's
this like compared
crazy.
to the existing stuff? Or?
Well, that's just compared to people using normal trades.
Which one of you guys in
from
chat?
one versus the other.
Okay,
But there was a little bit of filtering, like
Are not using
if it's,
async
like, with your
trade.
friend, do we count that or not, and like that kind of thing. Like there was a few things like that.
Half of
that
you need to
we,
raise your hand right now.
Would need to sort of look at to see like questions around that. But yeah, I mean, look, it's people who are using it seem to like it. I mean, the buyer experience is obviously way better.
We generally found like I don't know if it's still the case now, but like for a while, like the new trade system, the items were a little bit more expensive. So then there were people who were like,
settling in.
I'll deal with the old one because I want a thing a bit cheaper.
But then the reason why they're more expensive is because of the fact it's easier to buy them. So therefore people are willing to pay more.
And then
So you've got this sort of
most
stock
people are
market
like,
effect.
I'm just going to pay the extra cost because I can't be bothered with doing
Exactly.
it. So,
I guess if you're negotiating with somebody.
but yeah, and it's important to note as well, and I just want to always verify this. If you are a PoE2 player and you do have your merchants tabs, you have them in PoE1 already. You don't need to buy new ones.
Good.
They are shared, just to reiterate.
So, what do you think has been the effect on economy and gearing? And like, is it as, I guess as bad as you feel?
I honestly want to look a lot more into this, and I sort of suspect that the damage, as it were, that it causes is like quite subtle and harder to appreciate.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no damage. I think it does matter, and like the things we were concerned about are real. It's just that like it's really hard to kind of quantify that. And I sort of suspect that at the end of the day, the benefits just outweigh that by much higher degree, to the point where like it honestly, like we just should have just done it.
Was the cost that needed to be paid.
But the thing that you were just saying, right, is that like those kind of like mid items are like now worthless kind of thing, and that is exactly the fear that we had, right? Like that's the concern.
Yes, Jonathan was asking me before this, like what has been my feeling of like how it's affected my experience, and like I was saying, I'm the player who lives in that 5 to 10 C sale range, like selling those items for 5 to 10 chaos.
And that is exactly the fear that like introducing fast trade does kill the values there. And that like
Z got freaking
that's a problem.
Rolled over by the big box stores,
the only
man.
thing that's going to change that is if we increase gold prices.
Economically
there's going to be an interesting dynamic
smashed
with the gold and PoE 1, and like we'll sort of be
mom and pop got shut
We'll
down.
have to keep an eye on that one for sure.
Yeah. But it's sort of also hard to know exactly what's going to happen with PoE 1 as well, just because there's so many more items, like there's so much more going on. So like maybe the breadth of the economy will kind of change the dynamics a little bit there.
But the person kid is just business.
It's really hard to say.
Well, like it's an interesting mixture of phenomena. Like you get the ability to obtain like your starter endgame gear for 5 exalts total. Like you can buy a set of gear basically for 1 exalt each.
Right.
So like that's obviously there's a big impact there. That,
for sure. I mean that's that once again that is the fear, right?
It's just the like the standard now. The bar for like the quality of our gear is raised to a certain point. And then I guess that has follow up questions like as to how powerful crafting is, how powerful
crafting in Period 2 played a large role in that though.
Game, like how difficult the content is. Obviously, there's like there's a whole like follow up here.
I mean, we're going to have to effectively look at what all of that and adjust. And the thing is that effectively by making trade easier, it's meant that the difference between SSF and not is effectively increased. And that kind of thing as well. Like, I mean, there's some stuff there. But I mean, going back to PoE 1, I suppose, like, even though we've got this experience now with PoE 2, we're just going to really just have to see what happens in the PoE 1 economy. And there, you might have to be some adjustments. But it's going to come down to the individual.
I mean, either way, though, like the amount of people I saw just being like, please just deploy a league. I don't care if there's nothing in it. As long as the trade system's there,
but this is the thing, right? Like it just kind of has to happen. Like it doesn't even matter. Like
so we're getting perfect results.
Problems and we'll adjust for them, but we still have to do it anyway.
But of course,
so
it's such an improvement.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
I'm excited. It's good.
It's so good.
It's very, very good.
But yeah, it's still going to be interesting to explore this. Like maybe like even next Q&A, like how it looks like if we start to see things over time.
That would be cool. But yeah, that's crazy to think about, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we're talking about releasing Breach 9 years ago. Now who would have ever thought we'd have gold and asynchronous trade and a currency market and like, holy, we're not
actually
are we the same people
back then to say.
We are, but
I know, I'm not. It's like it's a good thing. It is. It's healthy evolution. It's good.
Yeah. Okay. So moving on to some kind of mixed questions. Mercenaries was mentioned to be likely returning after rebalance redesign in some cases. I'm just curious, like, does that mean that like some sort of horrible mercenaries are planned to come back, or is it more just about like having the duels there with the gambling or something like that?
The intentions they come back, there's just a little bit of figuring. I mean, like with all these things, we have to figure out exactly what. It's very hard to develop. We like to see how players think about it, find the bad things, find the good things, and all that. And
Salborn.
It's very hard to develop how it goes into
maybe
core
like
straight
perfect
away.
Results, perfect regals, stuff like that.
Because then you'd be working on that, and some things might change, and then you end up wasting a bunch of time. It's way, 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 way easier to let it end, be able to process everything all in one collective, and then make the changes and bring it back together. But like, what is it like? It's a great new player tool. It's great, like, or less skilled players experience tool. But like, what does it look like when it's not the active league? Like, I don't want a mercenary in every area, and there's all these kinds of like things you got to mess around with and change about how they appear. Is it on the Atlas tree? Are there scarabs for it? Like, what does that even mean? I don't know. And then all the way through to are we happy with how they were itemized? Like, I thought it was too free to just put all the uniques on them without really caring about the downside. Like they would, you know, there's like they weren't balanced quite right. There were some that were terrible, some that were not so terrible, and like, you know, so there's just heaps of stuff to change. It's really hard to do that when you're in the middle of the league and where you're gathering all that information. So generally, and this is what you find with a lot of leagues, you get the league, you get a break, and then it comes back 1 or 2 leagues later because it's given us enough time to work out all those kinks and put it in game, you know.
Fundamentally, though, like, so I quite liked Mercenaries, but I also see it as like the sort of thing that I don't know if I want it to always, like, you always have to hire a mercenary.
I agree.
Well, it would be mandatory, right?
And that'll be and then this is the thing with additive power like that as well. Is like the moment you've got that,
8%
what's
life.
the reason why you don't do it?
One soul per second.
That question, I think, is like
so that's
part
something
of
you're trying to figure out. Then, is
you'd have to have a reason.
If you had a permanent mercenary and then permanent grafts, and
exactly.
like, will we now have to start watering down the power systems?
Exactly right. There's questions there. But I think there should be a way to bring them back, and you just need to find the right way to do it that doesn't involve everyone has a mercenary all the time now, which is fine in a league, but I don't think fine for just the game overall.
Yeah, so I imagine it. When it comes back, it'll be some sort of more like limited or
maybe. Honestly, it's hard to say. It's hard to say at this point.
Yeah, like I imagine there's like a lot of different ways you could go with that. Whether it's like
Valor's looking pretty thick right now. Not gonna lie.
But I mean, it's a cool design. Like it would be cool to have them back in some capacity.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm sure they will come back eventually. It's just how.
Yeah, we already said they were, so they are.
Yeah, you promised when you said mercenaries and then the graphs, and I was like, what's that game with the giant rolling ball that just sucks up all the entire city? Like I was like imagining Exile's just kind of becoming that over time.
Yeah, don't want to just turn the game into just like everyone's an auto bomber. Yeah. You know, with all their just like league mechanics just killing everything for them, you know.
Katamari, thanks, Charlie. That's the one. Yes, giant Katamari ball exiles. So we did touch on gold. That was good. Heist is mentioned as getting the Trathan gems added to it to give it a little bit more. It got some nice quality of life improvements. But something that I saw that was an interesting question was. So at one point, Heist had these like extra modifiers you could get on contracts to like make them more interesting, and they don't really have anything like that. And I would go so far as to say right now Heist doesn't really have any decision making. How do you guys feel about the state of Heist overall?
It's not good enough. And this is the part of the problem is we were having. It's like, we want to do this kind of like mid to grand rework for it, like make it better and change this and change that. And then that was honestly what was holding up that QOL change, where it's just like, because we also were like, we'll design it out such that the rogues don't have the levels, and it was waiting on that, and I was like, okay, look, at this point, it's been too long. We don't know when we're going to be able to do this. We can't say with certainty, because again, the same resourcing limits, the same argument as Charlie, the answer's the same as everything. We have to pick our battles. There's more battles than can be fought, and so and the same thing. It was like, okay, well, look. If we're not doing this anytime soon, then we should do this QOL change, and you know we'll make little incremental improvements to them all the time. But yeah, it's one of those ones that needs some love for sure, and it'll come eventually. We cycle through everything eventually. So yeah, I mean, I just can't win. I don't know.
Third blight tower.
You never know with these things because we assess the battles every time, and we try and pick the best fought ones. And I know there'll be some people who are like, Heist should be your number one priority battle, but like, you know, I don't think that's the majority vote right now. So, you know, we try and make sure we, you know.
Heist is a tricky one because like I think it always suffered a bit of an identity and mechanics issue as to like, what is it supposed to be? Is it a stealth thing? Is it a just run through as fast as you can? What's the decision making?
For sure. Wow.
But it's also like simultaneously, it is quite well loved by the people who like it, and it had like a lot of flavor and cool characters and stuff in it. Like that. So it seems worth salvaging.
It's definitely rich of character.
Dude, this gets me excited, man.
War and stuff like that. So it's nice, and it.
I named my daughter after one of the characters. So you better save the mechanic, please. Just saying.
Who was that? Was it
Talina?
I was going to say. I was going to suggest one of the crazy character.
That would be an interesting name for my daughter.
Well, I don't know why you named her that. That's your choice.
I'm a fan, okay? It comes up every now and then, of course. Campaign and leveling.
Now you're talking.
At one point, I think like Path of Exile 2 was kind of like the thing that people were looking for to help save kind of the campaign experience for PoE1. But obviously it's a separate game now. So.
Yeah.
but you've done some nice improvements, like adding new things and doing a few little streamlinings of earlier acts. Is this something that you're still looking to continue, especially with the context of you're saying that you're like not really beholden to trying to seek out new players now, so it might not be as important as it once was, but
I would argue it's more important.
Interesting.
Because those campaign changes are what helps it keep fresh for people who are replaying the game.
True.
It's actually it's way more important for the existing players. So yeah, it is something I do want to keep doing for sure.
Great.
I liked the adding things, like different things happening in different zones, and you can kind of restructure some of the areas a little bit and add a little thing here and there. I like doing all that for sure. So yeah, I would expect to continue seeing things. I don't think we have anything particular in 327 for that, but it will, at some point we'll certainly be doing another set of things, and we'll try and keep that up pretty consistently. If not on a patch by patch basis, at least like, every year you get a certain set of them and stuff like that, just to help it feel a bit fresh. I also like the things you just get to integrate like some other random league into the campaign somewhere in a few areas. It's like, oh, these areas are being overrun by X or something. It helps it feel a little bit cool, and the world is changing, and it's not just this static thing all of the time. So
yeah, I like the deeper integration of league mechanics into the campaign that you've been doing in PoE 2 and to a lesser extent in PoE 1. It's cool. That's good. It's a good way to introduce that stuff to people over time as well. Did you ever have like a crazy fever dream where you like dreamt having like a league where you have some alternate leveling experience besides the campaign? I know that's never been a
That would be a bit of a tricky one to do, honestly.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm pretty sure that has been something we've discussed for a very short amount of time, a long time ago, but don't know if we could really.
I've had some fever dreams about it, but I was just trying to remember what it was, but it couldn't work. I just remember.
Because I know, like, people ask about it every time, and I'm like, I guess I'll ask in a creative way this classic question of like, another way to level for the people who just don't like the campaign. Like, I know that you guys, you just want to make the campaign as good as possible. Like, the answer is always, we'll make the campaign better.
Yeah.
But then I thought, like, a league as a throwaway thing wouldn't be that permanent problem that you have.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting. That's why
you don't want to give something that's The problem is they'll like directly compete, and one will clearly be better, and then everyone will just do that.
You just make it really awful, and then they'll be like, "Oh, you're
great,
right,
great plan. Let's just make some terrible content.
No one will ask for it ever again."
Cool.
What is it? Incompetence. Yes.
I do want to keep making it fresh, and again integrating. I want the leagues to integrate into the campaign better and feel unique. Like, I don't know if you've noticed.
Dude, I want to play Valor.
It is a thing in PoE 2, and we're going to start doing in PoE 1. Every single area for Rise of the Abyssal has a guaranteed drop that drops from the chest.
Yeah, it's great.
And I don't know how many people actually know this. I know it's not a secret.
Stop. What do you mean stop? I haven't even started.
And then, like, I think, like, for example, the Molten Vault in Act 3 has a guaranteed unique drop for the first time you do an Abyss there.
Yep.
And so you get to do that thing where you get to like, and I want to make sure we're going to do this system in PoE 1, by the way, with Keepers of the Flame, where you get like a kind of extra handcrafted guaranteed drop that we pick for each area in the campaign. So there's a little bit of like, what's it going to be in this area and this area, and so it'll help ideally if we do our job right, not just like be like, I'm going to skip every single area, get to endgame, and then care about it. Which is still a fine strategy, by the way. Go for it if you want. But I don't know. Maybe you'll second guess some of it now, and you work out which areas you want to do. I like that, but I want to make the active league feel more important in the campaign as well. So as much as we can do to strive towards having that be the case is always fun. I obviously understand, though, that like when you're insanely an accelerant player, you don't need it, right? You can just get to endgame and then deal with it. You might not want to sink the time, but like a lot of people do want to engage with it. A lot of people want to play the new league in the campaign, and so we should take every motivation we can to try and make that happen. And that way, the campaign can feel more enjoyable. Not just be seen as a thing I need to get through, But there will always be a bit of that, and there's not really much you can do about it. So it's really the fight to keep it as feeling as fresh as possible, and with heaps of stuff going on. But it's part of that is the motivation of why we do leagues in the first place, right? Like, you want to come back and have this new thing going on in the world. Imagine if you came back and there wasn't even a league.
35 minutes of patch notes?
Imagine you came back and it's like, okay, there's some balance changes, but like, what else is going on, you know? So, you know, like, even we understand that you must have the league in order for the campaign to not just feel the same.
Can you sacrifice points for elementalists?
True. Yeah. And I think like the ones that have had less impact on the campaign have certainly been
Golem for sure.
less
Probably
exciting.
Shaper.
Right, for that
For sure.
initial leveling experience.
Yeah, for
Probably
sure.
these two
It's just the
Shapers.
same as before,
And just
except
Shepherd.
kind of honestly maybe
Shepherd is
worse.
all you need.
You know, and then you really want to feel like the world is different, something's going on, something you're engaging with.
Shepherd is literally all you need for Perma Val RF.
Anyway, I'm a campaign enjoyer. Sorry, I like it, but I got to rep the diverse.
Once they nerf
opinions
Golem, they're not touching Golem, Saros. Ain't no way.
For sure, it's commonly brought up. It's always worth discussing.
Absolutely.
100%.
It's a classic.
We
question.
compromise on gold. We compromise on trade. You know, it's always good for people to ask what else
I like to
and
check
how
in
we
and see where you guys have shifted.
yeah, see where we are and what we, you know, like nothing's set in stone forever.
This one's really nice
maybe
too,
this
though.
one is, but we'll
50
see.
duration, 50 AoE.
Maybe next Q&A. We'll see.
But I don't think that's. I think
a question
Shaper
I saw
Flame is
that
better.
was
Shaper
interesting was,
Storm is better.
How does GG track bugs?
Shepherd of
What's the
Souls is
best way
important, though.
to report them, and the kind of like the example was like they had a specific
The Breach League? RF's perfect for Breach, man.
Ice Golem that doesn't work with support gems and hasn't since launch. So
Right.
just kind of like stuff getting kind of lost in the woodwork. Like,
Unfortunately, one of the realities of live service development is, okay, so if we're going to make a league by a certain deadline, like every time we're looking at each issue and being like, okay, is this more important than getting this league finished? And it's really, really hard to prioritize some of those things in some cases. Like, they should get attention eventually, but it's like, we have like, you know, I have no idea how many open issues there are in our bug tracker. It could easily be tens of thousands.
It will be.
Yeah, it will be. And like, this is one of those things where like,
complicated games.
like we have this thing where it's like,
That'll be
okay,
+1 ring slot.
Here's something that might affect 0.1% of players, and like, it's really, really hard to prioritize.
Downsides
that
are
over, like,
pretty
you know,
harsh.
here's the new content that everyone's going to be playing.
Amulet's better than Ring.
So people do
Flasks
get slack time.
is no
They can
mage
just kind of
blood.
work on random things like that, but
Yeah.
like it's
And Belt is mage blood.
It can be hard to get some
You
of them.
might find something as
It's a
simple
pretty
as like,
hard
the skill doesn't
opportunity
get affected
cost
by
here.
Support gems could take 5 seconds and hasn't really been observed or prioritized. That is an option. Or
I think the
it's
most
gonna
doable
take
one is
5 weeks
sacrificing
to implement
flasks.
some giant refactor, and
Right.
honestly,
That's the
we
most
should have just
doable
deleted
one,
the skill
and it's pretty hard.
added 15 others. You know
Right,
what I mean?
right.
Like,
Yeah.
it's honestly kind of hard to know, and it's easy to go look at that single thing after this because you happen to bring it up and like, we'll see what the problem really is. But yeah, often sometimes the simplest things boil down to like, oh, we have to refactor this and about how damage is dealt and how, you know, something with conversion and dexterity and, you know, not dexterity, and it boils down to this like giant refactor of how all this code works, and then it's like, now we can do this thing. Okay, what else did it get us? No, just kind of just
and,
that.
and you get issues stuck in this hell effectively of like, you know, someone like read it, they put it in the issue tracker, someone looked into it, they realized there was some
Utility, yeah, I know.
detail
Utility
of it
of
that
flash
would
you actually
require
want, though,
some
for
larger
power.
change, and then someone was like, oh well, we don't have time for that, we want doing some other thing, and then it kind of gets put into some like hell of like unversion this, like, you know, when we get time thing, and then it just kind of dies, and that's kind of an unfortunate situation that
I have several thousand assigned to me in a version called unscheduled.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with this.
Yeah.
You know, like, one day there used to be this optimism of like, one day I'll get there, and then I've accepted defeat.
But I mean, ultimately, like obviously, we prioritize things based on how much the community cares about it. So if people do care a lot about it, then yeah, obviously we'll get some attention.
So to the point of the question, then, like, what can players do from their perspective for something that they think is important?
Generally, most of the media, like our community team, has a generally good eye on things that are more at the larger issues that get brought up. They do get noted down. They do generally get forwarded to us or the relevant people for the fine detailed bug reports. Our QA team, it is part of their routine to go through the bug reports forums, and
the forum seems to be the most pertinent place.
That is part of the day-to-day routine of the QA team.
Yeah. So if you want to take like the time to actually document something that is like that you think maybe has been missed or doesn't have enough information or could get it the bug report forum.
The
is supposed to do
slash
that.
bug in game comes with like a thing, but it's real. That's more about like terrain issues or like something that's like, oh, what the heck, this generated weird, or like what the heck is this weird thing here? And it does give us a like recreate of the level, so we can come in and then like figure it out. But like if slash bug going a skill is broken or like my skill can't be supported, those two things are not correlated. So that's like if it's like broken and like if the level is bad or there's monsters in the level or something glitching out, slash bug is a good way. And then there's a brief description. If you want to like report a skill or something like that, it's better on the forums for sure.
Okay. A couple popular requests. One was dual stash tab, and also kind of tangential to that was like more affinities. Is this something
You said dual stash tab. I thought you meant as in two stash. I was like,
well, I want more stash tabs in my stash tabs.
you had the quad one. You want to?
I want a halfway between that. It's too much.
Okay.
The item's too small.
Dual.
Duels.
Right, I got it. Okay. Generally speaking, yeah, we wanted it to always be that like rollable equipment, things with modifiers don't get specific stash tabs. Like that's the stuff you have to deal with. That's the item management should be in that. But then I understand technically compromised on flasks and bits and pieces, and it's like a little bit of a gray area. But like we so far have drawn the line kind of as just like, I mean, we've literally listed the rest of the stash tabs, and aside from adding new leagues and a whole bunch of new currency items here and there and stuff like that, it's been like, I don't know, I think that might be it. Like, until we add new stuff that requires new affinities, like maybe something comes with this league. I think this league has a locker, so whatever. But then it's like, yeah, I don't know if we will ever really add them for the equipment. I don't want it to be that you literally can just control click. Well, people have their dump tabs and different methodologies of doing that stuff, but I don't want everything to just auto sort. People may disagree with me, and fair enough, you can. But that is ultimately how we want it to be, where it's like there is at least some items you're kind of looking at, like especially with mods. Like obviously with the currency, you know by the icon what it is. With an armor, you want to look at it, see what the mods are, and then make a decision. And sure, a lot of people put it in a tab and then look at it later and make the decision. And I understand with the trade system before, what actually people are doing is just dumping it, and then if they get spam for messages, then looking at it. There's stuff like that. But I do want to make sure that you actually are reading the modifiers, assessing if it's a good item, and then making decisions on it as part of your cycle. And you can work around it. That's up to you. But yeah, the moment that everything is just like somewhere, and you're just like, all right, and do you even know what you got now? You know what I mean? Like, and you could argue, well, I can look at it and then control click it and it auto sort. But I think we kind of drew the line at equipment. And again, I suspect a lot of people are gonna be like, well, you should change that, and I'll be like, well, I don't want to, and we'll be at a disagreement there. And again, I'm all about having a healthy disagreement. I don't mind. So that might just be where it is, and I don't know. We can reevaluate in a couple Q&As from now. You know what I mean?
I think on the affinities tab, on the affinities side of things, chat's mentioning that there's like a few in PoE 1 that are kind of missing, maybe like incubators and stuff.
Oh no, they are missing. It is our intention to add this.
Last lab
for
RF?
that, more like
Oh, yeah, that's
fungibles
what I'm
and
thinking
stuff like
about is
that. Like,
Val RF.
modify stuff. It is an intention to add that. Yes, 100%.
Cool, nice. Good to know. Yeah, cool. Yeah. So that's probably the ones.
Yeah, I mean, we did that in PoE too. We were always like, oh, we've got to release the stash tab, and then we did the whole like, wait, we can just add affinities without the tab. We can add the tab later if we want to. So we still need to go through PoE 1 and add some affinities that don't have stash tabs for sale or anything like that. So yeah.
Done some really good click-based quality of life, less clicks. I'm always keen to see, like, for a lot of that stuff that's very spam clicky. Something that was asked was the idea of consolidating hard.
You can kill Charmaster before you
in particular seems like it's pretty painful to farm for people that enjoy that, but can only do it for a brief stretch. And Octavian was saying there was something about that happening.
I think we did do something with that, and
yeah,
it came up when we initially were speccing all the QOL changes and like things that are just like easy wins and improvements. It came up.
Good talk, guys. Wrap it up. They gave you the time for the patch notes.
Memory recall, and if we decided to do it like now, it might actually just be in the patch notes. I don't know. There's like 50-50. It might just be like already like
30 minutes.
I think what we do is drop less of them, get rid of some of the bad ones, and drop more of the good ones, but like fewer overall stacks. Higher more in the stacks and less of all the pitter patter that you end up kind of filtering out anyway. So hopefully we did that, and then it's in. If we haven't, then it's very clearly on the radar, and will come soon.
Cool. nice. I like this. So you had this thing. It was like, we need 10 quality of life improvements for each update, right? It's like bare minimum.
Yeah.
I like this. It's been paying off. I think it's. You get those nice little teasers, like pretty hype building in the lead up to it. I'm like, oh yes, give me that quality of life.
It's
juicy.
very important for a game again with so much replayability and people coming back and playing that you just start you remove a lot of this friction. You don't want to obviously make it frictionless, because some of the fun comes from a little bit of friction here and there, in some regards. But like, there's things where it's like, this obviously doesn't need to be this way.
So the little things that erode your enjoyment over time.
Yeah. And honestly, there's a little bit of a time factor to it. It's like the longer it's been in, the more like it's like, okay, at this point, come on now. We've added some other like friction and something in some other way here. We can take away from some of it over here. You don't want it to become a spreadsheet, for sure, but at the end of the day, you don't want it to just become, as we add more and more features, more and more content, it's going to, everything will have their little thing, and it's going to become growingly more annoying over time. So it's important as you add some things that require, manual intervention, you start removing some of the other ones and streamlining them, and it's because the game is so replayed for so long. It's really, really, really important at this point that we are addressing as many things as we can per league, to make sure that you don't just get a build up of annoyance over the course of a long period of time.
Yes, and my hands are very much thanking you as well for a lot of these changes. Oh,
yeah, good.
Sweet relief.
Those ones are always a good win, but like some of them, like the Spectre thing and the heist thing. There's so many that are just like, they're not. Are they QOL? Yeah, kind of. They do improve
the other shoe's going to drop with the Spectre
thing, man. It's honestly kind of balance.
Preservation
as well.
Spectres. Like, mini players about to
explode. It doesn't need to be this way anymore, so let's just change it. But yeah. I don't know. We try and think of as many as possible. I love my bingo cards. I don't think I've had too many recently, so feel free to put some more bingo cards through. I love the ideas.
Keep the bingo cards going.
Look, if you don't have 20, it doesn't have to be a 5x5 grid. You can make a 2x2 bingo card. It can, if you can't think of more than 4 things.
5x5 tradition.
If you only have one thing, just a single cell bingo card is also fine.
Stretching the definition a little bit.
We do take a moment to sit down and go like, what do we want to fix? We crowdsource. We go to our QA. We talk to other designers here who play and stuff, and we're just like, what annoys you the most? And then we try and come up with something.
Looking for bingo cards.
It's actually quite a fun process, and we go. I think this time around we've got some pretty good winners.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Asynchronous trade, not to mention.
Yeah, that's the big and obvious thing. But
yeah, pretty nice. So, thank you very much, guys, for the chat today. I look forward to playing some more.
You're right on.
And we'll see you fine, folks, in 327.
Yeah, excellent.
Well, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks again, and
good interview.
Yeah, hopefully, you guys enjoy the game.
Mark's waiting for those bingo cards to get emailed to him promptly. Not bad at all, guys. That was the interview. All right. So we got patch notes in about 25 minutes. Holy crap. That was a pretty good interview. Got some good stuff in there. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on alerts and stuff. Apparently quite a few people subbed while that was going on. Thanks to everybody who subbed. Appreciate you guys. And my axe. I called the new wand, but you were correct, yeah. The new wand attack base. Dude, the bloodline ascendancies. I think this is probably one of the things I'm like by far and away most excited about. Bloodline ascendancy gives you so much creative space to what you can do with an ascendancy. One that, like, of the 3 they showcased, the Trial Master, I can't lie. The temptation to play Perma Val RF is strong. I really like Val RF. And Shepherd of Souls just sacrificed a 2-point, basically enables Perma Val RF, which is real freaking nice. It's gonna be nice. Do slash deaths with Valor. Okay, yeah, I am probably okay. That is a fair point. I will probably PK myself quite a lot with RF, but also we can just eventually outgear it, right? We just eventually get so much sustain, it just feels good to click. Now, the first thought is Elementalist. Second thought is maybe there's a scenario where Inquisitor makes sense, potentially. Downside of Inquisitor, okay, upside of Inquisitor, you can get hella regen. They're adding stuff that buffs life, hybrid scaling type of things. Whereas Elementalist, you probably go ES, Eshmod, chest type of thing. I think the Bloodline Ascendancy will help with weaker ascendancies as well. Yeah, that's another good point. Is if you have an ascendancy, a good example we were talking about earlier, Glad, for example, very good 2-pointer. Its extra nodes are kind of lackluster, right? To some extent. It gives you a very good buff to ascendancies that have like a couple of insane nodes, but are lacking in other areas. Glad's a good example. Honestly, I think to some extent you could argue, oh, Inquisitor, Righteous Fire, after you get Pious Path, the other stuff kind of feels a bit lackluster. You know, like it opens up some of those archetypes, right? Let's say you really want to play the new Assassin Poison stuff because those poison nodes are insane, but you're not as gung ho about the other stuff. I mean, that gives you some options there for sure. Scion Last Lab. Yeah, Scion, maybe you don't care about the 3 passive points? Yeah, 3 passive points. That's a pretty good trade out most of the time. Like usually you don't use the starting tree area for Scion. A lot of times you just path out from the middle anyways because it's such an efficient start location. Higher for attack, if new ult ascendancies give mana. Yeah. Hyro, if you're going like you're not doing spell, but you want to do like the mana scaling stuff, you could easily go these nodes, and then you could grab a 3rd node or a 4th node from a bloodline ascendancy. There's some very, very nice things that opens up the door for. So, dude, I can't wait to see what they only showcased 3 of them, right? Did they showcase other ones in the preview or just these ones they showcased here? Freesia mana nodes on Pathfinder. Do we see any? I guess I didn't see any mana node stuff yet. I think it's these 3 and 4th from second. They said 10 in the video. Let's see if I can pull it up. See if I can pull it up. Content reveal.
From Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive.
Specifically, let's scroll to when they start talking about ascendancies. Support gems, bloodline classes right here. With these bloodline ascendancies, boss carries are going to print this league. Oh, people that are like, hey, I'll carry your ultimatum boss or whatever. Yeah. You scammed your Bringo free square. This literally occurred in the preview. It started out with "Hi, I'm Jonathan," but "Hi, I'm Mark" occurred as well. That's not a scam for the free square. You have Demo QT, X Monks. Appreciate the subs, guys. Thanks for the support. It says 10 on the page as well, Lance. Yeah, there you go, 10. They verbally said it in this preview too. I'm pretty sure. Anyways, let's just watch it from the beginning on this.
In 327, Exiles will be able to absorb the power of some of the bosses they defeat. These take the form of new Ascendancy class options, called Bloodlines. Bloodline classes are a new means of character customization in the endgame. They are secondary Ascendancy classes that are unlocked by defeating specific endgame bosses. They are allocated with your normal Ascendancy points, and you'll have to choose how many of your points go into the original Ascendancy and how many into your Bloodline class. This means there is a nigh limitless ability to mix and match here, as you could choose to invest just a couple points into your Bloodline, or max it out, and you could take any Bloodline with any base Ascendancy class that you see fit.
Heck
to unlock your Bloodline, Hunt down the endgame boss whose power you desire, and
Can you mix bloodlines? No. I'm pretty sure it's only one. They, like, Mark in the interview was specifying we limited the bloodlines to at most 3 options, so that way you never having your full ascendancy be bloodlines, which I think implies you're just picking one. Forget RF. You should figure out what ascendancies are best for Flicker Strike. No, we're pretty far, guys. We're like 9,916 subs away from Flicker Strike. I think I'm pretty safe right now. I
defeat
feel
them.
comfortable
Or
right now.
have a friend help.
You guys,
And-
you guys get past 1,000, I'll start sweating a little bit. You get past 2,000, I will get concerned. But I think
Claim
for
the
right now, I
power
think
for
we're
your
safe.
own. There are 10 bloodline classes to discover. Bosses who offer this power are
Not on
typical
my watch. Sled, thanks for the 5 gifted. Thanks for the 5 gifted. I'm still mostly safe though. I'm mostly safe.
associated with past leagues,
My
giving
axe.
additional reasons to engage with that league
Yeah, so they reference Expedition Boss, Lycia, Toll. Do they showcase any other ones?
content. Let's run over a few examples. The Chaos Bloodline will be
Ultimatum,
offered
yeah.
to you by the Trial Master. If you manage
Delirium, did they showcase the Delirium one? I think I missed it maybe. Yo, Zeus, appreciate the sub as well, man. Thank you, thank you.
And my axe.
That was Olroth? No, this is Olroth. This is the Expedition one. This one is. Yeah, they showcased King of the Mist. Yeah, King of the Mist. Ultimatum, Olroth, Lycia.
skills in different ways. Priest of Yalmak lets
Could
you
you get
use
anti-fair
vow
ward
skills
stuff?
much more
There's a
often,
good chance.
while Priest of
That would be
Kotek
thematic.
makes it harder to build
Did they showcase Katarina? Or what Ol will give? Hard to say. I don't know what would be delve thematic.
up vow skills.
It's in the press kit. Where? Press kit is a separate download. Yeah, we take a look at this. I forget. View large icons. Not large icons. Hold on. View.
And my axe.
What am I doing with this? I don't know why it's displaying like that. And my actual Liam, appreciate the sub, man. Dude, what am I doing wrong? I feel like I'm being really stupid right now. Well, maybe it's because I didn't extract it yet. There we go.
Monk!
I need a monk.
Guys, I just realized this is 100% Lance leak. Just think how soft all the breach hands are going to be. Lance will finally feel at home in a map instead of bestiary, hideout. He can even add extra soft hands with grafts to hold his cheese. His power is ramping unchecked.
What are you talking about?
And my
I don't know, I think you guys are being cooked. I don't see Katarina in here at all. He called you fat, user? Dude, I wasn't even like, I was freaking distracted, man. I'm not fat, user. How dare you? They showed it in the video. Oh, well, that's what we were watching. Why'd you guys tell me to look at the press kit?
but
Where are the
makes them
patch
far
notes?
more
12
powerful.
minutes.
Or take Corruption's Embrace, which grants more Val Keystone powers the more corrupted items you have equipped.
Yo, Conf, appreciate the
The
sub.
Ashabi bloodline can be gained by,
Take
you
a
guessed it,
sec.
defeating Ashabi. Her abilities are drawn from the 3 types of life
Check
force that
Discord.
manifest within as Marian spirits. The
A
wild
bit of
bear
Discord
rewards
now.
you with adrenaline for generating rage. The vivid cat gives your elusive buffs a chance to refresh, as well as making you more stealthy while elusive. The primal owl allows your unleashed spells to reoccur many additional times,
Okay.
and get stronger for each time
I'm
they reoccur.
seeing.
The nameless bloodline comes from the King in the Mists. Be forewarned, his menacing power comes at a
Katarina,
great
yep.
cost. With the Unseen Hand, you can equip a 3rd ring. But you'll have to decide if that comes at the expense of having no amulet, no belt, or no flasks.
We appreciate the sub.
Unlike
Yeah, I feel like for this one, I don't know. I feel like it's going to be a no flask angle. Amulet is insane. Belt is very powerful.
My axe.
I feel like it's a no mage blood situation. And you let go of flasks.
And my axe. And my axe.
No belt before mage blood and then keep the flasks. Yeah, you could do that. I don't know. I feel like I'd rather give up flasks.
And my
I thought you let go of the amulet. No, amulet's stronger than rings. You wouldn't want to trade an amulet for a ring. That's just a power decrease. Amulet's a more powerful slot. Amulet is maybe one of the most powerful slots. Well, okay,
and my axe.
it might be body armor, but like amulet's pretty high up there. There are some very powerful slots on amulet. Yeah, is it simplex in his brain? Well, I'm just saying, like, if you're talking the most powerful gear on the slot, you know, you have things like simplex, you have whispers, you have defiance. Like, there's some extremely powerful slots for amulet. We're worth 2 ascendancy points plus 3 of the others. Yeah, I think a lot of builds can consider using it. What's the skills gain added chaos equal to 20% of life cost if the life cost is not higher than the maximum you could spend? 20% gain of cost. I don't know about that. Losing anoint too. Yeah, anoint's very powerful as well.
the Forbidden
You
Sanctum.
guys think the patch notes will have the other bloodlines?
As you can imagine, there are countless possible combinations with the system. You could be a slayer
Or do you think they're
that
gonna keep it
embraces
hidden?
corruption and vile power, or perhaps you'll play
No,
an
not a
occultist
chance.
that doubles down on their dark power by
There's
integrating
gonna be
the
some
nameless
banger ones
bloodline.
too.
We are excited to see what crazy and interesting builds players come up with. In the most recent Path of Exile 2 expansion, the Third Edict, we introduced a much anticipated feature.
Release the day before. Yeah. If they if they get data mined, I think they've gotten a lot better at not getting data mined on stuff though. They might tease some. You know what? That's a good point. They probably will. That's a good point. They probably will tease some over the next week. I could see that. You know, that's a nice 1 week a day teaser thing. How do you feel about the new skills? The new skills they showcased. They had some cool looking skills. Let me port to that right now. I mean, new skills, they had like the kinetic rain thing, which looked pretty freaking cool. The question is how much shotgunning you can do with that. They had the freaking barrier thing. Like, this thing looks really cool. No more data line GG reels. Yeah, they've usually done pretty well with it more recently. Looks like it could be strong. It depends how much like effectiveness it has, what the likelihood you're going to get overlapping hits with it and stuff are. The barrier where they're getting like extra shotguns from KB, like that is pretty crazy, right? Look at the damage difference that occurs when he does that. The shotgun barrier reminds you of old Frostwall days. Yeah, Theros, that's exactly what I was thinking it reminded me of, is your kinetic blast miner build you made. Place the barrier. Just shred. How much of this clip is the HP bar moving up versus before and after? It's doing okay damage, but then afterwards it's like... It had a limited number of like procs though. I mean, maybe it's like something you spell slings for consistently getting that wall. That's a warden. Yeah, they showcased the warden. That doesn't mean we're gonna believe warden propaganda. Okay, the friggin' they showcase a warden doesn't mean warden's good. Okay, let's be honest with ourselves here. I don't even like Flicker. I just want to see you suffer. Thanks for the sub, Constantine. I appreciate it. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. I don't even like it. I just want to see you suffer. Think it'll just be attacks or will it work with spells? I mean, let's see how did he describe it when they were talking about it? What was his exact wording?
It's automatically. Drop one behind a boss and redirect the bolts of your armies. Targets automatically. Drop one behind a boss and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too specific. Maybe it's just intended to work with wand skills, but I'd imagine it would work with other things too, probably. I don't even want to sub. I just want Pepega banned. Fair enough. It's got a cooldown. Oh yeah, I guess I wasn't really looking at it. It does have a cooldown.
Redirect the bolts of your
1,000
armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a 5 second, 6 second cooldown type of thing. Okay, West Clustering will probably be nuts because it forces all the areas to overlap. Yeah, no, definitely having interactions like that is huge for wand skills shotgunning. I mean, it's extremely big damage multiplier, right? This skill looks really freaking cool.
New bow attack, which rains down fiery bolts from above that stick into the ground and pulse as you approach. Once you get close enough, these bolts detonate, causing ravaging
walking
ignites.
bow RF.
These bolts chain react, allowing you to create.
What was the effectiveness they had on this thing in the press kit? That was this one, right? Conflagration. 36% effectiveness, 80% more hit damage, and they clearly can shotgun pretty easily, right? Does it have any base projectiles? It has a base of fires 3 to begin with, and then you could scale extra proj on that. Interesting. Arrows are the first fall within a base radius of 3 meters. Impact base radius. Debuff duration. Has some dot damage. And they just explode when you're near them, right? So they in this video, they're just into exploding if they're nearby.
Fields of incendiary.
You need to step on it to make it work. It's reverse locust mine. You don't need to like step on it. Wait, hold on, let me watch again. You need to be like just close to it, right? Let's watch the clip.
Causing ravaging ignites.
Yeah, like that's like blowing up without him being directly on it. It's like you just have to be in the vicinity. Like it's here, he's here, right? And if you're shooting a lot of them and they chain detonate.
Ravaging ignites.
He walks up to the first one. I mean, if you're like just standing on top of the boss,
of incendiary destruction.
like, look how far away he is when they blow up, right? Like, it's here, he's here. That's a pretty big base radius. If you're just shooting on top of a boss, they're just gonna detonate each other, right? You're just right there anyways. There was no damage, you can't reach the location. Well, it chain detonates, right, guys? And like, let's say you're shooting like 6 projectiles or something, you start adding some extra projectiles in. The likelihood one's gonna land near you if you're shooting in this general area and have it chain blow up.
Allowing you to create fields of incendiary destruction. Thunderstorm is a bow attack.
I don't know. Looks like it could be a fun skill. I wonder how the effectiveness will end up feeling. That clip they're showcasing definitely had more AoE. Or at least the clip here has less AoE versus the clip here, right? So you're wrong, so who's wrong? The gem info for this on the website, the proj can't land further than 3 meters from each other. The gem info for the website, the proj can't land further than 3 meters from each other. So they have a set distance, like, of the spread. Patch notes are live? Heck yeah. Let's freaking go! Let's freaking go! Do we check, like... Yeah, let's check something like Ephemeral Edge. Ephemeral Edge isn't even the patch notes. He mentioned Ephemeral Edge like 14 times. No control F, no spoilers. All right. We'll go through organically and then have people talking about spoilers left and right. Who am I kidding? I want to click the Bloodline one. Okay, that's not as impactful as I thought it was gonna be. I thought maybe they're gonna give us the whole list there. Zoom, please. All right, guys. All right, Zoom acquired. All right, let's take a look. Keepers of the Flame. We're adding stuff. This is the stuff we already know, right? Let's get into the content here. New Dex Jam, Conflagration. There's freaking chat seems to think this is the worst thing ever. I don't know. I think it looks like a fun skill. Added a new Dexterity Gem. Thunderstorm. Fires arrow, hit the ground, land, target location. This is the one that creates the storms that shoot out right once you walk out of it. Sure. Intelligence Gem, Somatic Shell, fire an initial projectile which applies a kinetic barrier. That's the one that you can use to shotgun. Intelligence Gem, Kinetic Fusillade, manifest a hovering kinetic anomaly. After a short duration, the anomaly is flung at an enemy, causing... Okay, yeah, that's basically Fusillade, right? And it's attack-based Fusillade. Intelligence Gem, Kinetic Rain. Swing your wand to cause a number of projectiles to rain down within a large area in front of you. This one looks pretty cool. Exile sells sick. WTF. On reaching this cap, the barrier will explode, dealing the damage in the area and releasing a projectile which will seek another nearby enemy. Projectiles created this way can themselves apply Somatic Shell and targets it. Wait, what? So you shoot it, it blows up, and then it shoots it to somebody else. That sounds pretty heavy, right? All right, Wall of Force creates a wall of force which allies and enemies can pass through. Allied projectiles which can chain will collide with this wall. Wait. Somatic Shell is different. I thought this was the thing where you shoot and blow up. Fire projectile which applies a kinetic barrier to enemies struck, absorb incoming damage from hits up to a cap. Reaching the cap, the barrier will explode in an area. Then it'll shoot out another one. Interesting. Okay, so Wall of Force is the one they showcased, but this is just a whole separate skill. Very, very interesting. So Wall of Force applies enemies pass through. You can blow up on this for shotgunning. Add a new Intelligence Transfigure skill gem. Kinetic Rain of Impact. Okay, more Transfigure gems. Swing your wand to cause a number of projectiles to rain down with a large number in front of you. Directly targeting location of enemies in the area. The locations where each projectile will land are shown with markers before they fall. Each projectile explodes when hitting the ground, dealing area damage. What's the difference between this and the other Kinetic Rain? Cause the location each projectile will land is shown markers before they fall. Each projectile explodes when hitting the ground, dealing area damage. The skill cannot be triggered. This is not the same thing, do I suck at reading? The location of the projectile land are shown with markers before they fall. Will land are shown with markers before they fall. Each projectile explodes when hitting the ground. This is like instant explode versus non-instant, like delayed. It has some delayed damage. Can it be used with totems? Heck yeah. Stop the totem players. Wind burst. Cause the enemy to trigger wind burst on hit after you've traveled a certain distance. And this is a support gem. Cannot support trigger skills. Cannot modify your minions. Okay. Trigger wind burst on hit after you've traveled a short distance. That sounds whack. Living lightning. Support skills gem which cause damaging hits. Cause them to trigger living lightning when dealing damage. Cannot support skills used by totem traps or mines. And those were the like lightning gems. Were like lightning minions that were you or something. 20 uniques. That's a good amount. 3 new wand bases for attack based wand enjoyers. 6 new ring base types that can be found in Keeper of the Flame. Cryonic and Thal. So this is what they did to the breach rings, right? Cool. 5 new div cards. Nice. Introduce the fullborn augments, higher level modifier. Same thing with Regal and Exalt. Cool. Augmentation implant, which augments a magic graph with a new random modifier. It seems like the graph things are like, they modify themselves. They're not like raw character power. They give you like some utility skill or some skill that just deals a lot of damage itself, and then it buffs itself based on the stats on it. Unstable implant corrupts a graft. Either destroying it entirely or replacing the implicit with a powerful modifier. This does not replace the skill the graph will use. Interesting. Async trade, reach next 6, not too shabby. 327 update is going to be deployed. You'll be able to access the merchants tab. Fantastic. How is Corrupting Fever CB looking? I have no idea. Bad, because it's Corrupting Fever, unless they buff Corrupting Fever, which we'll find out. Faust is now in your hideout. Once you met him, either in King's March or Act 6, for sure. In-game trade market interfaces have been added PoE 1. In each town, you're now able to find NPCs that offers identify all items. Specters die, now transform into a floating orb specter, blah, 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 blah. When you enter an area, the orb specter will automatically transfer back into the original specter. Orb specters can still be overridden when raising new specters. Okay. While holding right click and control click on stack decks, insta do the stack deck thing. Val orbs can now be used on monsters and trapped essences. Sure. Incubator affinity, scouting report affinity, ritual. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank you. No longer will these random garbage items that you just want to freaking put in just a random garbage location be plaguing you every time you play any mechanics with them. All right, thank goodness for that. Added a new tab in Fragment Stash tab for Betrayal Fragments, which houses Syndicate Medallion and all Flame members. All Flame members got a place now. Sick. You are now able to fully refund your passive tree with one click. Cool. Refund Atlas tree. Added a native Apple Silicon support for Mac OS. Intel Mac users will continue to receive full support. Holy crap. They're helping out the Apple gamers. I didn't even know those were real. Continue to incrementally improve the sound, art, effects, environments based. And my axe. Yo, bot, appreciate the prime, man. All right, Bloodlines. These things are going to be freaking... I can't wait. I can't wait. They'll probably give us teasers over the next few days, right? Endgame changes. Introduce the Lonely Reverent and Traumatic Fragments. New Uber bosses. We'll see if they're hard or just easy. These new fragments can be obtained from tier 17 bosses. Cool. The Feared Maven invitation now requires Cirrus and Incarnation of Dread to be witnessed instead of Chayula and its... Say what now? You did not take the most dangerous member of Feared out of Feared. Okay, like, yeah, sure, freaking yeet Chayula, but it's Ziri? This was not agreed upon! What the hell? Freaking Ziri is the most dangerous member! Yo, GGG! What are you doing to Valdo difficulty? Just make it easy, why don't you? What the hell? Dread and freaking serious? Come on. Nah. That is crazy. I mean, I'm fine with like the Cirrus for Chayula, but come on, Dread, dude. Dread is the most. I don't know. Maybe the new Uber Dread will feel cool. I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned about the feared difficulty. We'll have to see what this looks like with the new feared difficulty. Maybe it'll mean something. I don't know. I'm a little bit suspect of that. The hidden is now replaced with the remembered, requiring witnessing courtyard of wasting, chambers of impurity, and theater of lies. Okay. Lane stalls for what purpose? For what reason? T70 map modifiers now grant item rarity, item quantity, item pack size at similar values to red map modifiers, except in the cases where the item rarity, item quantity, or pack size have been specifically augmented to be higher. T70 mods can now sometimes be corrupted to have 8 modifiers. Neat. Abyss Scarab Edifice no longer causes Abyss in area to spawn hordes as they travel. Yo, Abyss, we see you. Screw that strat, by the way. Okay, I tried that and it made me hate the game. The amount of random clicking. It now says get pits in the area do not lead to abyssal depths or spawn abyssal troves will spawn minor Stygian spires. Freaking terrible. Not fun gameplay. Additional bosses from Blight Scarab Lumen no longer spawn extra monsters in their wave. I don't know what that means. Maybe that's a nerf to Blight Enjoyers, I guess. Blight Enjoyers are looking a little bit suspect right now. Kartari Scarab Risk now has a limit of 1. Previously 5 Risk Scarabs. I mean, we already got it from the way they were talking about it, but friggin' put the X down one more time. Just to be sure. The following maps have been added back to the Atlas. Academy? Really? Academy? You better have removed like Museum or something. Arachnid Nest, Arena, Burial Chambers, Cells, Coves, Crater, Crimson Temple, Forking Infested, Lava Chamber, Lookout Marshes, Mud Geyser, Pit, Primordial Pool, Resident Sulfur. Oh, they better have removed some bad ones. Okay. Which ones have been removed? Ancient City, Armory, Basilica, Bog, Colonnade, Cold River, Corals. Okay, they got rid of Crystal. Thank goodness. But like Dungeon, Geode, Forbidden Woods, Vault, Wharf, Sunken City, Siege, Scriptorium. Is this an even trade? This might be an even-ish trade. I'm not too sure, to be honest. I don't know. Some of these maps were kind of nice. Do I like these? I like Infested Valley. Desert, I think I maybe like. Do I like Desert? I'm not sure. Primordial Pool, I'm pretty sure I like. Port's okay. Thicket's okay. Summit's decent, I think. Mud Geyser's okay. Coves is good. Arena's okay. Academy's trash. Crimson Temple's there? Yeah, Crimson for the Crimson Temple enjoyers is back. Don't Crimson Temple players only you play Crimson Temple because it had freaking the Mage Blood card, Apothecary? Map tiers and locations have been shuffled. Hell yeah. Some map bosses you require to defeat upon to upgrade your Pantheon have changed as a result of these Atlas changes, of course. Crafting recipes have been shuffled. The ones that were previously locked in maps have been removed from the Atlas and are now found within other maps currently on the Atlas. Sure. All right, Atlas tree changes. In the Keepers of the Flame leagues, breach clusters have been removed from the tree. The beyond clusters have been moved from the left side to the right side in Keepers of Flame. The straight and narrow notable Atlas passive has been reinstated in the Atlas passive tree for Keepers of the Flame. Sure. The guarded hordes notable no longer grants Voltaxic Sulfite chest in your maps 5% chance to contain double sulfite. Mining byproducts no longer grants sulfite veins and chests in your map 10% chance to contain an equal amount of azurite and now grants 15% chance to contain double sulfite. Wait, what? Wait, whoa. What the hell? That's how I got my one socket resonators. Now I'm gonna have to pay delvers? Ah, no, JJJ! I don't want to give Delvers a dime! Not like this! That's how I always get my one socket dense fossils. I don't have to pay for resonators. Yo, what the hell is this? Delvers can't get away with us! The small passive clusters now rare monsters, previously 3. Okay, yeah, small passives, chisel, bubble, magic monsters, Map pack size. What is this? The Delvers are getting paid. They got somebody on the board or something, okay? They got something on the board. I don't know how they did that. That's the map effect node. Are they getting rid of some of the map effects? Some of these ones? Are these map effect ones? Explicit map effect. Okay, yeah, it is. Interesting. Yeah, friggin' start deleting that a little bit. Sure, why not? Having your tree be all map mod effect is a little lame. Fine. Okay, Breach League uniques are no longer upgraded from Breach Blessings. Blessings now only upgrade Breach Stones. Interesting. Okay, so you basically just have to drop the upgraded version or you don't. And Breach Stones still exist. Okay. Breach is no longer a reward outcome from other content. Sure. The All-Flame Ember of Kulamak is unable to substitute it that fled in Keepers of the Flame of Leeds. Okay, sure. Valdo puzzle blocks cannot produce outcomes containing breaches or breach lords during Keeper of the Flame League. So any like breach specific Valdo box maps don't exist this league. Maybe they'll exist next league. Interesting. I wonder how many Valdo boxes just got owned by that. I mean, breach, not many of the Valdo maps had the breach mod, right? My Valdo map can't spawn. Heist, which previously could spawn breach reward rooms, can now spawn gold reward rooms, which drop a sizable amount of gold. Okay, sure. Pre-existing breach reward rooms on blueprints will be converted to gold rooms. Sure. Val breach will be obtainable during Val breach will be unobtainable. Ooh. Ooh, any Val breach abusers in chat right now? That hurt a little bit? That hurt a little bit? Huh? Any Val breach? Oh, you feel like you just got stabbed in the back a little bit? Oh, rest in peace. Maybe that guy who was asking about a CWS nerf actually knew somehow. These Val breach abusers, you've been spotted. You've been spotted, okay? Halt! You violated the law. All right, rogues and rogue armor now start at maximum level. Fantastic. Charthan gems can now be found in heist. Cool. You know what I just realized is the fact you get gold rooms in heist means heist now gets gold. So heist just got, that's actually a huge buff for heist because now you can actually trade a lot of the random raw drops you get. Characters are now required to have entered Highgate in Act 9 in order to open safe houses at June or enter safe house portals. Okay, fair enough. That is preventing that one cheese that happened where people were using the safe houses to pre-level their characters, right? Syndicate medallions are now more common from high-level betrayal safe houses. More common. Cool. You are now less likely to get high-rarity div cards from a chest and betrayal transportation. Safe houses with Gravicius. You are now less likely to get high-rarity div cards from a chest and betrayal transportation. You are now less... What the hell? You are now less likely to get high-rarity divination cards from my boy Grav? Yo! What? My favorite dopamine farming strategy? I mean, it's terrible in terms of currency per hour, but what the hell? No! Okay, I guess we're not doing Grav this league, guys. So help me, if I watch a video of Cute Dog dropping a House of Mirrors, I'm gonna lose it. Okay, I've done a lot of Grav. I was a dedicated Grav farmer. Okay, all I ever got was a freaking 5 out of 5 apothecary, okay? I never hit my House of Mirrors. I got scammed, okay? I put in the time. Harvest Reach Craft, which guarantee a certain modifier type, such as Reforge rare item, with random modifiers, including lightning modifier, and will now respect modifiers and items which restrict modifier types, such as cannot roll attack. Neat! Hey, that's pretty cool. That is pretty interesting. Reforge rare items with random modifiers, including a lightning modifier, will now respect modifiers on it, which would say you can't roll an attack. Very, very cool. When re-rolling recruits at Ralph in King's March, workers with expertise in mapping, disenchanting, farming will have a less chance to have expertise in other job types. Okay. Good. 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 So now you won't have to spend extra. Fair enough. The reroll with high quality recruits has been reduced. Nice. Abandoning a commandeered ship in King's March now warns you about the loss of the crew members. Oh, good to know. Hey, guess what? This thing you're about to do, you're going to lose 5 of your best men. Oh, thank goodness. Now they're going to freaking remind me, freaking try to guilt trip me about the fact I'm abandoning them. Listen, my character is not geared for the fight yet. It's nothing personal, okay? If I abandon you, it's because I wouldn't be able to save you anyways, guys. Because honestly, if I could save you, I'd go get the gold. I would, but like, sometimes you got to freaking risk assess, you know? I'm playing hardcore. That boss is a little scary. I'm only level 80. You weren't supposed to get caught by a pirate. Not my fault. Okay, not my fault. I'm just saying. Rogue Exiles drop fewer regular items. This does not affect their bonus additional drop equipments from each item slot. Ha! Ooh, that line is thick. Any Rogue Exile farmers in the chat? You guys feel that? You guys feel all your profits just get deleted a little bit? Fewer. What does fewer mean? 90% less? 20% less? 95% less? You're in danger. You have been spotted, okay? You've been spotted. Go stand next to the Val Breach enjoyers. You've been spotted. Gigantic Rogue Exiles are revived in rituals as regular Rogue Exiles. Oh, the 2-tap! Get him again! Yes! Freaking diluting all the freaking unique items on the pool. I'm disgusted. Hell yeah. Now we're talking. You are no longer required to purchase a bestiary orb. Nice. Yes. While the Rogue Exile farmers suffer, the beast farmers thrive. The humble beast farmer, the age of the humble beast farmer is upon us. Okay, these Rogue Exile farmers, about time they got what they had coming to them. You celebrate that like you ever dropped them? Okay, I didn't really farm Rogue Exiles. I didn't really want to. Okay, forget. I was doing other things. Okay. Listen. I got hit with the grab thing. Okay, I did grab all the time. Okay, so like, let me enjoy others suffering a little bit. Age of the Beast farmer. Anyways, as such, bestiary orbs can no longer be purchased from Einhar. Sure, the voices and whispers during delirium encounters are now considered ambient sound volume rather than sound effects. Okay, cool. So you can turn those off. Cool. No longer psychological torture from the delirium guy. Fine. Player changes. Drowning orbs. No longer drown the player faster when they have sources of debuff expire faster. Good. I mean, you could have deleted drowning orbs, but I will take it. Spell suppression now prevents 40% from damage hits they inflict previously 50. I don't know. Is that the exact number I said? I'm sorry. My board is copium. I called that almost exactly. Bar for bar. I said 40. Oh, get wrecked, spell suppress. Get freaking wrecked. You're OP. Not as OP anymore. Minion attacks now inherently always hit. Okay. I don't need accuracy anymore? Okay. Sure. Cool. Nice. All right, sure. No, lightsaber's got a buff. Cool. We'll take that. Lightsaber commander is looking strong as ever. Removed all sources of minion accuracy from the game. Cool. Good. Don't need it anymore. I like that. Sources that specified other rings have been changed to clarify they work with the opposite ring. So that's talking about like Calandra or something. Kryptonite, are y'all trolling me? What do you mean? I didn't see ES in here. Is ES going to come later? We'll find out. I didn't see ES in here. We'll find out. Chain Hook of Trarthus. Yeah. What's happening to this bad boy? Now throws chains at up to 8 targets, previously 6, up to 16, previously 12, 25% more damage. I don't know what that means. It has the word chain hook in front of it. I'm probably never going to try using it. Maybe it could be fun though. Cyclone now deals 20% more. Cool. Cyclone buff. Nice. Bladefall now has a base crit of 10, previously 6. Wow. That's a pretty big base crit buff to Bladefall. That's a nice base crit. Bladefall of Charthus, damage has been increased 50% all levels. Now it's a base crit of 10. Sure, it's still going to be a utility use probably. Bladefall of Volleys is still cooked. Blast Rain of Charthus deals more damage per level. This bow fire build is getting more fire dot skills, so maybe the fire dot bowcaster is becoming more real by the day. Blink Arrow Prismatic Clones now deals roughly 20% less. Minion duration is now 5. Previously 20. Oh, you guys shouldn't have kept glazing Bama. You did this to yourself. You should have shut up about it. But every time somebody talks about minions, you guys are all like, Bama, Bama, Bama. Okay, you did it to yourself, okay? If you guys weren't glazing your freaking Bama build so hard, you shot yourself in the foot. I'm just saying. If there weren't so many Bama glazers, it probably would have been fine. Holy, Bama got destroyed. Oh, 75% less base duration. That's gotta hurt, man. Oh, that's gotta hurt. I would not log into Bama. I gotta be honest with you. I don't see the light at the end of this tunnel. I don't know how Bama works, but to me, 75% less base duration, that sounds like it hurts, okay? That sounds like it hurts. What do we got next? Bone Shatter. Now deals 3 to 6% more damage per trauma. Previously 2 to 4. Hey, that's a nice Bone Zone buff. Maybe Karn will log back in for the Bone Zone revival. Convocation, now a white gem similar to Detonate Mines and no longer has attribute requirements. Cool. Dark Pack now has base crit of 7, previously 5. Sacrifices 12% of Skeleton's life to deal that much chaos damage, previously 8. Cool. Life stack Dark Pack could be real. Dark Pact of Charthus now has a base crit chance of 7%, previously 5. Reaching Ruins now gives you 50% previous of 500%, previously 400%. I don't know what any of this means. I gotta be honest with you. I mean, this was like a good, like a decent skill, I think, but I feel like it's just got like some quality life issues. Elemental Hit now has a base radius of 1.4, previously 1. Now has an attack speed of 120, previously 100. Now has a mana cost of 5 to 8. So got cheaper cost, faster attack, bigger radius. 1.4, and it like blows up on every single contact of enemy it hits. That'll probably be a pretty feels good clear, right? Elemental Hit Wanding, yeah, you could do that too. Like that's a pretty big base radius for every single contact point, right? Is it bow? It's bow and wand. Elemental Hit and freaking melee if you want it to be. Isn't base Elemental Hit melee only? Wait, is it actually? I thought it was everything. Did they change it? It is melee. And then Spectrum is bow. Wait, what the hell? Okay, I guess I'm a few patches behind on Elemental Hit. Was it not able to be used on all 3 things? I guess that it no longer is a wand thing at all then. A few years ago, yeah, I'm behind on that. Ooh, Explosive Concoction. Now, is this going to be a buff or a nerf? Has this much previously... Oh. Dude, this is so funny. I don't think Explosion Concoction's even a good skill. It's literally just people are glazing it because it's good for leveling. That is hilarious. Explosive Concoction was just a leveling skill, and it got destroyed for it. Rest in peace, Explosive Concoction. You were too good in the campaign, buddy. Better pack it up. Better pack it up. They never did for leveling buff for red maps? Oh, let me check. What were the buffs that they did? Okay. Now deals add damage of charge where consume Sapphire. Previously, I mean, does that make up the number for the number loss? Like, it's still net nerf, right? 1800 top end versus 1200 is about 600 top end damage. I guess technically, this is more damage if you're consuming a flask. So it does have that going for it. It is more damage if you're consuming a flask. Fair enough. Fair enough. The leveling got hit. Campaign nerf. Yep. So look at concoction of destruction. Got nerfed. And then I guess, yeah, okay. So early game nerf, late game, maybe better with flash stuff. Exsanguinate now deals 15% more physical damage over time with physical damage over time debuff. Cool. Fizz dot buffs getting 15%. Flames of Judgment granted by Aziri's rule now pens 50, previously 25, and 100% chance to ignite. Okay, sure. Sure. Take Aziri out of the field and then freaking buff the random staff. Okay, come on, guys. Come on. Really? Aziri replaced with the freaking incarnation of lame? I'm still salty about that, by the way. Okay, Aziri is one of the goats of Feared. Okay, like why you can't just sub out one of literally the best member. That's I don't know. In this injustice will not stand. Hex Blast, as far as I can tell, still has a cooldown, but it has a bigger multiplier on it. Aziri, who are you guys kidding me right now? You cannot lie to me and say you believe that was a good trade. It's Aziri for Dread. I don't know. Hex Blast I might be a thing. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's a pretty good multiplier, depending on what the base is with that. What is Hex Blast's base? Hex Blast base is 340. 340 plus. Well, what's the ailment amount? The ailment amount's less. 90. It's just kind of okay, right? I don't think it's necessarily pulling away insane. I think there's probably still better ignite skills to some extent. X-Flash Contradiction. Gotta change, sure. Mirror Arrow, Prismatic Clones. Yep, Mirror Arrow. Yep. Peaconk. What happened to... Ooh, Peaconk. Would they nerf or buff Peaconk? Let's see. Damage is this. Previous damage was this. So they buffed the flask usage, but nerfed the base. 4 to 16%. Previously 3 to 11. How much of a nerf is it? 1k versus 800. That's a pretty sizable nerf to the base damage. How much of a nerf is that? You'd have to do some math on flask amount. If you were using the flask before, you might be break even / maybe slightly better, maybe slightly worse. But if you were scaling gem level, which is what I did, oh, that hurts. If you're scaling gem level, bouncing, on the other hand, also got a similar change. So base damage nerfed, flask made better. Pyroclast, no longer have an aura tag that adds fire. Did they add this line just because Jug keeps linking clips on YouTube of him placing 20 mines, cutting the part where he places the 20 mines and just showcases the DPS? Is that why? Because they're tired of Jung showcasing only the DPS, not the like horrible quality life that goes with it. They're like, yeah, all right, we got to take this guy out. Gotta take this guy out. No longer have an aura tag that adds the flat fire. So... what does Sabotage do at this point? More damage at all levels. Applies a fire exposure aura. Okay. All right. Well. Rest in peace. Pyroclast to Sabotage cheesing. Jung, they had enough of Jung using the Pyroclast to Sabotage. They're like, you know what, Jung? No more inflating your POBs with this garbage. No one wants to play it. They decided to take him out. The snitch got hit once again. Pyroclast, Mine of Sabotage. Yep. Rest in peace. Reap deals more damage. So a lot of fizz dot buffs. Cool. Shield Crush of Chieftain now has a mana cost of this. Previously, is that it? This is one of the worst skills in the game. Shield Crush of Chieftain. I feel like it's such bad damage scaling. It's just got a mana cost change. Jung Grief the group players. Yep. He was assaulting them. Siege Ballista of Charthus now deals more damage at all levels. Okay. Dude, what is this? Shield Crush of Chieftain. Okay, for context, for context, what was it, 2 gauntlets ago or something? One of my first gauntlets, I was just like, I'm gonna try some random YOLO turtle jug strat, right? And one of my initial plans, I hadn't looked at numbers at all. I was just like, let's just do armor stack with the shield crush. And then I tried out the alternate version of this, the shield crush of Chieftain, and I kid you not, I had like a level 90 character that was like struggling to kill Merklab Bizarro. It was like, it was horrible. It was so bad. That skill deals no damage. It was horrible. Granted, my setup at the time was pretty potato, but it was like, I clicked that skill and I lost like 80% of my damage. I was using like regular shield crush before. It was horrendous. Spectral Helix attack speed is now 120%. Okay, so slight attack speed buff, sure. Some attack speed buffs, sure. Slight little buffs to spectral throw stuff. I gotta be honest, I don't think I ever care too much about the spectral throw stuff. I gotta be honest. Stormquall Charthus, slightly buffed. Okay, Fizz dot buffs. Storm of Judgment, granted by Aziri's rule. Okay, yep, don't care. Storm Rain of the Fence now fires beams every blah 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 blah. Each arrow now fires 20 beams. Calling now provides blah 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 blah. Sure. Is this okay? Is this a buff? Fires beams every 0.15 seconds. Previously 0.2. Now 20 beams. Previously 14. Now provides each aura blah 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 blah. Conduit 6 beams. Previously 4. 0.3 quality blah blah blah. Okay, so Connor's gonna be happy about this. Connor's like Storm Rain of the Conduit, the best single target bow skill on the planet. Or I'm pretty sure that this is one of the skills that Connor like loves is Storm Rain of the Conduit because it's like good DPS effectiveness, but it's like one of the most obnoxiously ungood quality life skills. Sunder of Charthus wave now restart up to 3 times, previously 2. Winter Orb now fires projectiles every 1.2, previously 1.6, now has 80% more projectile frequency while channeling, previously 125. What? Is this like a... So it's better for running around, but maybe similar while you're channeling. It's better in general. Yeah, I think that's the takeaway, right? Because its fire rate is faster. And it's less contingent on needing to channel. But if you're channeling, it's probably similar. The 125 versus the 1.6 versus 1.2 with 80. In case you missed that Stormbind was indeed forgotten. Yeah, I noticed. All right. Volatile Dead. Orb Explosion. 25% more. Has better effectiveness. Volatile Seething. Buffed, sure. Volatile Dead of Confinements. I don't even know what any of the Volatile Dead. I don't know. I'm just glazing. Oh, V Fissure of Snaking. What happened? No longer has 50% more area of effect. Fissures will not automatically target an enemy hit by the explosion of the previous fissure in the chain. Oh! Yeah, that might be dead. That seems kind of that seems like the shotgunning multi-hit. I don't think that's happening anymore in the AoE loss. Oh, wow, that's kind of funny. So the slam package realistically only got like a half nerf. It just Volcanic Fissure tanked it for every other slam skill. So like Earth Shatter was already like considered like it was similar DPS to Volcanic Fissure snaking. Is completely fine. So the slam package only got like a half nerf. Earth Shatter escaped. Yeah, it literally got like the Volcanic Fissure of the snaking just tanked it. Okay. Well played, Earth Shatter. Hide behind snaking. Well played. Voltaxic Burst now has a base radius of 2.6 and a cast time of 0.4, previously 0.5. Now has a mana cost that's lower. I do know, man. No one wants to play Voltaxic Burst. You have to make that visual not blinding. Vortex of Protection now unable to explode from frostbolt that will explode from other casts. Does this hurt like the one Archmage Mana Man character? I feel like Frost Nova Ice Bolts was still just completely fine. That's kind of funny though. They hit the Vortex of Protection stuff. Wow. So they didn't hit Earth Shatter. Okay. Bama got nuked. Snaking got nuked. Fizz dot got random 15% buff, and a couple of like bow skills got buffs. Earth Shatter wins again. Yeah, Peaconk got a slight change. I feel like it's not too changed. Not changed if you're using Life Flask. Nerfed if you're not using Life Flask. E-Blade seems safe so far. Seems unchanged. Val Cyclone, more damage. Val Reap, more damage. Yeah, okay, that's just the same as the changes before, but just extrapolated onto the Val Gems. Sure. Awaken Hex Touch support. Less duration, previously reduced duration. Okay. Corrupting Cry support now deals more damage. Sure. Energy Leech support no longer has support skills deal more damage while leeching Energy Shield. Support skills now deal 15-24 while in full Energy Shield. Previously 10-14. So a slight nerf to Energy Leech stuff, I guess, because it's going to be slightly less damage. I mean, that's not much. I think a lot of ES builds don't even use this support to begin with. Hex Touch support got the change as well, which I think this is to hit the coil ring. Is that what it is? To hit the coil ring, so you can't stack such a minimum amount of reduced duration. I wonder how much that affects the coil ring. Any coil ring enjoyers? How much does this cook you that you lost your 50% reduced? How much does it hurt the coil ring enjoyers? A lot. Like is it like a crit? I never played coil ring. Full disclosure, so I don't actually have context for how much this bricks your ability to easily use coil ring. There's more on the ring later. Oh, oh snap! Rupture debuff can stack 4 times, previously 3. Sadism, spell sling. Spell sling now only does 20% less, previously 31. Okay, spell sling buffed again. There's hope for the future. There's hope for the future. Spell sling buffed again. All right. Ascendancy changes. Oh, so we do get some. The Namahu's Flame Advanced Notable now has NieNie Jewel small passives grant 4 instead of 3. Hey, that's a nice buff to that. Sure. Worthy Calls Notable now grants banner skills have 100% increased duration. They're like, please play banners. Please, we're begging you, please play banners. They're literally on their knees begging, please play banners. No one wants to play banners, but they are asking you to play banners. The assassin changes, which we already saw. Trickster. Woo, what's Trickster got? Heartstopper Notable Ascendancy now grants every 10 seconds take 50% less from hits. Previously, they're bumping Heartstopper again. That's really funny, dude. They're like, oh, this is like the banner thing. They're just like, please play Heartstopper. Please, please play conditional situational defense that rotates. Soul Drinker no longer has the 20% speed. Hey, they're hitting the leech guys. They are hitting the leech guys. Spellbreaker no longer has 20% suppression chance. Now has 15% extra prevention. Previously 10. I mean, they are hitting spell sprays. Whoa. One step of notable now has your action speed at least 90. Oh, that hurts a lot. Oh, that's okay. Listen, I was like everything else is like fine, but what? 90% minimum? You're telling me I grab one step ahead and it doesn't even make my character feel different until I get frozen, and then I'm like, yo, at least I'm not frozen. Huh? Okay, I feel I was glazing one step ahead on a regular basis. Okay, that I maybe should have glazed it a little less hard. Okay, I maybe shouldn't have been glazing as much. Okay, I'm partially to blame. I've been glazing one step ahead pretty hard for a while. I'm sorry. One step behind, yeah. Oh, one step ahead. Holy. The Like Clockwork Notable Ascendancy passive skill now grants 40% CDR, previously 30. Okay. Eventually they're going to make, that actually enables, you just need like one like 14% CDR and you're at the 50, 52, 53 or whatever. That's kind of nice. That makes it easier for the breakpoint. I think it gives you the second breakpoint way easier, and then the third break, becomes usable. I don't know. Third breakpoint, I still think is kind of a meme. Legion No, they actually did nerf golems. Now provides 50% buff effect. Previously 100. Huh? Come on, guys. We agreed to no yo-yo nerfs. What the hell is this? I'm disgusted right now. Well, I mean, it was kind of deserved. That node was insane. I am surprised they did it, though. I really did not expect that. I really did not expect that. Necromancer, the corpse pack notable, now has 4% for corpse consumed, previously 2%. Okay, sure. Pathfinder. What happened to Pathfinder? Master Distiller notables now grants bonuses to non-channeling skills. You are consuming 3 charges from a flask for each of the following types. Bismuth, 25 pen, previously 20, 250, previously 150. What? Dude, Master Distiller is just painful to look at. Lesson of the Season notable. Now grants prevent 3% spell suppress per bark from 2. Bark skin granted by mothers. Teaching notable. No longer has mana reservation. Thank you. Was that so hard? I mean, I still think Warden's a meme, but at least it's not like a debuff to click that ascendancy point. My word, that took a while. The bark skin meta. Okay, let's not get crazy here, guys. It's not going to be a bark skin meta. Let's be real. But like, my word, that took a while for them to do that. All right, bark skin saved. All right, what else we got? Remove the accuracy mastery for minions. Whoo! I started reading that and thought maybe they're actually going to hit in-stacking, but no, they hit the minion accuracy. Okay. Replace minion offense at mastery with 20% increased CDR. Okay, sure. That's actually really nice for Holy Relic of Conviction. 20 CDR for Holy Relic of Conviction. That's actually kind of crazy. The Grave Pact passive tree now grants Chaos Res instead of minion accuracy. Sure. Nice. Okay. Man, how much is left in this patch notes? They obviously hit Trickster. Like, what? Now, the fun part about the Trickster changes, guys, there seems to be, and I don't know why this is. Well, maybe it's because it's the most popular, most obvious one. There seems to be people that think ES is only good because of Trickster, and maybe GGG thought that. We'll see if they actually address ES later. But like, if this is all they do, ES is just, you just don't play Trickster. You just play a different Ascendancy. We're still waiting for the bonus notes. Yeah, we'll see if we get some bonus notes. All right, let's see. We'll see what we get later on. We're at unique items. There's still like rare items, right? There's still rare items. There's still a chance they nerf ES. The Ash Collar unique one is now found on a Goat's Horn. Okay. Eclipse Solaris now provides who cares? Glorious Madness buff from Beacon of Madness boots. Embrace now inflicts a random touch skill debuff every 2 seconds instead of every 1. I mean, that's a sizable buff to one of the most painful items to try to build around in the game. Okay. Hinicore Sight now gives you more prevention. Okay. Midnight Bargain Wand now is found on Calling Wand, previously engraved. Eclipse of Solaris is actually cool. Now read it. All right, fine. I'll go back and read it. Now provides attack speed, light radius, and now has 2 additional fires for every 1 light radius is above the value. 2 to 5 per every 1 light radius. I mean, how much light radius can you actually get, though? You can't get, like, that much. Light radius stacking? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You can't get that much of light radius, can you? If, like, say you have 100, that's 200 to 500. I guess that's okay if you have 200 to 500 flat fire, but you're investing in the light radius. You can... You get like 300 easy peasy. Okay, why do I feel like easy peasy is your entire tree? Pal's going nuts about the light radius right now. Like, okay, like there's some easy win ones. Like, for example, the ES mastery. Like there's like a 30% ES, right? 30% light radius there. But there's not like that much light radius throughout the tree on other places. I don't know. I'm not necessarily sure I'm believing in the... You can reflect light radius, but do you want to use your reflected stat on that? Okay, guys. You guys hear the stat? You hear this? That's me being out of water. I need to get water real quick, okay? I need to get water real quick. I'm gonna sprint, okay? I'm thirsty. If I don't do this now, I'm gonna like get a headache or something. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna sprint and go grab some water real quick, and then we're gonna keep trucking through. I will be right back. All right. I have returned. Water required. And a small bit of cheese. Don't worry about it. All right. What do we got here? Moon Sorrow. Now found on a new base. Sure. Maybe a buff to its fizz base. Nebulous now grants 5 to 10% increased elemental damage per 1 fire res, lightning res, or cold res above 75. Previously, 15 to 20 cold or lightning per 1 above the respective ones. It now gives implicit modifier magnitude as well. Wow. That's kind of really nice. So now you can use that and get up to 450% elemental damage on top of magnitude with increased like that's pretty cool. 40% double damage implicit. Double damage only goes up to 10%, and then the magnitude would take it to like 22 or something, right? It doesn't roll up to 20% double damage and going to 40, right? You get 600% per 4 with conversion. Yeah, if you were converting cold or lightning to cold, but you need both, right? I mean, this is a decent use case for RF, but you lose dot multi. I don't know about losing the dot multi. We have the tree yet? No, we do not have the tree. I think that's a nice buff. Gives it some more usability. Nebulous is new meta for Chieftain. Yeah, you can use it on any RF build that will be decent. Again, you are losing dot multi, so that's the big issue there, is you're losing dot multi, but I like it. Some cool changes. What else we got? Obliteration unique wand is now found on Omen base, previously imbued, sure. Replica Midnight Bargain is now found on Calling Wand, previously this. Replica Nebulous now grants 10 to 15 increased element per 1% missing fire, lightning, or cold res. Up to a maximum of 450, previously 15 to 20, up to a maximum of 300. Okay. Sure. But it has a cap. Ugh. Replica Twizzle unique wand. Fizz damage. Piscator's is now on a different wand base. Poet's Pen is on a different wand base. Sure. Twizzle no longer has Socketed Gems Fire Extra. It now has Fizz base instead of this. Attacks fire 1 to 2 when on offhand. And attacks have 60% AoE when in main hand. Okay, that's not very usable. Void Spawn minions summoned by a Servant of Decay unique body armor deal roughly 100% more damage and now have combined life and energy equal 3 times their previous totals. Did anyone use these? Were these good? The Prophet Flask, the Dagger above now displays as granting stolen rare modifiers for 60, previously 20, but was functionally 60. Interesting. The Whisper's Infinity unique amulet now has 50 to 100, previously 200 to 400. Existing items can be made worse. Wow. Does that mean they're not nerfing the drop rate? Maybe. Maybe they're not nerfing the drop rate then? 1/4 sheesh. Whisper's of Infinity is still insane, guys. Losing that ES is like a decent amount. It's 300, but Frost with this amulet is still very, very strong. That's really not that bad? No. No, Frost builds will still be very, very strong with this. I wonder if they're not going to do a drop rate nerf then. I think they might still do a drop rate nerf. I think it's possible they still do a drop rate nerf because that seems... If they don't drop rate nerf it, Frost is still very insane. All right. Item changes. Wait, Coiling Whisper wasn't in here. Where's the... Essence of Fear now grants minion damage on helmets. Previously, minion accuracy. Runegraph of Representative has been renamed Runegraph of Refraction. It no longer grants recover skill. So they hit the mana thing and instead grants fire at most 1 projectile skills chain plus 1 projectiles or fork. Okay. Fire at most 1 projectile. Your skills now chain and fork. Interesting, I guess. I don't know what to think about that. Redeemer amulets can now roll prevention up to 5%. Existing versions can be modified with divine orbs. Wasn't it a direct item with another one in the using the combo? Did I just roll past it? Because it was like a change. I didn't even realize. What item was the Coiling Whisper one? It's later? Okay, I'll keep going. All right. You can no longer obtain rings in Delve that have curse skills affect duration. Oh, okay. Literally the next note. I see what you're talking about. Okay. Nice. Coiling Whisper has been spotted. The Carved Wand and Grave Wand and Imbued Wands can no longer be obtained. Existing items are no longer blah, blah, blah. Sure, that's fine. Accumulator Wand, Assembled Wand, and Congregator now have the base crit of 8.5, previously 9. Sure. They nerfed Delve on Mage. I haven't seen the nerf to Delve yet. Oh, well, I guess they nerfed... Yeah, if you're counting this as a Delve nerf, the Curse Rings. They buffed Delve for Resonators earlier in the patch notes because people can't get Resonators with mapping anymore. Coiled Wand, Crystal Wand, Goat's Horn, Opal, blah, 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 have a lower base crit. Demon's Horn now has a lower base crit. These have a lower base crit. They're hitting a lot of the Spellcaster wands. Unfortunate. I guess the thought process is their new attack base ones. They want those to have the good base crit, maybe. Flaying knives have better base crit. Ambushers, so some daggers get their base crit and improves. Yeah, daggers are getting base crit improved. Hollow Point 8.8, previously 8.3. Gutting knife, Tricela 9. Boots knife, butcher knife, carving knife, Azimite flash, flicker flame blade, blah blah. Got buffed. So all the daggers have higher base crits. Modifiers in high gear that grant increased experience gain on equipped rogue no longer can roll. Sure. So how many more chances do they have to nerf ES? I'm waiting. I guess we gotta keep going. Ruthless, who freaking cares? Monster changes. They did stuff. Refracted monsters physical damage converted to elemental damage scale with monster modifiers, and monster modifiers grant fizz, gain extra, and blah 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 blah. And blah blah. Less life, but more damage and or debuff potency. Okay, yes. Make the fights less of like punching bags that do nothing to more dangerous that we can kill faster. Detonation speed of most volatile cores no longer scales cast and attack speed. The ability for some volatile cores to ignore block, evasion, spell suppression has been removed. Volatile cores for the T7 modifier, specific ritual monsters. So they hit volatile cores. Okay, sure. Nice. Malachi should now more reliably remove invulnerable visuals from life bar. Improve the visuals, audios, on death effects from vibrant gargoyles. I don't think I even know what those are. All right. Nice. Keurig modifiers. 2 abyssals from 3. Strong boxes. Got more, but cost more. Anarchy got nerfed again. Domination, 4 additional shrines, previously 3. Okay, cool. Heist now has 5 Chaos Orb. Legion has way lower cost, but now only has 1 instead of 2. Settlers now cost 5. Now have 2 deposits instead of, okay, fair enough. Torments, Breach, Imbued Breach map device have been removed. Imbued Harvest, Heist map device, crafting option, 5. Okay, all right. Quest rewards, kinetic rain, blah 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 blah. Sure, okay. Gems are now in quest rewards. Cool. User interface changes. Add an option in game playing to prevent game from pausing during gameplay. Hey, nice. So now, if you are a racer, you no longer have the pausing when you're like doing like your passageway and stuff. Right? Am I thinking about that correctly? Maybe a little racer upgrade. The racers got buffed back. So now it's optional. Cool. The racists got buffed. Yep. The racers got buffed. Add an indicator to your current thaumaturge, dust, or combinator. Sure. While using an orb of alteration, you can no longer hold alt. Oh, yeah. Hold alt to swap. Sure. When multiple gems are able to be leveled up, they can be now leveled up at the same time. You now access the disenchanting window from ROG. Cool. It's a lot of quality of life stuff. Added icons, the Keurig missions. Level up, dismissed, attack in place properties reset. Okay. Reordered list of currency items and note editor. Portal access option is now accessible when using controller. Increase the size of resistance icons on bosses for playing on controller. Improve management of cache files. Blah, blah, blah. All right, bug fixes. We're almost to the end. Let's see where bug fixes take us. Bug fixes is like a great place for a lot of like bonus content. Bug fixes is just like they like to put in some random nerfs or buffs or, hey, I guess this thing you were playing didn't work the entire time you were trying to play it. Bug fixes is gold. Fix a bug where some Reaper revenants were causing existing Reapers to temporarily idle when you spawn a new one. Cool. Fix the bug where lightning resistant synth modifiers could still roll on weapons. Sure. Go on. Nice. Fix the bug where simplex amulets and heist bases with similar implicits could be magic rarity with modifiers. Yo, that's going to make them so much harder to craft. Dude, simplexes, with this change, the cost to buy a finished simplex just went to the moon. Still doable, but it went to the moon. That is holy. That is gonna be. Are people gonna they might be mirror tier in terms of craft costs, at least for a while. I don't get it. Okay, so context. You could make a simplex have, let's say, % strength, or let's say % attribute. We'll say % attribute because it's the example. And then you could Hinekora Beast Lock craft it to finish it. Or, which is a much cheaper craft cost, the previous method before the Hinekora Beast method also used an imprint, where you would have % attributes, you'd slam it together, you try to null a prefix, and you subject can be changed, reforge influence. Now, instead of being able to imprint back to that magic base or to do the Hinekora lock with that magic base that has that targeted mod, now every time you imprint back, you need to re-roll % attributes and then do it. So it adds an additional cost of every single time you missed the Awakener Orb step. You now have to re-roll for % attributes every single time. For context, this completely eliminates the Beast Lock method. You cannot do the Beast Lock method, which was way more efficient than the non-Beast Lock method. But on top of that, the old method, which was more expensive, where you had to constantly do the annuls, have a bunch of extra bases, and you have to do the reforge influence. Now you need to do re-roll for % attributes every single time, which is like a few hundred chaos or like 100 fundamental fossils on average every single time, or whatever it is, right? Nah, it's probably not that bad. It's probably like, I don't know, 20 to 50, probably like 50 range. 50 to get percent attributes maybe on fundamental fossils. Not 100% sure. You can't awaken orb a second time. Wait, does it eliminate your ability to make it magic? No, you can still make it magic, right? I gotta remember. Let me check. I don't actually remember. I'm so used to just splitting down to magic. I gotta remind myself. You can like scour and then hit it, right? Magic have no mods? Well, that's you just need to be able to imprint it to take it back. Well, I mean, that doesn't matter. You can just imprint it the first time. You just have your magic imprint base. You imprint back, you regal, you fundamental fossil, you miss the recomp, you magic imprint back. So it doesn't matter, right? Focused amulet. Do I scour this for science? I'm not going to use this in standard. Do I want to buy one just to test? How much does one cost? For science! Okay, this is way too much effort. I'm just scouring it. For science! Look away. Look away. Do I have what it takes to do it? Do I have what it takes to do it? I can give you a fresh one. There's somebody like, no, please, Lance. Please. The +2 is so annoying to get. Don't do it, Lance. Don't do it. Stop, Lance. You monster. All right. I don't want. Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop before I horrify multiple people in chat. We'll do it the proper way. Okay. Rolling +1 all is like a sadistic task. Okay. It is a sadistic task. Before I haunt everyone in chat. 65 divines for a mirrored copy. $180 divines. Okay, actually, I'm back to scouring it. I don't care. Okay, I don't care. All right, back to scouring. Jar Jam, you have a base. Can I test it? You're in a different league. Wait, what league am I in? Oh, you're in standard. Wait, I might have one in standard, actually. Lance is gonna traumatize chat. Okay, I won't make you watch that. Okay. Here, I will log into standard for the test. I'm gonna give you this back. I don't actually want it. I just want to verify that you can make something rare magic without the split. You want to message me again, Jar Jam? So we can showcase for science. I don't know if this is Jar Jam. I think this might be a different person. All right. Well, we're just going to use this one. For science! I'm pretty sure you could just scour. And either way, you just use the imprint, right? But in case you need to make it magic. Yeah, you can transmute it. Okay. It doesn't really matter all that much, right? It doesn't really matter all that much. What matters is the fact you're gonna have to redo the attribute craft every time, and the Hinekora Beast Malak method got absolutely rolled. So simplex that are crafted got a hell of a lot more expensive. Wait, it didn't even mention focus. Fixed a bug where simplex and high space types with similar okay. It did mention focus. All right. Fair enough. Zoom, please. Oh yeah, let's redo the zoom. My bad. All right. All right. Fix the bug where 20% increase armor. I mean, this is justified nerf, right? Simplexes were way too easy to make. That's a justified nerf. Fair enough. Fair is fair. No longer will we get to print money with simplexes, and guys, okay, that's the downside of the situation. No longer can we lock ourselves into the beast prison for 15 minutes and walk away with a couple hundred divines. What a shame. What a shame. The freest money-making method known to mankind just got shut down. Fix the bug where 20%. Okay, sometimes it wasn't 15 minutes. Sometimes it was 5, though. All right, 20% armor for each different retaliation skill. Past targets would grant armor for each retaliation used rather than each unique retaliation skill. Okay, rest in peace that, I guess. Fix the bug where Scold's bridle. Okay, guys, don't tell me this is what you guys were laughing about when you were like, oh, he doesn't know. There's got to be another ES thing in here, right? This wouldn't be the only thing you guys are like giggling about, right? Surely there's another ES thing in here. Because right now, ES is looking untouched. Surely there's going to be something else in here. Fix the bug where Skull's Bridle dealt damage to players based on blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so that hits the endurance charge generation thing. Keep reading, buddy. I'm looking. Don't worry. I'm looking. Fix the bug where Wave Conviction Charthus could sometimes hit enemies a second time before returning and then not hit them when returning. Interesting. Does that mean you can hit 3 times now? I don't know how to read that. Fixed an issue where Tech Slam Cataclysms sometimes scale from endurance charges without removing them. Okay. Fix the bug where damage over time debuffs applied to enemies by blast range Charthus were incorrectly affected by modifiers to area damage. Fix the bug where energy from within was not granting Golem's maximum energy shield instead of life from Golem life passives. How do they even know about this? That's such a weird thing. So somebody was putting an energy from within. How would that even hit that? That's not even like close by. Did they change energy from within or something? It wasn't it like you change life modders to percent ES? Okay, that doesn't make sense to me. I guess they might have changed energy from within. Fix the bug where elemental damage with hits is lucky while you're shocked from Fulcrum Staff was making your elemental damage lucky even if you were not shocked. Oh, cool. They gave it a larger radius. Oh. Interesting. Fix the bug where red, green, and blue Nightmare Jewels were not applying to modifiers of minions or totems elemental res in range of the jewel. What? Passes granting fire res or all elemental reses in radius also grant block chance. Would that mean it would grant block chance to minions? Or would that mean like minion all res would give us a block chance? Fix the bug where Dark Pact was not correctly sacrificing life and no longer kills skeletons it sacrifices on, and it will only grant damage for potential portion actually sacrifice. Okay. Sure. Now you need to actually sacrifice the life. Rest in peace. Fix the bug where obtaining volatile cores in the Maven boss fight would fail to play their build-up animation prior to exploding. Fix the bug with our Incarnation Dread would prevent from starting a new Rose phase. So I thought this was already fixed, but maybe it's double fixed now. Fix the bug where the Rose of Incarnation could desync the party play. Holy dude, why are we adding this to Feared? Edziri's better in every way. Edziri doesn't have all these random bugs. Fix the bug in the Cold River map that could prevent players from re-entering the area if their portal was placed outside the arena stairs. Sure. Means that if the node gives res to minions in range, will also give block chance to the player. Well, that's kind of like the best case scenario. That's actually kind of very good. Fix the bug where the Moment of Loneliness boss arena entrance could possibly become inaccessible from certain locations. Sure. Seller's cost could be unreadable during recruitment. Fixed a bug where gold cost for refunding necessity was not visible. Sure. Fixed a description / horror itemized corpse. Fixed issue the game would not remain paused when exiting character selection. Fixed issue or number of map units received the textbook maximum character limit blah 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 blah. Sure. I don't know what that means. Fixed the bug where disabling the output dialogue option did not stop character outputting to chat. Fix the guild hideout pin. World map showing the wrong message when hovering over blah, blah, blah guild. Prevent convert race reward command when being unusable on controller. Fix the bug Templar's right hand would break disturbingly when using What? You're using a two-handed sword? Poor Templar, man. His hand would break disturbingly when using a two-handed sword. The weight of not using a shield just destroyed his hand. Fix the bug where the skull and death hide out my treasure, minions, blah, 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 blah. Fix the bug where Void Emperor summon Skitterbots did not apply to the new Scorching Skitterbot. Fix the size discrepancy of Cruel, Charthan, back attachment. Fix the visual bug, Scientist's Bane skill effect microtransaction. Fix the bug where chess pieces from Chronomancer support within your guild. Fix the rare issue of old microtransaction. Fix the client freeze, fix the client crash. Guys, I kept waiting for the supposed ES nerf that was in the friggin' patch notes. And we all know if it wasn't nerfed, it was buffed, guys. If it wasn't nerfed, it was buffed. Stay winning, ES enjoyers, stay winning. Keep reading, they said. Yep. I kept looking for it. Blue Life Supremacy continues? Absolutely it does. Keep reading. What am I looking for here, guys? Did we dodge a bingo? How close were we? Passive tree change doesn't look like we got. We did get nerfs. It wasn't drop rate, though. They actually nerfed the items. It wasn't drop rate. That's like a halvesy. We got owned by Glad Warden. We got owned by +1 Scion Ascend. I mean, we already have we got bloodlines here, right? It was close. It was close. No taste of hate buff? Not that we saw, no. I'm livid that Stormbind was ignored. It means that Mark is likely considering it unredeemable, maybe, or it's just he just didn't even remember it, right? I think it's a forgotten skill. The lightning caster support might qualify as a caster buff. Yeah, maybe like a little bit, but not like specific. They didn't mention the reservation thing, so I don't know what the hell's going on with that teaser. That was nowhere in the patch notes. So I don't know what that is then. E-Blade stars on the menu. E-Blade should be good. Yeah. Wow. It wasn't minion reservation. That's what it was. Well, what else could it be, though? There was clearly reservation. There was very clearly reservation. Pay the doubters. Yeah, we got close, but not quite. We got close, but not quite. Sanctum's still good for E-Blade. Well, Sanctum's nerfed. It's a very mid-tier starting strat. Do we get a bingo? The answer is no, believers. The answer is no. We got close. We got close, but we didn't quite hit it. We almost, we got owned by wherever we had Ascendancy rework stuff. Wherever we put Ascendancy rework stuff, that was actually pretty much our dead squares. Okay, I was memeing with the bow nerf thing, but that, better luck next time. Better luck next time. What happened to the unique reward Sanctum coming this patch? They never said that. They said they were going to look at it in the future, not this patch necessarily. It looks like Assassin's going to be stealing from Trickster. Yeah, stealing like escape artist. Dude, wow. Trickster got obliterated. Let's go back to Trickster. Just look at the bloodshed that happened with Trickster. One step ahead. Holy. The crowning jewel of Trickster just nuked. One step behind? Yeah, one step behind. That is a rough, man. That is rough. Escape Art is still good, but a lot of those other notables, it had multiple freaking chip damage, but one step ahead getting nuked. Think about doing sign RF for your Wanderberg? I mean, there were a lot of nice Wander stuff. I'm thinking about, I'll tell you what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about this thing, Fullborn, the Red Dream. That is insane, okay? That's insane. I'm also thinking about this. Shepherd of Souls enables perma Val uptime of like RF and like Val Cold Snap. Falborn, Fullborn, I don't know. You easily get 50% live, but easily 75% from the jewel. You can get quite a bit from it. Quite a bit from it, for sure. For sure. I mean, this is definitely tempting for a... Part of me wants to do a hybrid Inquis RF with this, with Corruption of Embrace, especially considering, like, they got this in here, right? Elementalist is still very, very good for RF. The 50% Golem effect does hurt, but not, like, that much. That's, like, one Primordial Eminence jewel. A little bit better than one Primordial Eminence jewel. Elementalist is still very insane, but in Quiz with Shepherd of Souls, definitely got me tempted. How hard will that jewel be to get? This thing? Oh. Probably a nightmare. I don't know. I feel like it won't be easy. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the drop rate is some of these things. I'm guessing, like, that's one of the biggest things too, is the uniques. The uniques with, like, special mods. And they said they had, the way it has is a multiple pool of mods, and they replace specific mods. Like, that's got to be multiple layers of RNG to pull a big combination one, right? There's gonna be an energy shield variant. Yeah, there could be an energy shield variant for sure, and probably a mana variant as well. Probably one for lightning, one for cold, right? Hero Siege, Ungodly Affixes. Hero Siege. What's Hero Siege? I have a feeling it's gonna be worse than trying to get a good corruption. Now we'll see. It's gotta be this tree. We'll see how targeted you can be with it. Grassy mod's still around. We don't know. It wasn't very clear. They obviously showcased very briefly, like this clip right here. That clip right there is showcasing fighting tool. I would imagine grassy males are still a thing. They didn't say anywhere in the patch notes they removed grassy male. They had in the patch notes, like, the new rings, like the new breach rings, right? I feel like they would say something if they were removing grassy males. Can I use some Barf for the league? Yeah, I mean, they're adding more fire dot bow stuff. Barf could potentially be legit with like Red Nightmare as well. Man, we're gonna have some things to think about. Assassin's definitely tempting with the all damage poison. RF, Val RF is real tempting for sure. We're gonna have some things to think about. For sure. We're gonna have some things to think about. I think we're gonna call here for the day. I wanna go grill steak. But tomorrow will be a bit of theorycraft day about looking into potential starters based on this information stuff. Poison's assassin with poison is tempting. RF with permaval RF is tempting. Ultimately, there's 7 more of these sub ascendancies. The amount of, like, different build options that get enabled by 7 more of these options, I'm hoping they tease some of the other ones, because I'm really going to want to know what some of those other options are. Like, straight up, those other options could be a very big deal. So we got some stuff to look forward to, but I'm gonna call it for the night here, guys. I'm gonna call it for the night. Let's see who is streaming, who's online. Connor, Pox, and Nick, Tai. I'm gonna send you guys over to Connor. Okay, we'll see what the man thinks of the patch notes. Literally everyone, yeah, literally everyone. We'll wait. We'll start theory crafting tomorrow, guys. That is the plan. Theory crafting tomorrow. Thanks for everybody who hung out for the stream. Appreciate you guys. And I will see you all later. Have a good rest of your evenings. Enjoy Connor's stream, guys. Enjoy Connor's stream.
Okay, unironically, this is the only argument I can see. So you know how I did delve a little bit in 326?